Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Welcome, welcome, welcome. I will be your host for today, Jojo Mehoy. I welcome you all to the second international conference on civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure, or the ICCEASI 2022, jointly organized by the Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banrasi Das University, Lucknow, and Institute of Engineering Research and Publication, also known as the IFERP.
A forum where innovations and research interest could be supported and developed, prioritizing our mutual interest. In this video, we want you to dive into our world, giving yourself a clear insight into IFERP. But first, who are we and what do we do? Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, IFERP for short, is one of the world's largest non-profitable professional associations operating under the Techno-Elite Research and Development Association, TRADA, meant for research and development in the field of engineering, science and technology. We are one of the largest professional bodies for engineering professionals in India and across the globe, established in 2014. We extend to every part of the globe with more than 28,000 professional members and 34,000 student members. Our growing membership at IFERP has led to an increase in members from Europe, Asia, Australia, Africa and the USA, fostering networking opportunities that strengthen ties within and across countries and technical communities. The mission of IFERP is to connect professionals at an integrated platform for growth to divert knowledge and skills towards the sustainable application of professional education and more. And our vision of digitalizing innovation processes through our professional networking services and more has pushed us forward to our achievements today. With our mission to make our academic services reach the top and grassroots level of institutions, we are funding colleges to organize conferences and scientific events, enabling researchers incubated at different areas of our country to directly contribute towards the transformation of India. IFERP simply connects engineers, exchange global innovation, and acts as a bridge between researchers and academics by organizing international conferences, world conferences, faculty development programs, webinars, seminars, providing membership, and more. Some of our conferences include WCASET Malaysia, WCASET Jakarta, ICAS-ETAM APU Malaysia, and many more. We've also organised scientific events in association with renowned universities done in the past, with over 28,593 journal publication services, creating opportunities to get your research paper published in high impact factor journals such as Scopus Indexed, Web of Science, Google Scholar Index journals, ESCI, UGC approved, L Compandax, ISI, Chimago Index journals, and many more. To make our operations smoother and more perfect, we have been supported by our associated organisation, Association of Cloud Technologists, Global Association of Nanotechnology, International Association for Big Data Analysts, International Association for IoT, International Wireless Network Association, and World Association for Structural Engineers. We have also worked alongside several clients and partners both nationally and internationally like University Malaysia Sabah, APU Malaysia, UNJ Jakarta, MC University Thailand, Ajman University Dubai, PUP Philippines, IIUM Malaysia, ISU Philippines, FCPC Philippines, WCC Philippines SRM University, Galgotia University, Amity University, and much more government and private organizations in different countries. At IFERP, we believe that there's always a better way to treat professionals, and that is what we do. If you would like to see more or go deeper on IFERP, you can visit our website at www.iferp.in.
A little bit about our organizer, Babu Banarasi Das University, to provide an opportunity to the young generation of evolving their core competencies and to build their career as world-class professionals with broad-based foundation, in-depth knowledge, and versatile personality to meet the challenges of global economy is Babuji's vision, who is late ex-Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh. The vision, BBD University aims to transform the way people think by teaching them problem solving, leadership and teamwork skills, and the value of commitment to quality, ethical behavior, and respect for others. We want every member of our university to enjoy diverse opportunities for intellectual, personal, and professional growth. Learning and working at BBD University will foster quick, well-rounded minds, well-equipped to succeed in our fast-changing world. The mission, BBD University strive to educate students in a way that transforms them into leaders who can make a difference in the world. We aim to impart futuristic and high-quality technical management and medical education to the young and talented Indian and international students. We strive to become the front runner in the field of education in India by attracting and nurturing the best talent and providing them a platform where they can strengthen and grow their core competencies and build their career as world-class professionals. We will provide a lifetime outside the classroom experience by setting up world-class infrastructure and facilities for sports, recreation, cultural, and personality development. A little bit about this conference. The intent of the activity is to let the folks acquaint with fundamental growth, innovations, and security issues involved in the domain of civil, environmental science, construction management, structures, renewable energy, architecture, disaster management, technical engineering, earth sciences, and ocean engineering, and their impact on societal applications through various brainstorming sessions. The conference will facilitate the young researchers, industries, and research agencies, especially those who are carrying out their research work in the aforesaid domain of civil and allied subjects with valuable discussions in order to make the outcomes more realistic. Now, let us welcome all our dignitaries. First, I would like to welcome beloved professors and head of department in charge, Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, and entire civil department team from Babu Banrasi Das University, Lucknow. Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, Chief Executive Officer, Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, or IFERP. Our honorable keynote speaker, Dr. Young-Jin, Associate Professor, University of Manitoba, Canada. Dr. Anand Kishore, Kola, Professor and former Head of Department, Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Telangana, India. I would like also to welcome our technical session chairs, Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi, Assistant Professor Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Mr. Indres Kumar, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Mrs. Niti Mishra, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Mr. Bilal Siddiqui, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Mr. Ankit Verma, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, Mr. Faraz Khan, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Thank you for joining us even during this pandemic situation and imparting your expertise with us. I would also take this opportunity to welcome all our technical session chairs and presenters from reputed colleges of India as well as from abroad, who has spared their valuable time in enlightening us with their latest research studies. Next, I would like to invite Mr. Maud Afaki Khan, Assistant Professor, BBD Lucknow, to address this gathering. Sir, good morning.
Yes, good morning, ma'am. Thank you for inviting me here. Good morning to everyone present here. I welcome you all to this two-day conference on second international conference on civil engineering, architecture, and sustainable infrastructure. That is ICCEASI 22, and that is to be held virtual. It is my honor to welcome all the participants across the world and country in this today's event. I hope that this conference will definitely fulfill our research orientation programs to excel academics and research. Thank you all.
Thank you so much, sir. Once again, good morning.
Yes.
I would also like to request our beloved CEO, Mr. Rudra Banu Satpathy, IFERP, to address the conference. Sir, good morning.
A very good morning to one and all for this spectacular and energizing morning on this esteemed conference, international conference on civil engineering, architectural, and sustainable infrastructure. The conference is the
Dial in.
I think we lost it. Hold on. Welcome back, sir. Is it just me or I cannot hear? My apologies, everyone. I think it's some technical difficulties there. One moment.
Am I audible now?
Yes, you are, sir. Welcome back.
All right. I'm extremely sorry. I'll just make a reconnection. So is this clear? Jozo, am I audible now? Is this clear?
Yes, you are, sir.
Okay. So thing is that we at IFERP Institute for Engineering Research and Publication, today is the great pleasure and it's a great privilege to speak on behalf of this esteemed organization. And I believe this conference will be one of the most spectacular conference. And this is the second series of the conference we are organizing in collaboration with this esteemed university and this universities of leadership of excellence in academic infrastructure in northern part of the country, Babu Banarasi Das University. So the first conference was organized by us in collaboration with Babu Banarasi Das University as the esteemed campus, but unfortunately in the virtual mode on 23rd December 2021. And we come up to the second international conference once again with this strong collaboration. I believe this collaboration will go in upcoming days ahead, and this will be definitely a informative conferences and content producing conferences, and will be definitely achievable infrastructure today. And in the upcoming days, we are also trying to collaborate with more and more number of universities. And this particular university is one of the finest and one of the greatest university of northern part of the country under the leadership of their management, honorable speakers, delegates, my lovely faculties and students of BBDU, and my esteemed colleagues of the universities and all my colleagues of IFERP. Thank you very much for your support towards this conference to make it worth of organizing, worth of attending, and this is definitely energizing us to deliver better academic and scientific services. And I believe IFERP is focusing on few dimensions that are very much important for the all-round development of the nation. We are trying to collaborate with more and more number of industries, as we have done with collaboration with almost in the last 1 decade. And today, with this journey of collaborating with all academic institutions of India, we have more than 3,000 plus institutional partners all across the India. And we have collaborated with many universities, many educational centers and higher educational centers and research centers particularly. And we have formed a proper platform, a forum, an integrated community where all these universities have joined us. And in upcoming days, we are collaborating with industries in rapid number, in large number, with handshake environment, where we will be connecting with universities and in one hand, and with academic industry and with the industries and corporates in other hand, just to form a bridge platform between academia and industry, so that the knowledge transferred and delivered in the classrooms will be directed toward proper implementations in industries and the socials and corporate and financial needs of the nation. We believe India is one of the most largest potential country, second largest populated country, largest democratic country, and eighth largest scientific article contributor to the global repositories. So our country has that much potential. If that potential of our young researchers, students, and higher education and faculties of higher education institutions will be diverted towards industry, definitely this will add to the productivity and of the economy of the country. And the second objective we are working on is that we are forming an integrated scientific community among individuals and researchers all across the globe, so that accessibility of international knowledge, accessibility of the scopes and valued education will be accessible and will be afforded, could be afforded by everyone, all sections of society, irrespective of economical standards or in terms of developing or developed regions. So this is another factor. So we are also working to establish a virtual community, the virtual scientific community that aggressively multiplies, aggressively integrates with larger number of scientific activities, innovative activities, and we connect with everyone all across the globe. So this is another goal. So these are the few goals and that drives us towards globalization of innovation. When I talk of globalization of innovations, there are several other aspects we are working on, which today we speak about sustainable infrastructure, we talk about green energy, we talk about civil engineering, we talk about smart city. These are the topics we are going to speak about and we are going to discuss in our upcoming scientific value added sessions. At this point of time, I'll feel privileged and proud once again to announce that IFERP, along with its sister organization, is jointly organizing Asia for Earth. Asia for Earth is the first international summit jointly organized by universities of Asia towards climate change, go green, and environment. Yes, we all universities of Asia should think about it, not only of India, beyond the country borders. We should think that these universities should join into a common platform. Their researches, their innovations, their scientific works should be diverted towards the environment. So keeping this in mind, keeping this vision in mind, we are organizing Asia for Earth at Bali, Indonesia from 1st June to 3rd June. And this conference includes a few summits like Go Green Summit, Climate Change, Education Management, and Social Science for Environment. So these the events are jointly organized by universities. So I welcome Babu Banarasidas University, one of the most leading and forwarded university of northern part of the country, to step ahead, particularly Department of Civil Engineering, to join this forum, Asia for Earth, where we get the opportunity to create a collaborative environment among universities. I mean, currently we have more than 10 universities from Malaysia, Indonesia, from Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, India. I mean, there are many countries, many universities. We are clubbing them. We are jointly organizing this. So I welcome the university. We will be also extending our value-added services, like establishment of corporate chapters or center of excellences in collaboration with leading universities at Babu Banarasidas University campus through our Center of Excellence programs. We will be establishing a publication house, a joint publications house with editorials of IFERP and professors of BBDU, where jointly articles could be published in nominal prices or free of cost. And these scientific articles, content producing articles and journals will be accessible by our deserving students of northern part of India with free of cost. So we are also trying to build the capacity of the nation through our capacity building processes. We are trying to revamp the potential, revamp the energy of young researchers, and where we insist them, we build them up, we groom them, we sharpen their minds, and we make them more potential and more deliverable towards innovation and research, and thus making the young generation of India more potential towards the development of scientific research. And this conference will be definitely one of the most fruitful and productive event, I believe. And my hearty gratitude to the management of BBDU for their immense trust and faith on IFERP and my colleagues. Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, ma'am, for this opportunity. I heartily gratitude all the faculties of the universities, the management, the Honorable Vice Chancellor, the organizing secretary, joint organizing secretary, for this privilege once again. And I believe our organization will be taking the utmost care of this conference and will make this conference more value added and more content oriented. so that we will be having a futuristic relationship and will jointly work to bring academic revolution in the nation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much. And now, let us welcome our first keynote speaker. We are glad to invite our honorable chief guest, Dr. Young-Jin Cha, Associate Professor, University of Manitoba, Canada. Professor Cha's essential interest includes the development of advanced deep learning methods for smart sustainable structural systems using advanced structural health monitoring system and control technologies. Dr. Cha is a tenured associate professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at the University of Manitoba, and he was listed as top 45% cited scientists in the civil engineering field and top 2% cited scientists in all areas of science and engineering in 2021, based on Mendeley data. Previously, he served as a postdoctoral associate position in the Department of Civil and Environmental Engineering at the Massachusetts Institute of Technology.
BBD का है?
Received his PhD in structural engineering from
ये
Texas
गाना बाहर है।
A&M University,
ये
College,
वाला, ये background.
College Station, Texas in 2008. His research interests, his main scientific research interests are categorized as self-monitoring, healing, and controlling multifunctional sustainable structural systems. Consequently, the following are possible areas of research: deep learning-based structural health monitoring for sustainable civil structures, deep learning-based engineering problem solving, deep learning-based smart structure design and control, autonomous navigation of unmanned aerial vehicles for SHM, automation of civil engineering problems, non-linear system identification based on Bayesian recursive estimation, unsupervised approaches for damage detection using deep learning, optimal sensor distribution for wireless sensors for SHM, structural model updating based damage detection, passive, active, semi-active, and hybrid control for sustainable high-rise building and bridges subjected to multi-hazardous loads to improve resiliency and reliability. Effective performance-based design for multi-hazards of high-rise buildings and bridges. Large-scale real-time hybrid testing for civil structures for natural or man-made hazards. Structural dynamics and nonlinear model and seismic design and analysis. Self-monitoring, self-healing, and self-controlling structural units for sustainable infrastructures. Again, let us welcome Dr. Young-Jin Cha.
Hello, my name is Young-Jin Cha. I'm an associate professor at the University of Manitoba. Today, I would like to talk about advanced deep learning for structural health monitoring with autonomous UAVs. So this is the outline for my presentation today. Today I will focus on computer vision and deep learning based structural damage detection and its localization and the quantification of the detected damage using the deep learning of advanced deep learning algorithms that we developed, and then we integrate these advanced deep learning algorithms with our developed own autonomous flight method of the UAV to monitor the large-scale civil infrastructures. And this is a fully automated system. And then we also develop the a methodology to avoid any obstacles that is unexpected in the trajectory of the UAV system for the autonomous flight. So this is a more reliable system to apply real and large-scale civil infrastructure such as bridge system or buildings, something like that. Let's look at some details. I mean, there are, traditional way of the damage detection for monitoring for civil infrastructures. There is visual inspection done by the civil engineer, trained civil engineers, as you can see. But the problem of this one is that we have to close the bridge system during the monitoring or inspection of the bridge system. The most critical part of the bridge system in terms of the damage is that the beneath of bridge deck or any kind of connection, junction, and expansion joint part or bearing part. So necessarily we have to access the beneath of bridge deck. But this is dangerous for the engineers. Another thing is also cables, cable stay the bridge system. This is extremely dangerous. So what the thing is, this is done by the humans, and what the thing is, there is the possibility of the inconsistency of the quantified damages, and that is also this is based on human resources. At least 20 number of the engineers have to visit on site, and for one single bridge system, expensive. Another thing is this is as I told you, it is dangerous to access specific parts. And another thing is that this is also we can just do this kind of things one times per every second years. So because of that, there is a lack of frequency of the inspections. So so what the thing is, about 10 years ago, so we try to replace this one with the computer vision. So traditional machine learning is used to analyze the low input, the RGB image, whatever, something like that, and we formulate the damage sensitive feature using image processing techniques or something like that, and we can extract the damage sensitive features, and using traditional machine learning as a classifier, we can classify that extracted damage sensitive feature as intact or damaged one, so we can get the output. What the thing is that this one does not work for the any other type of damage. So it only detects one type of damage. Another thing is that this is the very the performance is vulnerable to the change of the lighting conditions. So lighting spot or the shadow or blurry images, something like that. In that case, it cannot detect damage accurately. So there is accuracy issues. So for the first time, I initiate to use advanced deep learning algorithms to do this same jobs. So that due to the nature of the deep learning, it does not require to formulate the damage sensitive features. So formulation of damage sensitive feature that is robust to change of the lighting conditions, something like that, that is extremely difficult. But the deep learning can learn any kind of the high level, low level damage sensitive features through the training of its network using a large enough number of the ground truth data that is labeled. So we designed our own convolutional neural network architectures, and we trained it, and we got the output. So this is our first and prototype of the damage detection method using the advanced convolutional neural network. As you can see, this is the first layer of the convolution. After that, followed by the RELU, and then it saw batch normalization. After that, it did the pooling layer, and another convolution layer, and the pooling layer. Through this kind of the layers, this is encoder part. Through this kind of the encoding part, it extracted damage sensitive feature in the low level to high level. And then this is go through the fully connected layer and the rectified linear unit. This is a type of the activation function, and do another convolution and go through the softmax to calculate the probability of the damage, probability of the damage or intact for each sliding windows. So this is a convolution. Convolution is kind of the dot product. Mathematical expression is sort of just a dot product. This is the filter. Filter value is covered as a specific size of the specific location of the input, and do the dot product, and it would produce one single values for each case. Due to nature of this filter size, it reduced the spatial size of the input, and simply speaking, extract this damage sensitive features, and do this kind of job, and again and again throughout the hidden layers. And this filter value should be updated to get the expected result compared to the ground truth. So to update this value, we do the general backpropagation algorithm based on stochastic gradient descent method. That is the partial derivations. Okay, the mathematical, the concept of the backpropagation is just partial derivation. All those related features to contribute that are contributed to the eventual probability for each case. So this is a pooling layer. Pooling layer has 3 different cases: mean pooling, max pooling, average pooling. In each the window, the red box window, we can get the max value or mean value or average value, depending on what kind of the pooling operator to use. So there are also the many different kind of the activation function is available. So in this case, we use the rectified linear unit. The reason is that due to nature of the deep learning, it has a numerous number of learnable parameters. Sometimes because we design this kind of architecture based on trying and error. Because of that, we cannot know that exact number of learnable parameters. So sometimes the number of parameters that does not actually we need that to achieve our objective. Because of that, this RELU, if we use RELU, sometimes some unnecessary filter values can be hibernated, deactivated. So this is easy to control those kind of the number of learnable parameters for each layer automatically. Because of that, it provides a very, very good result compared to other activation functions. So this is visual this is an example. So let's say this is the input image. There we have to determine the slide window size, and it screen every different location of the input, and each this sliding window should be determined as this is the damaged area or intact area. So this is the output. So we achieved the 97% accuracy. So this was the paper. Used deep convolutional neural network with a computer vision to detect the structural damage. This is published in top-ranked journal in civil engineering. So this paper received now 1,000, nearly 500 number of the citations. So after this publication, I received worldwide interest from the academia and industry, something like that. Numerous people, now conducting these follow-up researches. Okay, so this is also filed as a patent, U.S. patent. So another thing is that until now we try to detect the surface structural damage. Then what about the internal structural damage? So to detect internal structural damage, we use the active thermal cameras. So using thermal cameras, we can collect the thermal images. So those thermal images was processed by the deep inception neural network, and we train them as we did for the convolutional neural network. And this give us up like this way. This is the location of the internal damage and something like that. So to do this, actually we need ground truth data. But due to nature of the internal structural damage, it is not easy to collect the ground truth data. So we use the ultra pulse velocity test. It takes a lot of time. To cover just 1 meter by 1 meter areas. So as you can see, this the yellow area is the damaged area based on UPV test. This is extremely accurate. Based on this information, we generated ground truth data. This is the surface. This is still, the crystal plate, and this is pin. This is another L-shaped angle. This is the double angle beams. And we, test train the network to detect the actual damage. So we detected the damage very accurately compared to the ground truth data like this way, and the damage in the edge, damage in the core locations, enter location, and something like that. And so a lot of people think that, what about using any computer vision image processing method? Maybe it can detect damage, localized damage. But we try to use the many different kind of the edge detection, Sobel edge detection, Kenny edge detection, something like that. As we can see, we cannot figure out that which area will be the damaged area. So it doesn't work, simply speaking. So another one is that to quantify, it could detect the structural damage. We also figure out where is damage. So using the sliding window techniques. But the thing is the sliding window technique has problems. So what will be the optimal size of the sliding windows? Depend on the camera and object locations or different camera lens or something like that. Always the optimal size of sliding window can be different. 2 coarse localization is not enough for the quantification of damage. We need quantified damage information to figure out the current status of the structures in terms of safety or something like that. Because of that, we conclude that the traditional convolutional neural network is not enough to quantify structural damage. Because of that, we developed our own network to segment structural damage in pixel level. And it is also possible for the real-time processing about the normal video with a large frame size. So it achieved the state of performance in terms of the processing time, in terms of the accuracy in the segmentation of the damage in pixel level. This one is also published in the top journal in the IEEE. The impact factor was 7.5, and then something like now it is 7.8 or 7, something like that. So sort of top journals. this is a convolution. So this is overall architecture convolution. Another convolution with a different stride. Stride, I mean that the movement of the filters, convolution filters. Stride means 2 pixels should be moved after finishing of the filtering for the current location. And we developed our own the dense modules, and we also developed our own the Atros spatial pyramid pooling modules and the decoders. So this is what the dense module we developed. This we used what smartly. We used smartly the point-wise convolution and depth-wise convolution to reduce the computational cost, and simultaneously to increase the accuracy of the segmentations. And so compared to the existing many other deep auto encoders for the segmentations, object segmentation, the networks, we reduce the size of the network about to the maximum 80 to 70%. So it is, simply speaking, it is better than about 10 times, in terms of the real-time processings. So this is Atros convolution. Another thing is this Atros convolution. This is Atros rate. As a traditional standard convolution is Atros rate is 1. Atros 2 is there is a gap. So the number of parameters is exactly the same. There is 9. So when you use this kind of Atros convolution with a different rate, so this perfectly is using the same number of the computational cost, we can cover the more bigger area of the input images. Why it is good? Because we can capture global shape of the any kind of objects. That is really helpful to figure out the overall shape of the object, and to negate any damage like shape of the object, something like that. As you can see here, this is a concrete expansion joint. This is not damaged, and this is a crack damages. So if you look at the very small window, the filter size, if you use a very small filter size like this way, so this is real cracks zoom in view. This is another one is looks like this is actually expansion joint. This looks like also crack, right? So without this information, you cannot figure out that which one is actually the crack or which one is the expansion joint. But if you use this Atros convolution properly, and then you can negate the damage like features by figuring out overall shape of that kind of object. This is overall the architecture of the Atros spatial pyramid pooling that we developed by ourselves. So we use the different Atros dilation rate, 1, 2, 3, 4, something like that, and we also use the point-wise convolutions. And with this way, we could negate the damage like crack-like features. So another thing is that to evaluate this this kind of advanced segmentation-based deep learning-based damage detection, we have to use the proper evaluation metric. There are many. There are several, well-known evaluation metrics like a precision, recall, F1 score, accuracy, something like that. But these, based on our deep understanding, these are not the good evaluation metric for the damage detections. For example, look at the precision is calculated by this way. Detected area. This is actually ground truth area for the damages. This is a detected area using deep learning. So this is actually overlapped area, and over this one. So in this precision, it does not consider post negative. Okay, post negative. This part is not considered. in calculation of the accuracy, because this is actually inaccurate one. Another one, recall is the opposite way. It does not consider false positive, like the so this is ground truth. I mean the solutions. So your deep learning detect like this way, this damage. There are big errors in here, but those are not considered in the calculation of the accuracy. So F1 score is not much different. There is combination of the precision and recall, something like that, with beta. Beta is controllable parameters. And so IOU that can consider false positive and false negative together, that is the most recent, most accurate way of the evaluation for this kind of the deep learning based damage detection. So we try to detect segment the very small thin crack within the complex scenes. So we applied this is input, this is output. So this is the green the pixel that is actually false negative, but the overall cracks are detected very accurately this way. This one too. There are some false positive, false negative, but overall, so extremely accurately the cracks were detected. This is another example. This is expansion joint. This is expansion joint. This is expansion joint, artificially made. This is not the the damage. Only these are the cracks. That is damage. This is a crack. That's damage. As you can see, our network extremely accurately segment only the actual crack damage areas. As you can see, extremely accurate. None of the expansion joint detected as crack. This is actually beauty of this methodology, and we got the 85% of the accuracy, IOU accuracy. It means that all cracks are detected, but there is 15% error in terms of quantifications. Okay, so this advanced deep neural network, the convolutional network, actually showed 36 frames per second with a large size of the input image, 1024 by 512 by 3, so RGB images. So recently we developed another one, STLNet, that is published in Structural Health Monitoring Journal, SAGE. So that achieved 93% with the 47 FPS. So this is the example, to validate this is real-time processing. As you can see, using the camera, smartphone camera. So we project the this tray, the concrete surface tray, and it exactly detect only crack pixels, right? Detect segment only cracks, extremely accurate with real-time manners. So due to the time limitations, I would like to go to the next slide. So this advanced deep learning network can be installed in the bridge system to monitor specific location of the bridge component or something like that. But this requires numerous number of cameras, right, to monitor just a single large scale bridge system. So this is the not good, not reliable in terms of monitoring cost. So we developed our own autonomous flight method of the UAV. But the thing is, beneath bridge deck, usually we use the GPS to localize the UAV system for the autonomous flight of the UAV generally. But the thing is that GPS data is not available at the beneath bridge deck. So to replace those kind of GPS signals, so we just use the very cheap and small, the ultrasonic beacon system. Okay, so 4 pair of the stationary beacon can be installed beneath of the bridge deck, and one mobile beacon can be installed on the top of the UAV like this way. And based on this stationary beacon and based on the movement of this mobile beacon, we can localize the location of the UAV, and we developed also our own autonomous flight system using the PID controllers. And this is overall architectures due to time limitations. Next time, I hope I can get more time to explain all these kind of details. But basically, we use the PID controllers. This is what the target that XYZ, the location of the UAV and the current location of the UAV XYZ, and the PID using the feedback controllers. We provide what required pitch, yaw, roll throttles, and then based on this one, embedded another PID controller actually produce the voltage for each motors of the wing, and then it generate velocities, and then it move the automatically to until end of the journey of the end of the flight of the UAV system. This one also published in top journals, and this is the first autonomous UAV system for the structural health monitoring. So that also received a lot of number of citations because it is first and original and the valuable works. So this is some sort of the demonstration video, as you can see. So this is a planned trajectory. This is the current location of the UAV. This is automatically the land off and move, go to the next waypoint. And if this camera, UAV camera detected any kind of cracks using the deep learning network, it is expressed as red dot. So go to next waypoint, even though there is very small error compared to the planned trajectory, but overall the flight accuracy is extremely high. Okay, so this is very satisfactory, can be applicable to the large scale infrastructures. This is another location of the location of detected damage, so expressed in red dots like this way. So this is a fantastic automated system, can be applicable to the real large-scale civil infrastructures in near futures. So this is another example. So now you can detect the multiple different type of the damages, something like the cracks, steel cracks, loosen the bolt, and the corrosions all together. So this kind of loosen the bolt, this is a very small size of the damage compared to this large size of the input frame, right? This is extremely difficult job using the advanced deep learning network. But we could do that based on a lot of number of trial and error and the application of the advanced operator of the deep neural network. Damage is something like the cracks, steel cracks, loosen the bolt, and the corrosions all together. So this kind of loosen the bolt, this is a very small size of the damage compared to this large size of the input frame, right? This is extremely difficult job using the advanced deep learning network. But we could do that based on a lot of number of trial and error and the application of the advanced operator of the deep neural networks. This is the location of the corrosions. This is another loosen the bolt, and the corrosions, something like that. This is the location of the very small steel cracks. Was also detected very well. This is another case. If there is any kind of the obstacles in here, these chairs are actually obstacles. This is a planned trajectory, so it automatically map detected obstacles like this way, black box, and then it generates automatically another waypoint to avoid these obstacles, and then it went back to it came back to the originally planned trajectory to finish its mission. And during that time, it detected the cracks in pixel level. Okay, pixel level. Where is pixel? Here, like this way. Pixel level, not the boundary box levels, for more accurate quantification of the damage. So it could come back to the original locations, as you can see, right this way, and to the finish its mission by automatic rendering. Okay, this is actually end of my presentations. If you have any questions or something like that, you can search my name in the Google, and you can find my contact information and email me. I open to any kind of the collaborations or research collaboration or something like that. Okay, thank you so much for your interest, and have a great rest of day. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Doctor. Thank you so much, Dr. Young-Jin Cha, for that very informative presentation. Thank you so much. And now, before I introduce our next speaker, I would like to show you guys our book release.
এই যে নামটা এই বদল না না চেঞ্জ করছি আর কি আগে অন্য নাম আছে আমার
Thank you. Now I would like to welcome our next speaker. It is my immense pleasure to welcome Dr. Anand Kishore Kola, professor and former head of Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, Telangana, India. He has a PhD in Chemical Engineering from National Institute of Technology, Warangal, Telangana. Master of Business Administration and Human Resource Management from DDE. Hold on. My apologies. All right. Once again, Dr. Anand Kishore Kola has a PhD in Chemical Engineering from the National Institute of Technology at Warangal, Telangana. Masters of Business Administration and Human Resource Management from DDE, Pondicherry University, Pondicherry. Master of Arts in Sociology from SDLCE, Kakatiya University, Waranggal, Telangana. Bachelor of Communication and Journalism from SDLCE, Kakatiya University, Waranggal, Telangana. Dr. Anand Kishore Kola, research interest is about environmental engineering, energy, advanced separation processes, modeling, simulation and optimization, biochemical engineering, wastewater treatment, membrane separations, reactive distillation, inverse fluidization, pharmaceuticals, and nanotechnology. Teaching and research experience, 22 years in teaching different chemical engineering courses and research since February 1999, up to date. At the Department of Chemical Engineering, National Institute of Technology, formerly Regional Engineering College at Warangal, TS, India. Let us welcome Dr. Anand Kishore Kola. Sir, good morning. Oh. All right, our keynote speaker is actually joining our conference. So while we're waiting, I would like to request everyone to please open their cameras and I will take a group photo. Come on, guys, open your cameras. Please bear with me. Hold your smile for like 3 seconds because I have 2 pages. I'm going to capture 2 pages of the Zoom meeting. All right, ready, please, 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 big smiles. Ready? 1, 2, smile. And hold it. Second page. People, smile. I'm so sorry. We are actually 3 pages. Hold it. 1, 2, 3. Smile. Thank you so much, everyone, for your cooperation. And I do see Professor Anand is already in. Sir, good morning. Welcome.
Yeah, good morning, madam. Good morning. Am I audible, please?
Yes, you are.
Okay. Yes, please. Yeah, you are not audible, madam.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. What is next? Our session will start at 11 o'clock now?
Yes.
Yeah. Do I need to start now or at 11 o'clock?
Yes, please.
I have to start now?
Yes, you may.
Okay.
We're quite a bit ahead of schedule.
Okay.
We had a video presentation from our first speaker, so we were not able to cater a question and answer portion. All right, I can see your screen, Professor. You may proceed.
Okay. Yeah, whether my screen is visible?
Yes, it is, sir.
Yeah. Whether any session is going on or shall I start?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Yeah. Good morning to all. Welcome you all for the virtual conference on International Conference on Civil Engineering, Architecture and Sustainable Infrastructure, organized jointly by IFERP and Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. Friends, I congratulate all of you for participating in this great conference and also congratulate the organizers of this great conference, which is the order of the day. Civil engineering has been picking up a lot of importance because we are going for smart roads, smart cities. I belong to chemical engineering. That's why I have taken up my topic on 21st century science and technology. Am I allowed to speak for half an hour or more? Okay.
Yes, sir, you can continue your
Yes,
session
sir,
for half an hour.
please continue.
Yeah. Friends, as we all know, the growth and prosperity of any nation is governed by the development of science and technology of that particular nation. That's why particularly Indian government, right from its independence, right from the reign of the first Prime Minister of this free India, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, has been giving a lot of significance to science and technology for making India far better and to stand among the top nations in the world. Of course, science and technology can make a nation, also it can mar a nation. That's why different people gave different statements in connection with the science and technology. Edward Teller said the science of today is the technology of tomorrow. Of course, science, as you know, is a natural phenomenon which deals with the facts. But when that fact is to be transformed into a commercial or viable thing, technology has to come into the picture. And Alan M. Edison said, modern technology owes ecology an apology because we are in the 21st century. We are enjoying a lot of fruits of science and technology in terms of communication, in terms of transportation, in terms of medicine, agriculture, whatnot, in every field. But those advances gifted by science and technology for the better life of mankind are also posing danger to the environment. Therefore, the technology owes apology to ecology. As we see, science is very much essential in our daily life. Let it be cooking, eating, clothing, anything. Science plays a major role. Once Einstein said, science always promotes curiosity and asking questions. It has applications in different fields of our everyday life. Let it be agriculture. We apply science and technology in terms of tractor, thresher, drip irrigation system, sprinkler irrigation system. These are all the contributions of science and technology. Even the seed sowing is nowadays being done by drones, which is an invention gifted by science and technology. All fertilizers are also given by chemical science. In medicine, we are seeing, we are in the COVID-19 pandemic, how science and technology contributed for easing out our life from escaping the danger that was given by the COVID-19 or coronavirus. Transportation, within no time, we are able to reach from one place to another place, and the means of transportation are the gifts of science and technology. Communication, We did not have telephones earlier. We had telephones, landlines, then pagers, then normal phones. Now we are using smartphones. We are able to speak. We are able to, I am able to communicate with you very easily. You are somewhere, I am somewhere, but I am able to convey my message to you. You are able to convey your message or your communication to your friends and relatives. So that is the order of the day, and that is the advantage of science and technology in the field of communication. Construction, we are seeing we have flyover bridges, road over bridges. Now roads are being constructed by cement, nanomaterials, polymeric materials. The conventional tar has been dispensed with. Photography, even in photography, we are noticing a lot of importance. Even with the camera, now we are able to click photos and sharing in social media our achievements, our milestones. So that is, and Government of India is trying to put all different science and technology wings at one place so that they can contribute each other, because if your idea and my idea is merged, it should become a third idea where both can excel. We can grow together with your and our idea, making a new idea. That's why Government of India is planning to set up 15 centers with high-end science and technology infrastructure. We must know the difference between science and technology. Science may be a biology, maybe a physics, maybe a chemistry, and the communication, the means of communication, the means of transportation, the means that we are using in medical, agricultural field, those are all the natural phenomena, but those phenomena are converted into realities by way of technology. We must know what is an invention. So this is all the vocabulary connected with science and technology. We can see without any one of these, our life, our today's life becomes meaningless, becomes off. We can say these are all the contributions of whether it is cell phone, laptop, or car, this geyser or pen drive, so whatever it may be. So these are all the gifts of science and technology, without which we cannot expect our life today. These all have become part and parcel of our life. Then we started our transportation with bullock cart. Now we are able to travel in luxurious cars. These all can be considered to be inventions. Thomas Edison invented bulb, Graham Bell invented phone, Ford invented car. Like these are all the inventions. And even in medical field, we are able to transplant organs, we are able to transplant heart, lungs, we are able to prepare vaccines like Covaxin, Covishield, Pfizer to counterattack the effect of coronavirus. We have different instruments in medical field, magnetic resonance image like MRI. So these are all the inventions in the medical field by science and technology. And we can see in the olden days, people used to travel by carts. Now we are able to travel by motor vehicles, cars, trains, flights. So the mode of transportation has become very easy. We are able to reach the destinations within no time. That is the gift of science and technology. Now, in the online class mode, without attending the physical classes, we are able to listen to the with the help of a tab, with the help of a laptop. So science and technology has changed our style of life. And when we consider India, India stands at 40th rank overall in terms of innovation and ranks amongst the top 15 nations in information and communication technology, R&D intensive global companies. We started working on moon missions. We started working on polar satellite launch vehicles. India is picking up on par with other advanced countries in science and technology, and we are becoming strong in all respects. Yeah. These are the recent innovations of India in science and technology. Even in fuel sector, now we discovered XP100 fuel, whereby its octane number is high, whereby the mileage will be high, efficiency of the engine will be high. This fuel was recently launched by Honorable Prime Minister of India. And our GDP also increased by improvement in science and technology. And this is, if you take the different public sectors of India like BHEL, Hindustan Aerodevelopment Limited, Bharat Electricals Limited, every public sector, that is Navaratnas, they are into the research and development, they are into improving their science and technology to make their products more vulnerable, more friendly, more economical, more efficient, and science and technology in these public sectors is also contributing for its betterment. And the 21st century had seen a boom in various technology business incubators. That's why India is concentrating on producing a lot of PhDs to widespread the science and technology amongst youth, and China graduates around 20,000 PhDs annually, and India now has taken the responsibility of producing more than China's PhDs in India, so that India can become strong in science and technology and thereby stand in one of the top nations. We can see new technology. We are nowadays listening the buzzing words like blockchain technology, Internet of Things, cloud computing. So that is the order of the day in the information and communication technology or computer science and engineering. These are the advances that are coming in, whereby the youth can get employment, the youth can explore possibilities for their prospective careers. India is also encouraging for pursuit of inspired research by INSPIRE program. It is giving fellowships, it is giving postdoctoral fellowships for the science and engineering graduates to pursue Doctor of Philosophy either in science education or in engineering education for promoting science and technology. And every day, India has been celebrating the National Science Day on 27th February and 28th February. We can see the recent innovations in science technology. People are using drones in agriculture for sowing seeds, for spraying fertilizers, and it is also using in defense for tracing out the enemies, what they are trying to do towards India's security. And nowadays we are able to get goods from the supermarkets with the help of drones. We need not go to the Shops can deliver the goods once we order to them without sending a man. They can supply the goods required to us by means of the drones and the high tower glasses nowadays in Dubai, Burj Khalifa. So skyscrapers, they are used for cleaning the sky reaching towers. We are using GPS system now. Earlier, whenever we wanted to go somewhere, we used to ask the people whomever we come across on the road, but we don't need such. We can use GPS and we can locate where we have to reach, where is our destination, what is the route map. That is the order of the day. And recently, in one of the Telugu newspapers and English newspapers also, this article was given. She is Kalyani Bogineni, passed out from Sri Venkateswara University College of Engineering in ECE. Now she is heading the company in USA, and she is saying the 5G technology is now picking up a lot of importance in artificial intelligence, in IoT, and in cloud computing, in education, medicine, and agriculture. And if you see the cars, Henry Ford first invented Ford car. This was the first car invented. Now we can see what type of cars we are using. So that is the development in science and technology. Now we no need to go for petrol and diesel. We are in the era of using charged batteries. We can charge our battery on the way, or we can replace our discharged battery with recharged battery on the way in the shops. So that is the ABB has launched this facility recently, emerging areas in science and technology. So we can replace the conventional fuels like diesel and petrol with hydrogen fuel, with lithium ion batteries, like that. And we can see this hyperloop technology for alternate mode of transportation. The loop can be outside, the passenger cabin can be inside. So that is hyperloop technology nowadays. People are using in foreign countries, like in advanced countries. Then people are also using unmanned aerial vehicles. There will be no pilot, no driver, nothing. So we can just board in and just enter where you need to reach. It will take us and drop. That is unmanned aerial vehicles are also came into existence now. And in Telangana, particularly, the engineering marvel by civil engineers is construction of Kaleshwaram irrigation project. This was inaugurated by the Honorable Chief Minister of Telangana. This is irrigation project that was built in Kaleshwaram, lift irrigation. It is an civil engineering marvel. And also, this is also a civil engineering marvel, Tirpanjal railway tunnel, which is in Jammu and Kashmir, having 11.2 kilometer long, 1,440 feet altitude, and people can reach from one end to the other end. And this was built by Hindustan Construction Company. This is a civil engineering marvel. This is Bandra-Worli sea link in Maharashtra. People can reach from Bandra to Worli or Worli to Bandra by way of this bridge. And this was also constructed by Hindustan Construction Company. And this is the brainchild of great civil engineers of India. All these Kaleshwaram project, Tirpanjal or Bandra-Worli bridge, these are all the contributions by civil engineers. Of course, civil engineers have got Some challenges in 21st century, you can go for 3D printing. The use of 3D printers in construction is not yet widespread, but there are several large projects in which they have been used, as is the case of longest printed concrete bridge in the world, built in China in just a few days. With the help of 3D printing, longest printed concrete bridge was made. So, with the help of 3D printing, now civil engineers can use the facility of 3D printing for going big constructions in short time. Civil engineers can make use of the big data analytics for management of ports, management of airports, or in the analysis and management of traffic and road safety. So this can be used in traffic control, or this can be used in road safety applications. Big data analytics can also be exploited by civil engineers to make the mankind's life easy and comfortable. For analyzing logistics at the ports and airports, or also for analyzing the traffic difficulties and estimating the road safety. People are going for smart roads with the help of big data, with the help of 5G network, with the help of Internet of Things. Autonomous driving are the order of the day and aim to revolutionize road transport as we know them, helping to reduce accidents and improve transport. With the help of big data, with the help of 5G network, IoT, we can go for autonomous driving, where the involvement of man is reduced to avoid the accidents on the road. People nowadays looking for smart cities. That is also the idea of the government of India, and smart cities are built by the great civil engineers with the help of big data or with the help of Internet of Things, and they can go for the improvement of energy efficiency. So there are challenges for civil engineers in the 21st century with the help of 3D printing, with the help of big data analytics, with the help of 5G networks, with the help of Internet of Things. You can make marvels. Electrical engineers have got challenges in power sector. You can go for devising alternate energy resources or alternate power generating systems. Mechanical engineers, for saving the environment from pollution, you can devise machines which are emission free, which are pollution free. You can also contribute your knowledge in the area of environmental remediation, farming, food production, housing, transportation, safety, security, healthcare, and water resources. Mechanical engineers are also have got lot of scope. In addition to civil engineers, electrical engineers, mechanical engineers are also have got lot of scope for bringing improvement in the man's style of living. Computer science engineers have got challenges like cloud computing, because data management nowadays has become very difficult. With the help of cloud computing, if you don't have enough storage capacity for your data, you can store your data in foreign man's server. So cloud computing, Internet of Things, which can be used in connected appliances, smartphone security systems, autonomous farming equipment, wearable health monitors, smart factory equipment, wireless inventory trackers, ultra high speed wireless internet, biometric cyber security scanners. We can use Internet of Things in all these areas. Artificial intelligence, as many of us might have heard, can be applied for reducing the human risks, because the human beings cannot understand, but a machine can understand the human needs, and it can read the human needs and help human beings to survive comfortably. So artificial intelligence is very much picking up importance, is picking very much importance nowadays. And science and technology, if we can see life in the past and now, we can make a difference. We can make a difference what scientific inventions and discoveries are taking place nowadays. Practical technology, of course, science and technology has been being misused. We can curtail the misuse of science and technology for the welfare of the mankind. And we can also contribute for better scope of science and technology in future. As engineers, we can contribute better. And there are no barriers nowadays. Anybody can work with anybody. A chemist can work with chemical engineer, a chemical engineer can work with biotechnologist, a biotechnologist can work with an electronics engineer, an electronics engineer can work with electrical engineer can work with mechanical engineer. Now everything has become interdisciplinary. The idea of electrical engineer, when combined with the idea of electronics engineer, can make a new idea, and it may lead to an invention. So now there are no barriers between different branches of engineering or science. All can work together and they can make a difference by thinking laterally. We should not think conventionally. Our way of thinking should be different. We have to think differently to make things differently. There are several innovation topics in 21st century. You may be a science graduate, you may be an engineering graduate, or you may be an ordinary degree holder. You have scope to work in. There are challenges. There are challenges in the energy conservation. There are challenges in resource protection, food and water production and distribution. Lot of challenges are there in waste management. The waste can be solid, liquid, or gas. So hazardous waste, biomedical waste. So lot of scope is there to convert waste into wealth. We can generate energy from waste. And there is lot, because every day lot of changes are coming in learning and education. We can also contribute as engineers, as science graduates. We can also contribute in education and learning. We can also contribute in medicine and prolonging life, because the cancerous patient in earlier days used to die within no time, but his lifetime is prolonged with the help of chemotherapy and physiotherapy. And of course, we can contribute in security and counter-terrorism with the help of cybernetics, how enemies or how our neighboring countries are trying to attack on us, our country can detect and protect and counteract. We can contribute for devising a new technology for the existing technology. We can go for genetics, we can go for cloning, not for making any harmful things that were shown in Dashavatar movie enacted by Kamal Hassan, but cloning can be done for better purpose. Global communication, the means of communication can be further improved. The traffic problems can be reduced. Population logistics can be worked out with our knowledge. Knowledge sharing, integrated electronic environment, globalization, artificial intelligence, interfaces and robotics. Robotics is now the developing area. Weather prediction and control, because of human misuse of products and appliances, the environment is posed for pollution, and we can predict the weather from danger for fog formation, humidity for so that like sustainable development, entertainment, space exploration, virtualization, preservation of history. So these are all 21st century innovation topics and challenges before scientists and engineers. We can go for making solar energy affordable. We can go for providing energy from nuclear fusion. We can go for developing carbon methods. We can go for managing the nitrogen cycle. We can go for providing access to clean water, restoring and improving urban infrastructure, advanced health informatics, engineer better medicines, reverse engineer the brain, prevent nuclear terror, secure cyberspace, enhance virtual reality, advance personalized learning, engineer the tools for scientific discovery. These are all the challenges and scope to work by the budding scientists, budding engineers, budding science graduates. And the production of future chemicals, they require small understanding of the structure and scale. If you bring small change in the structure, you can convert a ape into a beautiful human being. If you see the molecular structure of ape and the molecular structure of human being, there is a small difference. So if you contribute small, we can bring a big difference in the structure, and that big difference in the structure is lovable by everybody. We can see here, this is the molecular structure of ape, NUU5GC. NUU5GC, which is N-glycolyl neuraminic acid. It is 5GC, where it is 5AC. It is neuraminic acid, glycolyl neuraminic acid, whereas this is acetyl neuraminic acid, AC and GC. Because of small change in the molecular structure, we are noticing lot of difference in the appearance. This species with 5GC, what is its appearance? This species with 5AC, structure is almost same, but in one species there is acetyl molecule and another species there is glycolyl molecule. Because of small difference in molecular structure, we are noticing a big difference. This is 5GC. You can see the structure effect. This is 5AC. So as engineers or scientists, if we contribute little, we can bring a big difference, and thereby we can contribute to the science and technology. Nanotechnology has picked up a lot of importance nowadays, and in everywhere we are noticing nanoparticle application, whether it is essential commodity, fabric, motorbike, or anything. Everywhere the nanoparticle application has come into, and nanotechnology is contributing to a lot of change. Of course, during the existence of human civilization, people invented different things. People also. Each invention has both positive and negative side. So you cannot claim that something is only useful, but another one is not. The worst invention that can lead our world to the Y end is a weapon. So weapon is also a science and technology, but it is required. And laptop is also a science and technology contribution. It is also required. But we should know when to use, what to use. We have to use our discretion. We have to apply our determination for whether to make a nation or mar a nation. Friends, in addition to contributing for science and technology, We need to keep up our health good. Therefore, drink plenty of water, eat breakfast like a king, lunch like a prince, and dinner like a beggar. Eat more foods that grow on trees. Make time for prayer that you like. Play more games. Read more books. Sleep for 7 hours. Take a 10 to 30 minutes walk every day and smile while you walk. So we have to keep up our health also good to contribute more for the nation in terms of science and technology. With this, I wish you all the best. And my last statement is, if we wish our nation to be flourished among the world, first of all, we should be flourished. That's why His Excellency, late Dr. Abdul Kalam, in European Parliament, gave one statement. The statement is, the statement is, where there is righteousness in the heart, there is beauty in the character. When there is beauty in the character, there is harmony in the family. When there is harmony in the family, there is order in the nation. When there is order in the nation, there is peace in the world. So, for the peace to prevail in the world, there must be righteousness in every individual. Similarly, for the development to be there at the national level, every individual has to be developed. Every individual is a bridging stone for the nation's development. That's all, my dear friends. Once again, I wish all the participants who are taking part in this great conference, please exchange your knowledge, exchange your ideas, grow together. Let us all grow together for contributing to the prosperity of the nation. Thank you all very much. Any queries, please?
Yes, are there anyone who would like to ask a question to Dr. Anand Kola? Right, seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation, Dr. Kola, and for the healthy tips and the inspiring quote. Thank you so much once again.
Okay.
And now we will be proceeding with our technical sessions. Now, before we proceed with the technical sessions, here's a short video about our organizer.
At national and international levels. BBD University paves the way of aspiring future of its students by nurturing their talents to enable them to compete at national and international levels. A beautiful double-storied food court as well as well-furnished cafeteria. A 400-acre lush campus with over more than 22,000 students. An air-conditioned auditorium for holding cultural, technical and academic events. A stadium approved by BCCI to hold A-class national cricket tournaments. A luxurious cafe along with spacious food court for students. The university provides the transportation services with a fleet of 20 coaches available for students and faculties. this, BBD Radio aims to bring forward social ethics in the community, broadcasting the programs from the campus based on the concept of infotainment and education. Separate hostels available for girls and boys with proper fooding and lodging. Round the clock in campus medical services along with our regular provisions for checkups, immunization for residents. State-of-the-art infrastructure to provide conducive environment for learning and all-round development. Advanced computing labs and centers implemented by Cisco servers. Rich departmental libraries having more than 2 lakh books, periodicals and journals. At BBD, we churn out citizens of the world, perfect in all respects, be it leadership, competence, confidence, communication, morals, or knowledge.
Thank you so much, everyone. And now we are stepping into our technical sessions. Firstly, I would like to introduce our technical session chairs. First, Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi, Assistant Professor, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He received his Bachelor of Science degree in Mathematics from DDU University, Gorakhpur in 2008. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from GBT University, Lucknow in 2011. In 2016, he received his Master's degree from Integral University, Lucknow. He joined BBD University, Lucknow in 2015 and is currently working as an assistant professor and head of department in charge. He worked at SMSIT Lucknow from 2012 to 2014 as an assistant professor. He has published more than 15 research papers in national and international journals. Again, let us welcome Mr. Kamal Nab Tripathi. Second, our technical session chair is Indresh Kumar Singh, Assistant Professor, Department of Civil Engineering, Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow. He was born in 1994 in Gonda City. He received his Bachelor of Technology degree in Civil Engineering from Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow in 2015. In 2021, he received his master's degree in structural engineering from Kamala Nehru Institute of Technology, Sultanpur. He has joined BBDU Lucknow in 2016 as a faculty. He worked as a head of department in Babu Banarasi Das Engineering College, Lucknow, and is now working as an assistant professor in BBDU Lucknow, Department of Civil Engineering, with a total of 6 years of experience. He also published many more research papers in both national and international journals. Again, let us welcome our second technical session chair, Indresh Kumar Singh. Good morning, sirs.
Good morning, ma'am.
Good morning, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your time, and we will start. Next, first, I would like to invite the paper title Investigation of the Participatory Approach Investigation of the Participatory Approach to Decision-Making for Urban Regeneration Intervention by author Sumana Jayaprakash, co-author Dr. Vimala Swami. Oh, by the way, I would like to remind all the presenters to be mindful of the allotted time. Each presentation is allotted a total of 10 minutes, approximately 8 minutes for the full presentation, and 1 to 2 minutes for the question and answer portion for us to stay in schedule. All right. Hi, hello.
Hello.
Hi, yes, I can hear you now, and I do see your PowerPoint presentation. You may proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. A very warm good morning to dignitaries, the chairpersons. The title of this research work is Investigation of the Participatory Approach to Decision-Making for Urban Regeneration Intervention. Myself, Sumana Jayaprakash, Assistant Professor, Malnad College of Engineering, Hassan, Karnataka, and the co-guide is, my supervisor is Dr. Vimala Swami. She's principal of Gopalan School of Architecture at present. Public participation is a very important aspect in decision-making, and the public needs to be involved. We are talking about urban regeneration projects. So public needs to be a part of the process of decision-making. In this context, the decision makers often face the challenge whether the citizens are informed about the city, they are able to make the decisions, they are able to give responses. Because public is a very important entity, he has the democratic right to put forward his ideas, and it makes the project delivery process a great success. Finally, the final user of the projects is the citizen, and hence he has to be involved in the projects. The community aspirations and ideas need to be taken. It helps in the entire success of the project. And non-involvement of the citizens can sometimes bring about oppositions and protests from the people. So this research work investigates the basis of this assumption. How do the decision makers actually decide whether the citizens' responses are positive? So the questions to check here is, do the citizens have the confidence that the local authority takes their ideas into consideration? Second is, do they have the confidence in the local authority that the urban regeneration projects will be carried out? And are the citizens backed by a general understanding of urban issues when they give responses to the public participation processes of filling the forms, etc.? The case study taken up is of Hassan city in Karnataka. It is about 180 kilometers from Bangalore. 5 crucial areas of importance have been selected based on the development plan of the report of the city. And questionnaire was given to the citizens or the students here, and analysis of variance was carried out for the data collected. This is the city of Hassan. So the main goal of an urban regeneration project is to comprehensively cater to the economic, social, environmental and physical factors of an urban area that has undergone a decay. So the central part of the Hasan has been taken up. We are analyzing the underutilized and unused areas and seeing how urban regeneration can be done for such areas. This is the map of Hasan, which you can see, and that's the central area. Some of the photographs showing the Maharaja Park, the bus stand area, the town hall where the arrow is being pointed downwards, some of the unutilized areas, underutilized, the central library. Then we have the historic Devagere tank, and we can see the crowdedness. So this place offers immense opportunity for urban regeneration. This is the Google map of the same place. You can see the tank at the lower part of the picture and the Maharaja Park on the top part. The area taken is about 0.3 square kilometers. The methodology adopted is interpretivism, which emphasizes that the individual is influenced by social, cultural, and environmental factors. Then inductive approach has been adopted here, and emphasis has been on the qualitative data of people giving their responses in a qualitative manner, even though we have done it with numbers. Action research strategy, where a practical approaches have been taken, and cross-sectional time horizon, that is, data is collected at one point of time, not over a period of time. So that is the methodology. Selected 5 areas from the development plan report, which they have emphasized. Questionnaire was given. Then we constructed the hypothesis, and analysis of variance was carried out with the research questions. You can see that these are the 5 areas. This is the Devagere tank area. That's the land use map of that place. We can see the tank in the lower part of the plan, and that's the Katinkere market, which is next to the Devagere tank area. Hasan has beautiful lakes. This particular lake, we can see Himsinkere, the photographs of which you can see here, is presently undergoing a lot of decay. So that area has been selected. And on the right side, we can see that it has a lot of temples, old temples of architectural importance. And there are a lot of local deities and festivals that go on in this area. So these are the areas that is selected. One is Maharaja Park. One is, I showed you, the Devagere tank area. This is the Maharaja Park area, which is underutilized, badly utilized. That's the land use plan below. The next is the slum area of Amir Mohalla that is taken. You can see the photograph, and we can also see the plan below, the land use plan. And that's the Santapete area, which is on the outskirts of the city, where there's requirement of truck terminal, and there is a lot of congestion due to the trucks loading and unloading and such kind of things. So 5 areas selected are of very different qualities. And we wanted to find out, how do people respond? Where should the urban regeneration project happen? What are the people's idea about it? These are the parameters that are taken from the literature study. I mean, after having done a literature study, I have selected 8 parameters: city, image, social and institutional, transportation, inclusive planning, environmental factors, physical factors, administrative mechanisms, and finance and resource mobilization, which have been divided into 49 variables. Each parameter is divided into more variables to make it more clear. So the Google form sent to the people, or the students here rather, had 49 questions. So the research question was that 8 parameters are there, and we selected 2 groups of students. The question here is, do people understand urban issues? So one group of students undergoing the course of urban regeneration, which I take up here in the college, open elective, where 50 students were selected, and another 50 students from other departments who have not undergone this course. So what is their response to the questions that we have given? So the construction of the hypothesis, saying that there is no significant difference in the responses. And second point is, what about the effect of the 8 parameters which I have selected from the literature survey? Is it significant or not? That were the 2 questions. And analysis of variance was carried out. This is for the 2 questions, whether the people have confidence in the authority and whether they think that their ideas are integrated into the urban projects. So the responses, 100 responses totally taken, and one-way ANOVA was carried out. And we see that in for both the questions, the p-value is 1, which clearly said that there is no difference between the 2 groups. People who underwent the course and who did not undergo the course responded equally or similarly. Their mean values were almost the same, with a p-value of 1. So it said that people generally understand. So next question was about the 8 factors, we can see on the top of this table, a two-way ANOVA with replication for the responses were collected from the two groups, Group 1 and Group 2. Group 1 had undergone the course, so they understood what urban affairs were, and Group 2 were students from other departments. And two-way ANOVA was carried out, and we see that there is a little noticeable variance in only two parameters of identity and linkages between the two groups in the first graph. And in the second graph, we see that there is no significant difference in the averages of the samples and parameters and the total. So the conclusion is that the p-value being 0.033 is higher than 0.5, and hence there is no significant difference. That means all people understand urban issues and they can respond to any questionnaire given to them, and their responses are equal. This is the first derivation. Second point is that the 8 parameters selected have a significant difference. That means they are not of the same quality. The 49 questions out of the 8 parameters, the questions were significantly different, so they made an impact. They were important. That's what the column says, the p-value of the columns. And the interaction also said it is not significant. So it says that people generally understand about urban affairs. This was work carried out. Now, the limitation of the work is that the students of 20 to 30 years have been considered, which is not very representative. We could have looked at more age groups and a wider horizon of people. These are the references, and these are the links to the Google documents that the work was carried out. Thank you. Yeah, I'm done. Thank you, ma'am. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Okay, I'm done.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions from our chairs?
Yes, ma'am.
Go ahead, please.
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, tell about what are future scope of your given project?
Sir, I think that such a project carried out will keep the decision makers informed. See, when we carry out responses from the citizens, we have a doubt whether people really understand urban affairs, about the city, how they can respond to the questions that is given. So this proves that people understand matters about the city. They can be incorporated. A citizen participatory process can be easily carried out, that people understand these things. And the factors or parameters are taken from the literature review, literature studies also proves that they were significant. That means before a decision maker or the city authorities carry out a project or a response from the citizens, they have to validate whether these questions are significant. Whatever questions is being sent, that they can do, and they can carry out an ANOVA to find out that whether people have responded, whether there is a significant difference in their responses.
Okay, okay. Okay, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Are there any other questions? All right, seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Thank you, ma'am. And thank you, session chairs.
Next, I would like to welcome the paper titled Review of Natural Fiber Suitability for Asphalt Strength Enhancement. Author Shobarani Nadupuru. Co-author R.K. Jain, Deepa A. Joshi, Radhika Menon, and Gobinath R. Welcome. Hello? Hello? Second call to the paper title, Review of Natural Fiber Suitability for Asphalt Strength Enhancement. Author, Shobarani Nadupuru, R.K. Jain, Deepa A. Joshi, Radhika Menon, and Gobinath R. for the co-authors. All right, seems like they're not here. Next, I would like to welcome the paper presentation, the paper title, Treatments and Conditioning Methods for Partial Removal of Clung Mortar in Recycled Concrete Aggregate. This is a review. All right, I can see your presentation, but I cannot hear you.
Hello, ma'am.
There. Hi, good morning. Yes, you may
Oh.
proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, ma'am. Good morning, all. Good morning, dignitaries. I am here, Shalaka Nirantar, doing research in Sandeep University, Nashik, India, has written this paper titled Treatments and Conditioning Methods for Partial Removal of Clung Mortar in Recycled Concrete Aggregate as a review paper. My co-author is my guide, Dr. Premanand Naptode. He is head of department in Sandeep University, Nashik. So the background of my research review paper is nowadays urbanization is tremendously increasing. Due to rapid urbanization, construction demand is accelerated and urban areas is having very less or limited space. Hence, nowadays old constructions are being demolished and they are replaced by multi-storied constructions. Because of this activity, a huge generation of the construction and demolition waste is going on, and there is a main problem of this that the management of this construction and demolition waste, which is being managed either by landfilling or dumping in the grounds. Now the second problem is because of the dumping in ground, it may contaminate the land. Also, the dumping grounds are not available, they are limited in space, and such dumping or landfilling may cause environmental issue. The third aspect or the next aspect is there is also scarcity of the natural resources or the sand, which is one of the concern in infrastructural development. Hence, many researchers have tried to reuse the generated C&D waste as a partial replacement for natural aggregate. Effective use of C&D waste will provide the solution to landfilling and also contribute a sustainable development in construction industry. So this slide I have already shown in my description, in my discussion about the waste generation. The left side figure shows the waste generation in the Asian countries, and the right hand figure shows the waste generation in metric tons per day in the cities of the India. So here are some aspects of RCA, recycled concrete aggregate. RCA is inferior as compared to natural aggregates. Why? Because of the presence of clung mortar. What is the clung mortar? It is the adhered mortar or attached mortar on the surface of the aggregate, and which may present up to 90%. So because of the clung mortar, the recycled aggregate might be rough, porous, flat, and it is, sorry, it might be irregular in shape. This leads higher water absorption. Also, it is having higher crushing value because of higher porosity. Also, it is having weak ITZ, that is interfacial transition zone, and which may cause the lower compressive strength, also lower bulk density and specific gravity. Because of these drawbacks, RCA cannot be replaced directly without treatments in natural aggregates, and hence RCA needs treatments and conditioning. Now this is the chart showing, just a minute. This is the chart which shows the RCA treatments. The treatments are carried out in two approaches. First approach is removing the clung mortar, and second is improving the clung mortar by conditioning methods. If removal of clung mortar or the treatment is used for the removal of clung mortar, there are the methods like mechanical method, which may have abrasion or scrubbing or ball milling. Second might be the water or acid pre-soaking. The third is the thermal method or the heating. And in conditioning method, there are again some methods like use of polymers, use of carbonation, and use of pozzolanic material to enhance the property of the clung mortar. Now, this is the slide which shows the treatments carried out to improve the parameters. These are the references I have mentioned here and the work of those authors I have mentioned here. The first treatment I'm considering is about removing the clung mortar. This contains pre-soaking methods and the combination methods. In the pre-soaking method, the material, that is the recycled aggregate, can be soaked with the water as well as the acid. And this pre-soaking will lose the clung mortar from the surface of the aggregate, and hence it is removed partially. Now, MC Rao has used this water soaking method in the ultrasonic water cleaning and found 7% improvement in the compressive strength after curing 28 days of the concrete. The Al-Hakam et al., they have used the pre-soaking method also. They have used the duration of soaking with the water for 30 days and found 15.7% improvement in the compressive strength. Then acid soaking was done by Tamitel, Ismail, Sarvan Kumar, Purushottam Kumar, many more researchers. And Tamitel has used different acids, hydrochloric acid, sulfuric acid, phosphoric acid, but he has used same molarity, same concentration of 0.1 mole, and he soaked the material for 24 hours and found improvement, maximum improvement by using HCl as 12.12, and in the compressive strength found the improvement of 4.91 for curing of 28 days. Then the Ismail has used only hydrochloric acid, but with different concentrations. He has used 0.1, 0.5, 0.8 molarities of solution. Also have used the different duration of 1, 3, and 7 days and found maximum improvement of 17.14% in water absorption. Then Sarvan Kumar, he has also used hydrochloric acid, then sulfuric acid, and used pre-soaking for 24 hours and found improvement of 13%. Purushottaman has used hydrochloric acid and sulfuric acid, and with the pre-soaking, he found water absorption of 19.5 and improvement in compressive strength after 28 days curing as 14.81. Then Bayati also used hydrochloric acid and C2H4O2. He found improvement of 5.79 in the water absorption. Then some of the researchers like Bayati et al. And Wang et al., they have used these methods with the combination. Wang et al. Has used the combination of pre-soaking with the acetic acid with the concentration of 1, 3, and 5%. And he, after done the mechanical rubbing of this pre-soaked material and found the improvement up to 46.22% in water absorption. Also, Bayati had done this combination treatment methods in the acid. He used the pre-soaking with the acid and then found a mechanical method. Also used combination of heat and mechanical scrubbing and found improvement in water absorption as 27.41%. This is the graph showing these results of improvement in water absorption and compressive strength by the different treatments as acid soaking, water soaking, and combination that we have just discussed in the tabular format. Now, the second parameter is about using or conditioning the RCA, and in conditioning treatments, this aims improving the quality of the clung mortar. We can use the polymer impregnation, then pozzolon slurry immersion, and carbonation curing. Because of this, the bonding strength and the ITZ will improve by filling the pores, condensing weak portions, and applying surface coating, and we will get the better result for the water absorptions and the densities. Here, polyvinyl is, some of the researchers has used polyvinyl alcohol, some has used saline emulsion, then paraffin and the bituminous emulsions also. And the results showed that maximum water absorption is about 12% improvement, and the density is about 2.43 when used for Bico and pool. Then there is a drop in the water absorption when it is the polymer is used as a bitumen emulsion and saline, and it was up to minus 45.52 by used by the Santosh and Giri as minus 68.2. Then the pozzolanic different materials also we can use for conditioning method. In pozzolanic material, we can go with the silica fume, sulfo-aluminate cement, then Portland cement or cement paste containing slag. Now the results I have tabulated according to review regarding the maximum water absorption and maximum density. With this sulfo-aluminate, there is the improvement up to 0.8% in water absorption, and maximum density is about 1.13. It is all this research has done by Zio et al. With the Portland cement and also with the slag cement paste. And here is the effect of carbonation treatments. Now in the carbonation treatments, carbon dioxide enters the voids and pore of the clung mortar and reacts with the calcium hydroxide to form calcium silicate, and thus it improves surface quality and ITZ. And hence with this concentration of 10 and 50%, the water absorption was having 65%, and it is dropped in 20% CO2 for 7 days, 30-50 pressure, up to minus 28. It was carried out by Zhang et al. And when it was used of pressure of 40 to 65 MPa for the size of aggregates 20 to 10 mm, then it was dropped. Water absorption was dropped by 51.05% and density was improved, and it was 1.19. So it was carried out by Kyo et al. So these are the various treatments in the review papers I tried to involve, and I drawn the conclusions like combination treatments are more effective in controlling water absorption as compared with the independent treatments. The physical and mechanical properties of recycled aggregates, such as water absorption, bulk density, and compressive strength, can be improved by suitable clung removal and conditioning treatments. And treated recycled concrete aggregate can be reused, and the environmental problems due to construction and demolition waste can be minimized, leading to sustainable construction. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And are there any questions from our chair?
Okay. Are you check any chemical qualities of concrete after performing all these tests, which may affect or not concrete's natural chemical qualities?
Sir, please pardon me. Repeat the question.
Okay. I say all these tests performed for the concrete, may its chemical qualities change, or the chemical structures may change due to the all these mixtures with the concrete, so like natural chemical qualities of the concrete?
Yes, sir. That's why the concentration plays important role. Harder the chemical, the morphological effect we will get better, but it may corrode the surface, upper surface, and sometimes it may be weak for the upper surface. So there are the attempts of having different concentrations like 0.1 mole, 0.5 mole, 0.8 mole. And also the acids like some H2SO4 is more concentrated than the HCl, or some weak acids also some researchers have used.
Okay, according to your research, it may be suitable for the small scale or the large scale? For which type of concrete it is more suitable? In point of
Actually,
economical point of view.
economically, it is suitable, but for the high performance concrete,
Okay.
finer will be fine generated will be more, and it may have the energy consumption for the treatments for the high performance concrete. So it could be uneconomical or energy consumption will be more.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Any other questions? All right, seems none. Thank you so much, Shalaka Nirantar, for your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome the paper title Analysis of Drainage Network Capacity in Rawa Jaya Area, Ilir Timor Subdistrict, Palimbang. Author, Sartika Nisumanti. Co-authors, Norma Puspita and Afrenzi Edwi. Welcome.
Okay, thank you.
Hi.
Okay, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Let me introduce. I am the leader researcher Sartika Nisumanti, research member Norma Puspita, and Edwi from Indo Global Mandiri University of Palembang. In this presentation, I will discuss about analysis of the network capacity in Rawajaya area, Ilir Timor, 1 sub-district Palembang. Introduce, the city of Palembang is a lowland area that is almost on average dominated by swampland with almost the same condition every year. There must be area that are uninundated. In the swamp area, flooding occurs in several areas of RT2, 3, 4, 5, and 7. The area most hit by flooding is RT7 behind the University Islam Negeri Raden Patah campus in Palembang with a water level of 1 meter. One of the causes of flooding is due to illegal development in the Rawajaya area, which is actually water catchment area. So that's when it's rain with the high intensity rainwater comes run off that must be drained through drainage and is caused by a lack of public awareness, often throw away was in the drainage, so that the drainage becomes so low and undergoes sedimentation, which result in reduced drainage capacity. Research methods. This research was conducted on drainage channel in the Rawajaya area, Pahlawan Village, Ilir Timur, 1 district, Palembang City. And this in this study, the calculation of the repetition periods of the rain that follow when flood occurs using a frequency analysis calculation program is carried out. The states in this research are first doing first, we study of literature formulas of the problem. We prepare preparation of collecting data, primary data, existing condition of drainage, dimension of existing drainage. Then second data, rainfall data from BMKG SMB to Palembang. Next, data processing, then analysis of drainage and calculation. Result and discussion, hydrology analysis, hydraulical analysis to determine the amount of fluid discharge that can be accommodated and utilized by the channel. The graphic image show that the intensity of rainfall for 10 years occurs with the highest rainfall intensity. Because the intensity of rainfall reached the highest value of 214.1 and the average rainfall data was 121.95. Rain frequency analysis. The analysis is using to obtain rain through several probability distribution methods. The result of the calculation of rainfall with return periods of 2, 5, 10, 20, 50, 100 years. Channel discharge capacity, the result of the calculation of the channel discharge capacity QS of the existing channel are as shown in the following table. The value of phi and R are obtained from the calculation of the flow velocity in the channel. The table above show that the capacity of the channel discharge QS is smaller than the flat floor discharge QR. The condition of the existing of the drainage is still a lot damage, and there are still some that have not been concrete. So that's the existing channel is unable to accommodate the flood discharge, resulting in inundation or flooding. Calculation, high rainfall with rainfall intensity of the 164.74 millimeter per hour and design flood discharge for the return period of 10 years. The result is 3.684 cubic meter per second. The value of the carrying capacity of the channel discharge is smaller than the value of design flow discharge. This show that the existing drainage channel is not able to accommodate the flow discharge, resulting in puddles of flooding. The channel at point 4 to the drain channel obtain the value of the channel discharge capacity of 4.296 cubic meter per second, and the value of the planet flow discharge of 3.68 cubic meter per second. So that's the existing drainage channel is able to accommodate the planet's flow discharge. Then the topography in the Rawajaya area is low with the height of 14.5 to 2.5 meters. Cause water together to and in undated at certain routes find. That's my presentation, and thank you for your attention. Thank you.
Tika, thank you so much for that information. Are there any questions from our chairs?
Okay. Ma'am, what is your annual average rainfall data in your catchment area?
What I don't once again?
Annual average rainfall data in your catchment area from which you can study. How you classify such problem in your research?
The channel the topography in Rawajaya is low with a height of 14.5 to 22.5 meters, causing water to together to in undated at certain roads point in Rawajaya.
Okay, how you classified catchment area of your research is under flooding? Have you any technical parameters?
The value of the carrying capacity of the channel discharge is smaller than the value of the design flow discharge.
Okay. Have you any idea or plan to resolve these problem in your area?
I don't cannot.
Okay. No problem. Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you so much. Anyone else wants to ask a question? All right, seems none. Thank you so much once again to that presentation. And next, I would like to welcome the paper titled Development of Implementation Methodology for Site Waste Management in Road and Highway Construction Industry. Author Rahul Raj, co-author Akshay Kumar VH.
I can see your presentation, but I cannot hear you.
Am I audible now, ma'am?
Yes, you are. Please have it in presentation mode again and you may proceed.
Yeah. Good afternoon to the panel, dignitaries and fellow authors and audience. Myself, Rahul Raj. My title is Development of Implementation Methodology for Site Waste Management in Road and Highway Construction Industry. This is my co-authors. This is myself, S. Rahul Raj, and my co-authors, Akshay Kumar VH, who is an assistant professor in my college, and Dr. Rajsekhar Swami, who is a professor in RUS, and my university is Rahman University of Applied Sciences, Bangalore. Well, this is my paper abstract. We know that recycling and reuse is one worldwide concern, incredible worldwide concern, and which is one such subject which has to be seen very carefully and very rigorously. This development and demolition waste is one of the second largest waste construction waste developed into total waste in the worldwide. So what I have done is I have put up a questionnaire survey to different construction companies and firms so that we get a quantitative analysis how many companies have a waste management plan in their system, and I've taken a real-time model, a real-time Rivet model, and I have done a quantitative survey and validating the reuse of waste which is produced at site. So this is my introduction. Well, we know rapid development construction is accelerated pace. Urbanization, large number of buildings, old buildings have been demolished in new cities and they have been rebuilt. And even highway also, after 10 or 15 years, it is rebuilt, reconstructed, and all. And many studies by many authors, sectors in large amount of waste and contributes to an environmental problem. So my aim is to develop an intersection model, a live real-time intersection model, and extend an extension for it, and validate for site waste management by obtaining questionnaire surveys. So this is my this is my methodology. So I have done the literature review, come to a title, objectives and aim, and then to questionnaire survey, waste and waste quantification. Like I have made a four main factors, and there are sub factors for it. So there consists of total 64 questions, and using SPSS, that is social packaging and statistical packaging and social sciences software. I've done a frequency analysis and reliability analysis. So after obtaining this questionnaire survey, I have made a road model using the suitable software, that is Rivet software. Many don't use Rivet software, but because it is popular in building, not roadways, but it can be done in Rivet also. So I have tried it in Rivet. So I designed an intersection model and done a quantitative survey. So this is I have got around 180 responses, and which say in that 180 responses, 42% of them don't say, 42% of them only have waste management plan in their firms, and the rest of 57.2% does not have it. So next, this is the reliability statistics for each question. So this is for waste. This is for a main factor like influencing waste material waste generation during road construction. So these are the sub questions, and total and average of Cronbach alpha. Cronbach alpha is a constant of 0.7. If a Cronbach alpha is more than 0.7, then there is good stability between each factor, so that there is no flaw in the flow of a construction or any scheduling of the construction. So it is 0.720. So it is a good number. So I have not taken up this part. Next is for a measure for waste minimization construction work, which also shows 0.759%, and this is also a good percentage, that is above 0.7. And reliable statistics for this thing. What is this? Waste management plans. So there is no flaw between each and every factor. This is also showing a 0.880. So next is for types of waste in construction. So which part which creates more waste I have seen through, that is giving me 0.570. So this is the main factor to be investigated on. So then I have asked for the ranking by the questionnaires. So I have got renovation and demolition as the highest part. So I have taken a demolition and renovation of a intersection model. This is the intersection model. This is a real-time model which is near Bangalore city. This here is an highway which is not yet developed since years. It is a 2-lane yet, but it is not according to the norms of 4-lane highway. So I have taken this site, and this is and some data from the NHAI, National Highway Authority of India, that is not disclosable. This is the rivet model. This is the existing road which is there, and this is another state highway. This is a national highway again. So this is the gradient which I have done through preliminary survey at the site, and then this is the road I'm going to be developing. So this road existing has 40 mm BC, 85 mm DBC, 125 mm WMM, 125 WMM again, and 200 mm GSB and 5 mm surcharge. So then this is the online drain and the design speed plan. According to this only, we can plan what is the road design. So according to SP 87, 2019, I have planned for a 4-lane highway. So this is what it looks like in a rivet model. So this is a 2-lane. So this is the top view. So you can see, as you can see, this is the rendered model. This is the 4-lane rendered highway. So here I have given a validation of reuse. Validation of reuse is that I have taken only the BC and DBC of the old road and put it in a body that comes of 200 meter length. I have calculated approximate, and I have put it in. We got around 175 meter cube. And excavation for the new road, same thing I have added in GSB, that is the granular subbase layer. Granular subbase layer. So I'm granular subbase layer. Also, here you can see that. So this will come up to total new GSB quantity needed is 280 meter cube. Quantity DBC and BC of old road, which is excavated only, is 175 meter cube. And extra needed to be imported is 105 meter cube. So around 62.5 efficiency only for GSB chain. And total efficiency for the new road, other 2-lane extra road to be built is 11.6% waste reused there. So even the soil excavated for the new road also has been reused for making parabolic divider and curb and median. So this comes up to 3.24% of the total soil excavated to the soil used in efficiency. So these are the median norms. What is there? This is the parabolic divider, which is generally used near the intersection models, which is around 5 meter in width, length, and 450 in width. And this is the curves which is introduced to dividing to the four lane roads. And these are the conclusions which I have this thing. Conclusion around from 180 questionnaire survey responses, many show many factors influencing has a good amount of static this thing. Even minimization in construction has a good reliability statistics constant. Even for waste management has a high level of stability of 0.880. But convex alpha for construction waste, types of waste in construction has low one. So for this, we have corrections made, and a regression analysis also shows 0.599. That is okay. Friedman test also done is good. Friedman test is nothing but the ranking, which is 3.75 for demolition, and renovation is 3.61, which we have concentrated on. Those are highest values. The rivet model for extension intersection is done for an app location where there is need to be a construction done. But now seeing a paper, there is a Dilip Buildcon, that is a very good infrastructure company, has taken up the project and for the expansion. It is sanctioned in 2020, and this is a recurrent survey conducted, and see efficiency is shown 11.86%. And the efficiency for the total excavation is shown 3.24%. For GSB road, only for GSB replacement is shown 62%. So this was my this was a scope of future work which can be done is that other materials from outside the construction. This is only inside waste generated, we have reconstructed, reused. So what is the outside waste? Because see, like tiles and all have good binding property, they can be reused. And the proper for what are the other, like if and we can see for the road properties if they're changing anything, or the load capacity are changing or something. And materials other like applications, other site conditions, like from other, what kind of site can the waste can be inherited to this site and can be done. So these are my references, and that's it, ma'am.
Okay, Rahul. Rahul, one question here.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Tell me.
Yeah. First of all, you tell me how you perform the activities or the for the questionnaire survey.
Questionnaire surveys. So I divided main four factors into four factors. Then for that relating to each scheduling thing. So for each connection to each other, I have put the questions up. So what are the ranking I've got? Based on that only, I've done the reliability statistics.
Okay. Have you any technical parameters which make your research more reliable?
Kind of, sir. What kind of technical?
How you classify such problems are more in India, like India developing country?
Yes, sir. This research is going on because my senior also has conducted this technical survey. This is a continuation of it. So we have gone to the NHAI office. We have research. We have got the contractors and others. They don't reuse the waste. They just discard it, or they send it to other site. And that's why I'm insisting on what is inside waste, what can be managed.
Okay, one thing I would like to ask you. You have present all the data present here. Are they all data presented? They for these data, you perform any test, or you collect these data from the any site?
This data is recorded from the NHAI department itself, sir. We had taken the permission and we've taken the NHAI from the NHAI itself.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, I would like again to welcome our second presenter earlier, the paper title, Review of Natural Fiber Suitability for Asphalt Strength Enhancement by author Shobha Rani Nadupuru. Co-authors are K. Jain, Deepa Joshi, Radhika Menon, and Gobinath R. Hi, welcome.
Yes, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am. Ma'am, is it visible?
Yes, it is. Please proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. My topic is utilization of different fibers in road construction of stone matrix asphalt pavements, a state of art, which is myself, Shobha Rani Nadupuru, and also which is guided by Dr. Ahmed. My abstract is stone matrix asphalt, which is also called as SMA, And there are different types of payments, that is stone SMA and D, and dense graded hot mix asphalt HMA. This is nothing but HMA is divided into dense graded hot mix asphalt and open graded hot mix asphalt, and also SMA. In stone matrix asphalt, the aggregates are binded. The aggregates are of little more size, and also there will be a gap based. So it is also called a stone matrix asphalt or a gap graded aggregate. I mean gap graded asphalt. Now in this stone matrix asphalt is this a gap graded HMI with the coarse aggregate, a skeleton of high binding content to increase mix durability and to maximize deformation towards great resistance to rutting. So these have this resistance to rutting also. And so here what my study is, the abstract is nothing but for a gap graded aggregate, we require that there are different types of either the polymers or the fibers used to make this strength to strengthen the pavement. So here I'm using different types of fibers. I have studied in this is a literature survey, and I have studied different types of fibers and I will be giving the best type of fiber which can be used till now. Means there are different types of fibers used, but which fiber can be used later, that I have studied. And here finally it is concluded that from the experimental investigation and also from the literature survey, it is studied that the denim fiber which is not used much can be used now. Now, introduction. The Indian and Indian highways. Roads are vital to Indian economics and social strength. Indian road network is one of the most world's largest network. And here, as I told, here I have given the different what will be the kilometer lengths and everything in India. And in India, nearly 60% of the goods and 85% of passengers travel by the road. The country's ability to connect smaller towns and cities has been improved, and India's transportation infrastructure is expected to be grow of 5.9% by 2021. Now, according to concerns about road safety have prompted new laws in India. The ministry, like the rest of more, is dedicated to road safety, and depends upon all the raid. In 2016, 37% of the traffic accidents were at the intersections, and a safer road requires standardization of construction methods and material. So here there is some use of different materials in the bitumen can be preferred. So the use of fibers can be preferred here, which will be also the environment friendly. No, modification of better pavement. Bitumen and gravel make asphalt concrete brittle. Degradation of social and base material weakens pavement. Hot mix asphalt contains concrete and aggregate. The structure aggregate and asphalt cement. 90% of hot mix asphalt is of aggregate. This aggregate quality is according to the literature survey. The driver comfort, stability, durability, and water resistance are the most important factors in asphalt concrete pavement. The material used in highway constructions are costly. So 20 years till 20 years, the flexible asphalt can be designed, and it gives the most, but the maintenance cost will be more for the flexible pavement, whereas for the rigid pavement, the design cost, construction cost is more, and the maintenance cost will be less. So for that, the first is the natural fibers and also the synthetic fibers. The use of fibers in the SMA is studied here. Now the different types of fibers. Typically, fibers are of natural fibers and artificial fibers, which can be recycled and used in the place of bitumen. Not completely replacement of the bitumen, but some of the percent of the bitumen. There are different types of fibers. Here I can give. Now, what I'm studying is here I'm going to study the fibers which are incorporated in the bitumen. They are asphalt and they are in asphalt and binders. Fibers can be incorporated. Asphalt concrete is widely used in road construction. Asphalt pavement design affects road network performance. So here I just go through different types of fibers. Here, as I said, the fibers are divided into two types, that is natural fiber and synthetic fiber. The natural fibers are nothing but the which comes from the animals or the mineral fiber, which already exist. From animals, we can talk about silk, wool, and hair. And in synthetic fiber, it is of organic or inorganic, that is armid. All the different types of fibers have been mentioned in the chart. Now, the natural fibers, the leaf fibers, bast, flax, hemp, jute, everything comes under natural fibers. These fibers, this again, what is fibers and everything is given. The fibers are a class of hair-like material that are continuous. These are talking about the natural fibers, which will be like a pieces of thread or something, and they can be used as a component of composite material. They are also be matted into sheets to make products such as paper or felt. And these fibers, which can be used in different types, and synthetic fibers are nothing but the man-made fibers. Here, these fibers we are trying to implement, reinforce in the bitumen, so that how the strength will be there, we can check it. Now, in the natural fibers, there are banana fibers. I have given only 2-3 lists of the natural fibers. And here, this is the banana fiber. It is a linguistic fiber. It is made from the pseudostem of the banana plant. Banana fibers ranks almost the strongest bast fibers in the terms of mechanical strength. So these fiber, the picture shows the banana fibers, and how the strength varies, it has been given here. The physical properties of the banana fibers, what is the length of the fiber, what is the aspect ratio and moisture content, everything is given in the table. From the table, we can see how how much the quantity and how much it can be used in the bitumen. Sisal fiber. This sisal fiber is another type of fiber. It is a leaf fiber. Sisal plants from the leaves. So from leaves, it can be made, and this we'll call it as a sisal fiber. And here the properties of sisal fiber is given as what is the diameter of the sisal fiber, what is the cellulose content. Actually, the cellulose content should be more for to use in the bitumen. What is the tensile strength, tensile modulus, and elongation? Everything is, the properties are given according to the fiber. There are some mechanical properties of some fibers. That is, for example, the cotton fiber, wool, silk, these are all the natural fibers. And what will be the tensile strength, elongation, and Young's modulus is given here in the table. Now, according from the literature, I have made a table where what will be the use of the different fibers and what are the how many of them have studied till now. For example, from the literature survey, I have found that the MD Tariq Rahman et al. In 2020, he has studied about the fibers, use of fiber, let's say cigarette butt fiber in his study. In the same way, the left side gives the researchers and the right side gives the different types of fibers used by these researchers and what are the outcomes from there. So this is all the fibers which have been used by the different researchers, and the different fibers have been mentioned. For example, here the cigarette butt fiber, sisal fiber, cellulose fiber, waste denim fiber, jute fiber, sisal fiber. These are all the carbon fiber, polypropylene fiber, polyester fiber, basalt fiber, everything which has been used earlier by the different researchers. The table shows the researchers and the different types of fibers. Now, how can these fibers be used? These fibers can be mixed either a dry method or a wet method in the bitumen, and then they can be used. From the literature survey, it is observed that 1 to 15% of the fibers have been used in place of the bitumen, and 1 to 15%. For example, if it is a basalt fiber, we can observe that it varies from 0.2 to 2%. And if it is a polypropylene fiber, we can observe that it varies from 8 to 10%, 8 to 15% of the fiber can be used in place of the bitumen. So it depends on the fiber, the usage of the percentage of use of fibers in the bitumen is observed. So overall, from 1 to 15% of the fibers can be used in the bitumen. Now, in the discussion, there are different types of fibers. The natural fiber, due to the moisture content, the natural fibers get more degraded. So, it is better to use the artificial fiber. In the artificial fiber, I have worked on the waste denim fiber. In this waste denim fiber, actually, the usage of waste denim fiber everyone uses jeans and everything. So the consumption is more, and when it throws away, it comes a more trash. So in order to get trash, what we can do, we can use, can it be reused or not, it has been observed. For example, the waste denim fiber is derived from the garments that have been purchased and then discarded, as well as in the factory, textile factories also, the waste will be observed. Now the recycling of denim trash, such as jeans, necessitates a large amount of water, which amounts to largely 3,781 liters per pair of denim jeans. So instead of that, what we are doing, we are trying to use this denim in the fibers. Annually, around 90 countries produce about 20 million tons of cotton from production of denim garments. So this waste denim can be used as a in the bitumen. Now the conclusion, a detailed literature review on utilization of various fibers in road construction of stone matrix asphalt has been carried out. The literature review has revealed that various types of fibers are added in SMA for improving the performance. And from this, it has been observed that from the different literature review, the experimental studies and everything, it has been observed that utilization of fibers in SMA improves its performance, durability, and rutting resistance. Most frequently used fibers are cellulose fibers, which are costly and also patented. So banana fibers, polypropylene fiber, polyester fiber, coir fiber, coconut fiber, sisal fiber, and everything. But nowadays, the research on different fibers has been carried out to find the suitability of fibers which are used in stone matrix asphalt. So according to this, the denim fibers are a promising fibers, and more experimental investigation is required on this denim fiber in utilization of this fiber in the SMA. That is my conclusion. In the references, there are different, I have studied many references and I have quoted here some of the references for this study. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions from our chairs?
Okay, ma'am. First of all, I would like to ask one question. How you use deep fiber with bitumens? Means I would like to ask, I want to know the process of mixing the fiber with the bitumen.
Sir, actually, for example, if it is a polypropylene, any propylene, what will we do? If there are two types of methods, that is, one is a wet method and a dry method. Dry method is nothing but you will just heat the fiber, whatever is it, and mix. And when the bitumen is heated, we will mix it. If it is a wet method, we'll just there are two types. One is while heating the aggregate only, we will use, for example, if it is a polypropylene, I'm talking about one fiber, polypropylene fiber. While heating the aggregate only, we'll mix the polypropylene also gets heated, the fiber, and when both the aggregate and the polypropylene fiber is heated, then bitumen will be heated to some content, pouring content, and then we will add this bitumen. Just the way of adding the aggregate and bitumen, mixing the aggregate and bitumen in the same way, in the aggregate only we have kept the fibers. So this will be heated and then we'll pour the bitumen and we'll mix it.
Okay. Have you performed any test for these mixing?
I have performed Marshall stability test and also the penny. For example, only the bitumen test will be doing penetration test, softening point test, and everything. And when heating, mixing with the fiber, again the penetration test, softening point test, and everything has been found. And also the Marshall test has been carried out by using this fiber. All the bituminous test and also Marshall stability test has been carried out by mixing with the fibers. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yeah.
Hello, ma'am.
Yep.
Yes, sir.
What is the process of glass fiber mixed with concrete?
What fiber? Last?
Yes, ma'am. Glass fiber.
Glass fiber. So glass fiber, what we can do, the glasses can be powdered into the pieces. It can be powdered. And then while you heat the aggregate only, the glass powder can be placed in it and it gets heated. And then the bitumen, when after heating, you can pour the bitumen in the aggregate and the glass powder which is heated, and then we can mix it.
Okay, ma'am. Ma'am,
it has to be made into a powder, sir. Otherwise, like an aggregate, small pieces also is okay.
Also mix with silica, ma'am?
Yes, sir. Mix with?
Silica.
So silica is a filler material. Na? You can use it in the filler material. You can replace it in the filler material. For example, silica, nano silica, all these can be added in the filler material. You can replace it. For sand dust, mostly we use the sand dust as a filler material, otherwise a cement. So in that you can replace the silica, nano silica or anything.
Okay, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions? All right, seems none. Once again, thank you so much. And I would like to invite our next paper title. Studying psychodynamic influences towards rejection of low-cost houses by people in Tamil Nadu. Author Kumagal Anupama, co-author CV Subramani.
Thank you, ma'am.
Hi, welcome. Go ahead, share your screen.
Yes, ma'am. Is it visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Please proceed.
Good morning, one and all. I'm architect Komagal Anupama, a research scholar, PMIST Tanjavur, a co-author, Dr. CV Subramanian, Dean and Professor, PMIST Tanjavur. It is an immense pleasure to present my paper in the conference, studying about the psychodynamic influences towards rejection of low-caste houses by people in Tamil Nadu. Then as far as we know, housing is a basic need for human, right from the ages. However, with the physical and the psychological evolution of the human, houses needed to be developed to a certain extent to fulfill human needs and requirement. In this process of evolution, humans started emotionally attached to the houses as it is own territory. As the emotion and psychological feeling or geographic concentric, different cultures and customs started overlooking the houses in different ways because the people have some negative connotation towards low-caste housing, and at least 90% of the people doesn't prefer low-caste housing when they have given a choice. And this is the right time to understand what are the influencing the psychodynamic internal factors that is stopping them in accepting the low-caste houses, or why people are rejecting the low-caste houses. So once we understand what are the causes and factors that causing this rejection, it is helpful to understand the merits and benefits of low-caste houses for the people at large. I think we need to study the psychodynamic influences. Of course, there are a lot of studies that have been done on the thermal performances of the low-caste houses, energy efficiency, green building. But this psychodynamic aspect is not much explored. So as to understand how factors like inferior feeling, fear failure, social anxiety, etc. is propelling the people at large in rejecting the low-caste houses in Tamil Nadu. In description, in the first, you can see this low-caste housing. Shelter refers primary, but it is the first one in the need for the people. And that particular need is filtered through this culture of the people, and that particular culture is processed by the internal psychodynamics of the people when it comes to the personal choice. This personal choice has several factors which is propelled by the individual psychodynamic aspects. It starts with the comparison and expectation of the people because of the surrounding environment and external factors that could become a force which could influence the psychology and the psychodynamics of the individual. When coming to the choice of the housing, especially here low-cost housing, why people are rejecting? Because the internal aspects of the psychodynamic of the individual has a greater role in accepting and rejecting in this paper. In this research area, we are trying to understand why low-cost housing is by and large rejected by the people in Tamil Nadu. In the process, trying to satisfy the needs with the personal choices, personal aspects in terms of their culture, and it evolves from the internal process like driving motivation, emotions, and ego of the person's individuals. All these factors are concentric to the society's cultures and geographies. In this study, we have selected a particular place in the different regions in Tamil Nadu on the basis of active living. So when you're coming to the third one, psychodynamic factors, we are trying to assess how internal process of psychodynamics or the aspects of individual or different in the needs, motivation, in what way it is propelling or it is trying to reject the preference of low-cost housing. Because on a general understanding, the term low cost itself, it's trying to impart a kind of negative connotation into the people's mind. People who are trying to get into the low cost housing, or in other words, when somebody is offering a low cost housing for people to opt, as an immediate cognition process within the individual takes to the negative connotation, because they are worried about the quality of construction. Immediately the fear of failure pops up within the internal dynamics or internal process of the individual. And also they get the feeling of dissatisfaction of fulfilling the need, because they always compare and expect with this primary need, which is called the shelter of housing, and also impacts a kind of insignificant status among the society. And also, as I said, it starts with the comparison and expectation from the society, which is also interlinked with the culture, because they have like a kind of jealous imparted into the particular choice. In this aspect, they have pushed to reject this particular low-cost housing emotionally also, and they may go on to the negative emotion or negative affect, which causes the demotivation. As they have fear in protecting themselves and saying it to the society or immediate environment where their like relatives, maybe their friends, maybe their well-wishers might question of why they would think about low-cost housing that leads to demotivation. So when you're coming to this data research, data was gathered face-to-face by eye-to-eye collaboration. Considering the mental review, specific surveys are made and requested individual around the previously mentioned places. Majority of the data was collected by the interviews, ranking, and surveys, that is questionnaire, which are customized to those places and people. When you're coming to the data analysis, on identify the aspects of that causes to reject low-cost housing, which are needs, drives, emotions, thoughts, feelings, sometimes anxiety, pride, etc., are analyzed by ANOVA analysis, and appropriate statistical tool which is used along with Henry Carrot ranking method. And the results clearly indicate that there are certain psychodynamic components that are strongly responsible for the rejection this low-cost housing. Because in the study, we have identified the 3 regions in Tamil Nadu. The region 1 from the study is much evident that the fear of failure is the significant aspect, or it is a greater role in rejecting the low-cost housing among the people in Tamil Nadu. When coming to the conclusion, as a result, as mentioned above, region 1, the fear of failure is impacting more rejection of low-cost housing that exhibit the quality of structure is substantial. Region 2 shows that its insignificant status has a greater role in rejecting the low-cost housing. Now, this is how psychodynamics vary according to individual, because every individual is not the same. That's why we termed it as psychodynamic. It ever changing, because every individual is not same. So that's why it's keep on changing from people to people. So it is found that that region 1, 2, and 3, we are not getting the same result. The components of inferior feeling was predominant in region 3, which don't have much effect in the region 1. There are a lot of cultural factors, cultural aspects that filter in the process of making the choice in low-cost housing, especially here we are trying to understand why low-cost housing is rejected. Overall inference is the fear of failure and inferior feeling has a greater role in rejecting the low-cost housing by people in Tamil Nadu. Actually, I think that this kind of finding could help us to extend this study to different regions of people, and if possible, we can work on these aspects. And we should have a clear understanding on this impeding factors, stopping them in accepting the low-cost housing. When we are able to clearly identify this kind of studies, it will be helpful to work on those factors, so that people could understand the merit of low-cost housing and they can enjoy the benefit of housing, especially in the particular region. And this could be extended to the other states. Like these are the things I have taken up in the appendix. And thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you, sir. Ma'am, am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you so much for that presentation. My apologies.
Thank you, ma'am.
And yes, are there any questions from our chairs?
Yes, ma'am. Ma'am, one question about low cost suitable in North India or not?
I didn't get it, sir. Can you?
Ma'am, my question is low cost house suitable in North India? Yes or not?
It's everywhere is there, sir.
Pardon, ma'am?
Everywhere is there, sir. Because I'm just doing my research in Tamil Nadu, South India. It's all over state we have that.
Okay. 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 Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you.
Thank you once again for that presentation. Next, I would like to welcome the paper titled Robustness Evaluation of Peer Luigi Nervi Work, Autogrill Mota, a Modern Paradigm for Conceptual Design of Structures. Author, Valeria Gozzi. Co-author, Bernardino Chiaya.
Thank you.
Hi, yes. Please have it in presentation mode. I can see your...
Yes.
And you may proceed.
1 second. Okay. Thank you very much. I will talk to you about robustness evaluation of a nervy masterpiece, the Autogrill Motta, a modern paradigm for conceptual design of structures. I'm Valeria Gozzi, and I wrote this paper with Professor Bernardino Chiaia. I'm from University of Applied Science and Arts of Southern Switzerland and Academy of Architectures, but I'm a civil engineer. And Bernardino Chiaia is a professor of structures at Politecnico di Torino in Italy. This paper talks about robustness analysis of the building Autogrill Motta on Day 4 motorway in Italy, designed by Pierluigi Nervi between 1965 and 1967. Pierluigi Nervi is well known internationally as a very good example of conceptual design of structures. And we want to show you the progress complex failure analysis with different percentage of failure of tension and rebars and concrete braces. This is to analyze if the structure can redistribute the loads via alternative load pattern. This is a picture of the structures.
Ini kok speakerku gini ya?
Sorry?
Go ahead, please.
Okay, sorry. This is a picture of the structure. And this is an original pictures from the 60s. And here you can see a 3D model of the structures. It's immediately evident that there are two main facade beams that are virendal beams and well connected by two transversal wall beams, while the two floors are monodirectionally and they are supported from the facade beams. Each beam is supported in 2 points by 2 pillars with proper shapes that very typical of Pierluigi Nervi work. The analysis has been performed as per the actual situation. Material characteristics have been obtained from original plans that are in many different archives of Pierluigi Nervi in Italy. And the load combination is those according to actual regulation in Italy. Here you can see the reinforcement disposal, the original one made by Pierluigi Nervi in 65. And the first analysis we performed was about the virendal beams failure, and first the actual behavior, and then we tried to simulate this failure because we consider it the more sensitive elements that can trigger a progressive collapse. If you look at the principal stresses, you can see there is an immediately correspondence between the principal stresses distribution and the reinforcement distribution. But to better analyze the situation, we perform also this discrete model of the structures, and we compare the internal forces with the resistances. You can see in red the bending moment resistances compared with internal moments, and the shear forces resistances in blue with the shear forces due to the loads. The same has been done with the axial forces, and for a serviceability limit state combination, we obtained the displacements. After that, we try to simulate the failure of different elements. In case A, we simulate the failure on element number 18, that is one of the most vertical stressed element. We completely remove it and we analyze the new loads distribution, and we see that can trigger a crisis in element 4, that is that one. I don't know if you can see my mouse. Starting from this consideration, we try to see if it is a real progressive collapse. Reducing the rigidity of element 4, we try to investigate what happened in the other elements, and we see if that in this case also element 11 start to get in crisis. So we can assume that at this point this situation can trigger progressive collapse. We try to define how much we can admit loss of resistances of element 18 before having crisis in element 4. And we made this different simulation, and in the end we obtained that we can have a loss of rigidity in element 18 up to Young modulus of 10,000 without having a progressive collapse in element 4 and therefore in element 11. The same analysis has been done considering that we can have a failure of element 7 that is in the middle one, in the middle of the beam, and we investigated what happened in the rest of the beam. And in this case, we can see that the structure can redistribute in a good way the loads. While if we simulate the fail of element 11, we have again a problem in element 4, that is the one on the lower part of the beam near to the support. In the end, we analyze also what happens if we have a problem on element 8, that is the one under compression in the middle of the beam. And also in this case, similar to what happened in element 7, we saw that the structure can redistribute the load. Of course, a more detailed analysis could be performed with a non-linear analysis due to material and beam behaviors, as well as considering the two beams acting together in a 3D model. But at the moment, what we can conclude is the structure is nowadays still verified under the load encodation and the codes actually in Italy. If we analyze a partial failure of one of the most stressed vertical elements, the structure can redistribute the loads to the other components. And I highlight that it's a partial failure because we saw that a complete failure is not allowed. And in this case, the structure can mitigate the first failure effect and avoid collapse. Case A3. Complete failure of middle, lower, and upper elements, for example, cases B and D. In this scenario, we don't have a progressive collapse in the Virendel beams, but of course, we can have a local collapse of the two floors involved in the element failure, because Nervi built the floors as prefabricated elements, and they are simply connected to the Virendel. If we look at the original plan in the archive, this thing is clear, and there are the construction details. A complete failure of the upper reinforcement element, I mean the one near to the supports in correspondence of maximum upper bending moment, case C, we can have a progressive collapse, as well as the roof floors will be subjected to local failure. The considerations are that Virendel concrete beams are internally hyperstatic structures with a reinforcement disposal that can support a load redistribution, even due to a local element failure via alternate load path strategy and redundancy. But it's really important at the moment to think about that the robustness analysis should be performed in the first design stages. For example, I mean in conceptual design. This leads to an optimal reshaping of the structures, or at least to the evidence of most important elements to be dimensioned against collapse. I'm thinking about, for example, what happened in a case C, that if in the reinforcement being performed to redistribute the load, so we could avoid the collapse. And of course, the same considerations should be done when defining the connection details. And I'm talking about the floors details and the fact that the floors are made of precasted beam put one side to the other, but not connected with a cast in situ layer that could act as a rigid plan and redistribute the loads if in case of part of Virendel failure. These are my references that I used and the archives that I consulted for having the original plans. Thanking you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions from our chairs? Right, seems none. Thank you so much once again with your presentation. Next, I would like to welcome the paper title visualscape analysis of a heritage town. Author R. Saravana Raja, co-author P. Gopalakrishnan. Welcome.
Okay. Welcome all. Shall I proceed with that?
Yes, please.
Yeah. Welcome technical chairs and everyone here. My topic is about that, understanding the changes in the historical facets of Srirangam, the temple town, through visualscape analysis. To be introduced myself, I'm a designer, architect, and a design consultant working in architecture, design, advertising, art direction, and photography. And currently, I'm pursuing my PhD at NIT Trichy. And the background for this study is about that a historic town is characterized by tangible and intangible elements, which is a major one which provokes the memory of the public who's there. And it adds that identity to the place that conveys the history, past events, and the life of the people. And the development of the urbanization is always a threat to the historic areas at this moment. And there is a need for this documenting and analyzing the changes that happens in a historical town. And the methods have been used is here is about the use a series of photographs, and photo montage technique has been used in the understanding the visual continuity of the street elevation. And the temple town Srirangam has been taken as a context, and the streets very much adjacent to the temple complex is selected here. And the findings are about the buildings aged between 0 to 25 years have completely lost the character, which is more on the modern or than the contemporary style, and between the 25 to 50 years are struggling to maintain it due to this adaptations or the modifications happening on. And some buildings which are 75 years are retaining the character by the voluntary interest about the owners of the buildings, but still it is there is a threat to those buildings by the buildings which is very much adjacent getting revamped or getting remodeling. And the application is there can be a guideline to maintain the character of the historic town. That is the intention here. And the researchers happening on the visual side is about that has been taken for understanding the visual quality of a visual system is determined both by the physical and cultural values, and the facades of the buildings are very much significant in heritage towns. And that because they can symbolize the individuality, symbolize the city and the individuality. And since India is about rich in culture and history, with Tamil Nadu having 44,000 temple towns and temples, and out of that 35,000 are more than 200 years old kind of temples, which is there for a long time. And most of the cities have been important cities have been built around that temple as the core. So the atmosphere around the temple town is very much needed to maintain the historic and cultural expressions. Due to this urbanization, it is getting deteriorated, and that is the main context here. And for this literature study has been done, and with both on the heritage perspective from this ACOMOS heritage meeting, which states about that the integrity as a key criteria, and World Heritage Conservation, which states about that integrity is defined as a measure for the wholeness and the intactness of the natural and cultural heritage setup. And the Commons Charter on the preservation of the spirit of the place states that the importance of integrity to determine and develop strategies and politics for controlling the effects of the developments. And the historic urban landscape processes have been studied, like an inventory and strategies, vulnerabilities, and integrations, and prioritizing it, and building partnerships to maintain the character and the changes happening to be monitored. And the main two papers have been taken. One is about the visual preference dimensions for historic urban areas, and another thing is evaluating the city image, which states that the need for that roadside heritage, historic architecture, connectivity, and the modernity, and how the surroundings of historic settings can make an influence here. And the historic setup and the designs and scale and the meanings through the colors and texture patterns how it can influence this historic expression. The case study region is, as I already mentioned, is the Srirangam, which is known as the Trivarangam, is a temple city, which is one of the major cities which has the city has been designed around the temple, and and the need for the studies, as stated, like both the tangible and intangible elements in the historic town has to be revived, or it has to be retained, and the aim is to understand how the visual aesthetic values of these exterior facades in the heritage buildings, that particularly in Srirangam temple, is happening. And the objective is to study the facade of the historical buildings of a heritage town, here the Srirangam temple, and through this photo montage technique. And the problem statement outcome of the problem statement is about that there's commercialization of spaces, and the facades of the old buildings have getting changed through this modern adaptations or remodeling of the houses by the owners to meet their lifestyle, to change their lifestyle because of their lifestyle. And the features of the facades, while doing those, so the features of the facades are not taken into account, and due to this construction shortages, or to speed up the construction methods. And the streets, the street of the fourth street have been taken around the temple is about, the one is the West Uttara Street, and north and south and east one. And majorly we are concentrated on the West Uttara Street, which has a series of houses, which is the main, which is the last entry to the temple complex, where it is having residences for their temple priests and the higher officials, which is still having is expressing more vernacular architectural styles than the other layer of the streets. So that is because this is the street which has more characters to express this culture and heritage. The photo montage techniques has been used to get the continuity of the visuals, visual appeal of the entire city, means the entire street, to get a complete understanding about that, how the changes is there, or whether there is changes or not, and how it is the modern or the contemporary constructions have been carried out, is trying to match the cultural heritage, but how it is failed, or sometimes it is, even though it has been remodeled with new materials or new construction materials or new elements, but still it is trying to camouflage into that existing setup. For this, we have taken a complete set of photographs of the entire four streets. And while doing so, I have come up with a problem of how to capture the photographs covering this, because the street width is around 40 feet, and so for that, taking the photographs, we have to maintain the constant distance of 30 feet from the house, and use the wide angle lenses to cover the at least minimum 2 to 3 houses at a time. Because some of the houses have gone for 3 to 4 floors, which is very much while walking down, people may not notice or may not be able to look at that height. So the camera is the photography through the wide angle camera lens helped me in covering the entire thing. And while doing so, there is a distortion will be happening on that. So the houses, you can see that house 1 and 2 has been covered, and then the houses 1 and 2 is corrected to maintain the straight lines without the distortions, and the backgrounds have been removed. And the purpose is I'll be explaining in the later stages, like a house 3 corrected, and house 4 and 5 will have this. You can see the colors of they're trying to match the colors using in the traditional one, but still it is the painting quality is not good, or the colors are not that much vibrant or that much matching the cultural tone. And some of the houses have been going in a very posh or a more color kind of setups. And after this, I'm showing here as an example of some of the 6 to 8 houses, how it has been stitched all together to give a complete continuous view. And technically we have used the Photoshop. I've used the Photoshop to remove the background and this image straighten happening. And the distance between the houses and the cameras have been made at a constant one, so that we don't lose that scale of the building while going to for editing or the retoucher. So the scale or the proportion with the neighboring houses have been maintained in this technique. And after getting a continuous way of understanding this, for the four categories we have made it, that's essentially to study the changes, how what is the percentage of changes happening on this, and how this how this is impacting the look and feel of it while coming to visiting that very old, very historic temple. These are the four streets have been completely made into a single elevations, like West Uttrai, North Uttrai, and East Uttrai, and South Uttrai Street. Well, coming down into the categories have been made into legends about with the legends of the color codings that we have made it, and it has been we have made into a chart. This chart describes about how the streets 1 to 4 is getting changes, and how this impact is overall impact is happening. So we can see that entirely or almost 50% of the houses have lost its character, and only 25%, less than 25% is retaining the characters completely or completely, and other 25% is in the dilemma, kind of like a midway. So these are the findings we have been able to get it after this kind of study. And the conclusion is that the 25 buildings under 25 years are completely newly construction, or kind of buildings constructed in the 25 years is not in the sense of culture or heritage. People doesn't have that. It may be intentional, it may be unintentional, but the scenario is that. And 25 to 50 years are getting in the midway, and only the 25% of the houses of the entire temple street around the even though the core street, it has only very less retaining of this cultural and heritage, even though the people who are residing, or the temple priests, or the temple officials, still it is only 25% is left, and that gives the real scenario of that particular expression here. And these are the references we have gone through there. For why there is a need for these visual changes, and how the facades are important in expressing this cultural and heritage values in that particular historic towns. And that's all from my side. And thank you for patiently listening. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that precise presentation. Are there any questions from our chairs?
Yes, ma'am. My question that is generally archaeological department find a new site in India, which may be oldest site in India.
Pardon me?
Which may be oldest site in India?
Yeah. So this is the oldest site means in Tamil Nadu.
Tamil Nadu.
Yeah.
Okay. And do you know about Ayodhya in India?
I'm in India. I am residing in Tamil Nadu.
No, my question is, do you know about Ayodhya?
Yeah, I've been there, and my hometown is Srirangam, means Trichy, which is very much nearby to that Srirangam temple.
No. My question is, do you know about Ayodhya place in India?
Yeah. Yes.
Where situated?
I'm not getting it. Sorry, sir.
No, it is from which state?
Which
this
state?
City from which? Yeah.
Which state?
Tamil Nadu.
No, Ayodhya in Tamil Nadu.
Yeah, yes, I am in Tamil Nadu.
Rama temple.
Yeah, in Tamil Nadu from India.
No, sir, we asked about the Ayodhya. It is situated in Uttar Pradesh, UP, North India. And where is the Rama temple? Rama Mandir, Ram Mandir के बारे में जानते हो ना?
Yeah, that is I know about that. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay.
Don't worry. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Next, I would like to invite the paper title, Planning and Design of Indonesian Cultural Park Tourist Object in Palembang. A case study, Taman Nusa Gianyar, Bali. Cultural Tourism Object. Author, Endang Shri Lestari, STMT. Co-author, Anta Sastika, STMT, Muhammad Herman Filani. Welcome.
Okay, thank you. I'm share screen.
Please.
Okay. Okay.
Yep, I can see your screen. Please have it on presentation mode. Then you may proceed. You have 10 minutes. Thank you.
Thank you. Good morning. Thank you for the opportunity and the introduction. My name is Endang Lestari. I'm lecturer in architecture study program Universitas Indo Global Mandiri. On this occasion, I will present a paper with the title Planning and Design of Indonesian Cultural Park Tourist Object in Palembang, Indonesia. Okay, that's my curriculum vitae, and Taman Nusa is located on Jalan Taman Bali, Banjarkanang, Banjar, Sidan Village, Gianyar, Bali. Taman Nusa Gianyar, Bali is a miniature garden of Indonesia that depicts the diversity of Indonesia, which consists of tribes including Malayan, Javanese, Batak, Bugis, and many more with diversity, and also displays various kind of culture, which are then renewed with some visual touch, traditional house from various regions, with a village atmosphere and visual character, and of course, this is very attractive to tourism. And this is location, and that's my research. That is the location. Alternative one in Alang-Alang Lebar, 2 in Gandus, and Seberang Ulu. That is the topography analysis, but this zone public, semi-public, and private, and this is the topography analysis, and that is brief of the analisa angin. That's the view of the in this dome is that's in. Considering that Indonesia is very broad of consists of island, to enjoy and variety of exciting cultures, it takes time and money. Therefore, the presence of this Nusa Park is a new type of entertainment facility and as a means of introduce existing cultures in Indonesia, which are beginning to be burned by society. And this the sun analyze on the sun, design the analyzing, and this
voice analisa kebisingan. Kemudian that is a sirkulasi di luar tapak, circulation in the out of the tapak. That is the conceptual of the tapak is that is the transformation of the bentuk tapaknya. And then that's the building and design was that's one by one in this topography. The study aims to examine the visual character of the Nusa Gianyar Bali Park using descriptive analysis method. And then this is bangunan pengelola, and then that is the galleries, design of the galleries Nusantara, and then is the public area. This is service, and that's area prehistoric area now, and that's cultural village area. That is the rich traditional house in Bengkulu.
Foreign के Indian ही कोई है?
Yes, and the result of the review can be used as a design reference in the planning of industrial cultural park tourist object in the city of Palembang, so that it can provide benefit and education to visitors to get to know the culture in Indonesia, especially people in the western part of Indonesia, with the planning of cultural tourist object. It was as if the visitors of Indonesia were taken around Indonesia in a short time. Besides this, there were many references about cultural and fostering a sense of love, care for Indonesian culture. That's the conclusion. Taman Nusa is a cultural tourism object located on Jalan Taman Bali, Banjangkanan, Banjar Belah Penkelot, Sidan Village, Gianyar, Bali. Taman Nusa is a very complex cultural tourist object, very good in reflecting the character of culture in Indonesia. Thank you very much for ini, sir. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions from our chair?
Yes.
Questions? All right, it seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation. And now I would like to invite our next presenter.
Thank you.
Paper title about Naga Valley River Basin Flash Flood Simulation Model. Author R. Venkata Ramana and co-author V.S. Jayakantan. Welcome.
Okay. Share.
Go ahead, share your screen.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. I'm just waiting for your screen to come up.
My slide is visible?
Not yet.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you for the organizers. My paper is Naga Valley River Basin.
Oh, your screen is not yet there.
Is it visible or not?
Guys, can you see the screen? Because I don't.
No.
No, it's not there.
No.
Sir, good afternoon, sir.
It's coming up.
Presentation finished.
There. I'm
sir.
happy to press.
Now it is visible, madam, screen?
12:45, sir. Actually,
All right.
Hello?
Yes, it is. It is visible. Please
Okay.
proceed.
Okay, thank you, madam. My paper is Nagavali River Basin Flashpad Simulation, madam. Myself is R. Venkatramana. My co-authors is V.S. Jayakantan and Dr. Y.S. Sachajirao. I'm working as National Institute of Hydrology, Kakinada. That's my main paper. Is object is a flashpad simulation model using hydrological and hydrodynamic model. Hydrological is nothing but rainfall runoff model using for HMS model, and hydrodynamic model is nothing but a hydraulics model, HEC-RACE model, river analysis system. This is my study area, madam. One of the flowing river in between the located Mahanadi and Godavari basin, and the total drainage area is more than 9,000 square kilometers. And this methodology, I am using two models. One is a hydrological model and another one is a hydrodynamic model. And the hydrological model, I have prepared all thematic maps in the JS parameters and using the rainfall and simulate the runoff depth and precipitation excess, madam. That output is as used input to the HEC-RACE model for simulation the flood in 2-dimensional, and using the basin model, I have created the mesh model. This is the digital elevation model of my study area, and using with this DEM, we are delineated the catchment, subcatchments, and drainage area. Use this all parameters in HMS model to stimulate the runoff, and similarly, as using the land use land cover map, we are using the Landsat 8 2018 image. And similarly, we are using the soil map for estimating the infiltration parameters. And this is the data we are using. I have calculated more than 30 years data. Within that, 2006 is a very peak flood occurs in the Nagavali River Basin, madam. Use with this data only we are simulated. This is the model setup of the HMS model for the Nagavali River Basin. And I have validated the model for using 2006. And you see it, you can observe the peak is matching, but the low flow is not matching due to this. Some water conservation structures are exist, just like a ponds and some water diversion system, and very small reservoirs are exist. Due to that reasons, low flows are not matching because they are utilizing for different purpose. When the flood is occurs and almost flow, it's routed through the rivers. Because of that reason, it has matched with the peak floods. And this is the 2-dimensional model HEC-RACE setup I have used, and I have simulated this. Just visualization this how flood is built up within the catchment area. The flood is falling along the river and is routed, and it is receding. That river mouth, it is almost the Bay of Bengal. It has receded the flow. And this is the model evaluation, madam. You just see that a river precipitation versus outflow. It has routed to the HEC-RACE model, and this is a scattered flat, and my R square is 0.625. Almost it is reasonable. And this is the flood inundation map, 2D flood inundation map during the flood 2006 monsoon period. And almost we are checked with that eyewitness also, and almost it has matched. And for flashback forecasting, wherever you wanted, you just draw the perpendicular line over the mesh. It will display all flow hydrograph, water surface profile, and velocity profile, and in the longitudinal profile. This is one of the graph at the location of Srikakulam GD site. And at the same location, we have draw the cross-sectional profile over the flow, how it is built up. This is a peak time. And similarly, I have drawn the space graph also. And similarly, this is the velocity profile, how it is built up this. And similarly, I have shown the another location, one of the value point, how flow is built up. This is flow hydrograph and water surface profile. And after that, we have developed the IDF curves using this, different distribution. Within that, we have find out the best distribution, that is a Pearson type 3 or a Gumbel distribution. Generally, for rainfall analysis, we go for the Gumbel distribution method. And use with that IDF curve, we develop the discharge at the outlet of the basin, and use with this hydrograph, I developed the flood inundation map for various written period for 2 years, 5 years, and 25 years, 50 years, and 100 years. This is a medium sized basin. We cannot go beyond this 100 years written period. If it is big size basin, you can go for that. That is a different analysis, PMF and PMP analysis. No, sir, we cannot go for beyond this 100 years written period. This, my conclusion is, I have successfully developed the simulation model using HMS and HackRace. And with this model, both the things I have calibrated, and my HackRace model is elaborated, and the coefficient of determination is around 0.625. And this model is very useful for the flood warning system by generating flood inundation maps and the decision makers and planners and field engineers. And that's all my paper. Thank you. If it is any query, I will answer that one.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Are there any questions from our chair? Chairs?
Any question?
All right, seems none. Thank you so much for that presentation.
Okay, thank you, madam. Thank you, one and all.
All right, now I would like to welcome our next presenter, paper titled Prospecting the Barricades for Administering Construction Waste Training Practices in the Construction Industry of India. Author Maud Asim and co-author Imran Abbas, Nakvi, Syed Akil, and Ahmed.
Hello, ma'am.
Hi. Yep, I can hear you
Hi.
clearly. Please go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is it visible?
No, it's coming. Right.
Now, am I audible or not?
Yes, you are.
Okay, ma'am. My screen is visible or not?
Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Basically, my topic is prospecting the barricades for administrating construction waste trading practices in the construction industry of UP, India. My name is Imran Abbas and my co-author is Muhammad Hassan. Basically, we come about the biography. Waste trading can be considered as a system of waste material, reusable, leftover, waste and recyclable waste material items. Additionally, recuperated energy from the squandering through purchasing, selling, and additional trading choices while achieving the compliances with significant waste guidelines. And basically, waste material is very in a huge quantity. It is about the 25 to 30 million ton. When we demolish the other buildings across the all over the in India, and then we come at the abstract. The construction industry is a significant generator, as we all know that, of waste, which has a high potential to yield a generous measure of waste into the economy as an important asset. Basically, we can exchange we can here apply the barter system as for the exchange of good, but in here we can exchange our waste materials. So basically, construction industry towards the round economy. This studies to determine the barriers for implementing effective cost waste trading practices in the UP, India, constructing and demolition sector. Then here, these are the some pics which I have taken from the waste, demolition waste, which are present across the India as well as in UP. So you can see that there is an illegal dumping of waste in the public area, which is very harmful for the environment as well as for the rivers, as you can say that. These are all the waste which are generated from the demolition waste. We can basically sell these items and increase the economy of the Indian country. Now we come about the description. There are various barricades were discovered post quantitative and qualitative survey to implement construction waste trading practices. And we can apply the pestle analysis here. So it is used to assess the outer climate of a construction waste business by separating the chances and danger into a political, economic, social, technological environment and legal elements. This analysis proves to be a compelling structure to be incorporated in waste trading strategy planning and for discussing the upsides and downsides of a waste trading. And we'll come about the barricades, which are for administering construction waste trading practices, the construction industries. First of all, the first point is the high cost associated with sorting and processing of waste on site. Second, a lack of consistent waste data and reporting system at project, industry, and national level. Third, insufficient, secured, and established market for reusable and recycle waste materials. And fourth, basically there are lack of communication and coordination among the stakeholders and lack of user-friendly and active web-based exchange system and lack of incentive from the government to encourage the market development. As you can see this in the slide, the most waste is generated from the concrete as well as brick when we demolish other buildings. Now this graph tells that when years are increasing and the basically land acquired is also increasing because the building is getting older and we are demolish that building. So the waste is generated continuously. What are the barriers to implement reduction of construction waste? First of all, there is a financial and economic. A lack of well-developed waste recycling market and the financial benefits from waste reduction are integrated distributed, providing little incentives for operation. The first priority is the financial profit and not the environmental issues. And the contractors lacking economic penetration method for waste management. And then other point is environment. Basically, the lack of suitable building education at university level. And we are providing the training of construction workers on waste handling issues. Lack of basically most of the people are not aware of this. And the government is also not paying attention on this. And the then point is technical. Insufficient knowledge on how to implement the eco technologies, poor skills in construction practices on site operatives. And this other is socio-cultural. Traditional construction culture and behavior, difficulties in changing work practices of workforce. I believe that waste reduction efforts will never be sufficient to completely eliminate, not the least, the institutional. Lack of coordination among among divisions, lack of time to develop plans for waste reduction, absence of industry norms or performance standards for managing waste, and the lack of managerial commitment and support for the issue of the waste. And the last point is the conclusion. This study has determined the barricades to implement waste trading practices. It is continuously working to perform strategy analysis to rank the identified barricades, and their discoveries are helpful to waste management specialized organization and the government bodies in helping to build up new roundabout plans of action. The information assortment has been directed in Lucknow, which is the quickest developing economy in UP and the most elevated generator of construction and demolition squander among different urban areas, being the capital city of Uttar Pradesh, Lucknow, India. Basically, these are the references which I have gone through. Thank you.
Thank you so much. And any questions from our chairs?
Mr. Imran?
Yes, sir.
Do you have any solid plan? You have told us the barricades which come in construction waste management, but do you have any solid plan or which is maybe not in execution, but at least some planning you have for better management of the waste we generate in construction industry? Or you have
Yes,
just
sir.
told the
Basically,
barricades?
we can. No, sir. Basically, these are the barricades which are come in the construction industry, and we can remove this barricade, as well as we can go through this and remove all the barricades for in this study, and we can as you can say that there are several apps are going made, and in these apps we can take all the waste and separated by others, like concrete we had separated, or because if anyone wants to buy this waste or like a glass, so they can buy from that app or from that website. So it is very easy to increase that economy by selling all these waste. So we can increase this economy of India. And this is also the even government has want to give the subsidy on this.
Okay. Okay. Thank you.
All right, thank you so much for that presentation. Hold on one moment. All right. Yeah, before we proceed, yeah, that's our last presenter for for technical session 1, and we will proceed with our technical session 2 after lunch. We will be having a 40-minute lunch. See you guys after 40 minutes.
जैकेट करती हूँ अंदर हाथ डालती हूँ
क्या विषय है आज शांत एकदम वाह वाह क्या क्या बन रहा हाँ हाँ एमई भी लगेंगे सर और बी के जो है ना ये लगेंगे दूसरा आपको बी के काम था तो मेरे जो ग्रुप है उसका सपोर्ट आपके पास में है तो आप बोलो थे अपनी सबमिशन लिए ना यूजी के ना है ना कुछ है ना सर उसमें माझे टेबल मेरे टेबल पे है हाँ मैं खाना खा के है मैं लाता एक काम करता हूँ मैं पहले माझ्या टेबलवर आहे ना प्रोजेक्टचे रिपोर्टचे सर्टिफिकेटचे प्रिंटआउट्स आहेत
Sir, kindly mute yourself. Please requesting all of you.
टेबलवरच गठ्ठा असन कुठंतरी
Please, sir, mute yourself.
We are in meeting with Chinese proper. A, B,
See, no, we'll have one translator. After I explain to the Professor Ram पुन्हा शिकवला डॅम कधी काय नाही इतकं पडलंय सगळं. चम्मच
It's okay. It's ladies. It's something.
The thing is, you morning you logged in with this site. When they asked.
No, the only name it will. It's okay.
Oh, okay.
Sit.
Wow. इकडे लंबेकर इकोनॉमी पण अच्छी है. भूक लागली होती पण काम होते.
काय कुठून आले तुम्ही?
प्रेझेंटेशन बनवत आहे आणि नॅक्स द्यायचं आहे ना.
So in this, the moral of the story is we can't assign two devices simultaneously.
No, two laptops we can't sign. One tab, one phone we can.
Oh.
That's what I'm telling. We can.
No, then I have to. No, because I have to tomorrow. I have to be. When I'm just calling, it's getting cut. Come, we will eat. 5 more paper. 5 more paper.
Not this first paper. You told when I finish this, you told let me finish this one. What conference? Then we will end it.
5 more paper.
5 more we have.
God, so much of sweating and smelling also, Baba. This is the first time, I mean, in my life also.
Your body heat increased, I told. Yesterday, I scared. Yesterday, why do you know morning?
Never it's been like that.
Morning, why I lifted it and I have to do like this. Normally, when you are if you hug me, it will reduce it. Have you observed one thing? By the time I went, your body temperature, came normal.
I didn't.
Okay, I'm going to eat biryani.
Then it's very chill. What we have to do? Wait.
कॉस्टचा खूप फरक पडतो यार. बरं सर, सरांना काय जास्त काम नाही पडलं का?
जेवण झालं नाही?
या ना. कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, कुछ सही बात नहीं बता रहा मैं आज. झूठ बोल रहा. त्याला हा क्लिअर पाहिजे सगळ्या गोष्टी. त्याचं कसं आहे, मैं खाना खा रहा हूँ ऐसे प्रॉपर बता, बैठा किस पे है, क्या खा रहा है, असं काम.
मी विचार केला तुम्ही काय द्यायला पाहिजे. मला असं वाटतं तुम्ही तिघांचा फोटो फ्रेम करून द्या मॅडम. फॅमिली मध्ये चांगल्या क्वालिटीचा फोटो नाही आहे तुमच्याकडे?
मुश्किल आहे. आयडिया छान आहे तुमची. ध्यानच्या सोबत लागेल ना.
त्याला कॅमेऱ्यातला फोटो लागेल ना कॅमेऱ्यात. फ्रेम
अच्छा, हा 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 हा, त्या क्वालिटीचं तसे तर फोटोच नाही आमच्याकडे.
पुढे भेटणं पॉसिबल नाही कोणाच्या फंक्शन. मुकुलच्या लग्नात नाही ना मॅडम आलं होतं.
मुकुलच्या रिसेप्शनला आलो होतो.
मॅडम होते.
जसा वेगळा नाही काढला आम्ही, मुकुल सोबतचा फोटो असेल. बस खत्म करना है. डस्टबिन क्या खरी वाली खाई क्या तुमने? इसमें की
बाबू दीदी से फोटो तो
वैसे भी उसका ये सलाद में आ गया होगा अभी हर पर
बात नहीं करते तुमसे
ज्यादा नहीं अशी थोडी डिफेन्स मध्ये जाते ना तर इतकी जाते की खूप जास्त कोणत्याही गोष्टीचा व्ह्यू बनवला ना तो एक्स्ट्रीम वर बनवून ठेवून देतात मुश्किल आहे नॉर्मल डेज मध्ये असं बाहेर जेवायला आवडत नाही जास्त तिला म्हणत असतो की घरी ऑर्डर करण्यापेक्षा आपण कधी रेस्टॉरंट मध्ये जायचं बरोबर आहे बाहेर जाऊन येणं होते पिझ्झाही खायचा असेल तर तिथं जायचं ते नव्हते ही नाही कोणती मोस्टली पण एकदम नाहीच राहायचं आहे असं ठरलं होतं तर मग त्याच घरात राहिलो असतो ना जिथे राहत होतो आम्ही फालतू नाटकं झाले सगळे हे झाले विनाकारण कॉमन काजू हाँ वो लिंक भेजता हूँ सर जी जी हाँ सर बोलो बोल लो क्या बोल रहे कुल तोच पर्याय दुसरा पर्याय नाही ना ऍक्च्युली फालतू बनायचं सरळ इकडे आले असते वास्तूच्या हिशोबानं करून घेतला आम्ही दुसऱ्या दिवशी माणूस सेट होते तिथे बरोबर हा पण ती मेंटॅलिटी वेगळी आहे माणूस स्वतःच्या घरात राहणे भाड्याच्या घरात राहणे खूप फरक पडतो. अनस्टेबल राहते माणूस जेव्हा दुसऱ्याची इथे राहतो. हिचे अशा टेंडन्सीमुळे ते मुंबईचंही दिसकलं, इथचंही दिसकलं. शांतता नाही राहत मनात माणसाच्या. मुंबई जैसे जगह पे टूटता फ्लैट होने के बाद तुम सोचो क्या छोड़ना पड़ा मेरे को. मजाक नाही राहत. लोकांचं आयुष्य निघून जाते गोष्टी बनण्यात. तिला सुरुवातीला भेटल्या त्या पण त्याची किंमत नाही. किंमत तर नाहीच नाही, पण त्या डिस्ट्रॉय कशा करते ते पण. रिलेशन्स खराब करून ठेवणे, फायनान्शियल खराब करून ठेवणे, बेअक्कलीची हद असते. काही करण्याने दुसऱ्या देशामध्ये प्रॉब्लेम्स क्रिएट करू. शॉर्ट 14 वर्ष गेले सर आयुष्याचे. मला काय वाटलं होतं लिंबामुळे सावरनेस कमी होऊन जाईल. क्लियर ज्ञान बहुत क्लियर.
और वो
पप्पाची कोणची पोस्ट होती?
इंजिनियर जो असं टेक्निकल असू शकते.
नाही याला प्रमोशन्स वगैरे असतील ना, हळूहळू तिकडे शिफ्ट होऊन गेला तसंच ना.
आपल्याला
आपण बोलू नाही शकत. पहिलेच सांगितलं प्रयत्न चालू आहे. तुझी बाबाची तब्येत इतकी व्यवस्थित होती यार. आम्ही जेव्हा गेलो होतो सकाळी. लेट हो गए हम. बहुत लेट. बहुत लेट. बहुत. ये काम में कहीं भिड़ गए. अरे उगले सर. संत्रा आले सर ना वरूनला. अंदाज घ्या बरं. नंबर संत्रा खरंच. अजून गोड झाले. आता साला खर्चच खर्च आहे पूर्ण.
राहुल वांगटे सर, प्लीज म्यूट योरसेल्फ. सर काफी देर से माइक आपका ऑन है. राहुल सर प्लीज.
भाई फिरे किस उसमें ये है ना लेमन है ना. थोड़ा सा मस्त.
उसकी टेस्ट अच्छी लगी. विनेगर जैसे लगा.
सही बच्चा.
मैंने राइस में लिया था.
मैंने उसमें पूरा एक लेमन डाला. उसको साला लेमन ज्यादा अच्छा ही है. बॉडी के लिए भी अच्छा है.
Welcome back, everyone. Welcome back. We need to be on schedule, so we need to start our technical session too. All right, on our second session chairs, let us welcome our session chairs, Mr. Faraz Khan and Mr. Indresh Kumar. Assistant Professor Babu Banarashi Das University, Lucknow. Mr. Faraz Khan is working as an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering at Babu Banarasi Das University, Lucknow, where he has been a faculty member since 2015. He completed his MTech and BTech at Integral University, Lucknow. He has an experience of about 7 years in academics and research with more than 20 papers in various national and international journals. His research interests lie in the area of reinforced concrete, building materials, and concrete technology ranging from theory to design. Welcome to our session chairs for today. We will now start our technical session 2. I now invite our first presenter for the technical session 2, the paper title, Identify the Construction Project Manager's Soft Skills and Their Benefaction to Project Accomplishment. Author, Mod Asim. Co-author, Rida Ahmad, Zishan Raza Khan. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
Hi, yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay. In a minute.
Yep, I can now see your screen. Have it on presentation mode, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon to one and all present here. I, Rida Ahmed, am here to talk on the research topic that is identify the construction project manager's soft skills and the benefactions to project accomplishments. My guide would be Muhammad Asim Sir. He is an assistant professor of civil department in Integral University. The abstract for my topic, the things that will be continued in further my research, and the reason for this study is to distinguish key delicate abilities needed by construction project administrators and its effect on their project achievement. The discoveries of this study exhibit that the recognized delicate abilities are undivided attention corresponding to their tricky abilities, peacemaking human assets, the executive human abilities, administration abilities, institutional abilities, and many more. This study would give a huge commitment by building up the need of growing delicate abilities in project administrators to oversee groups viably and productively. Along these lines, expanding their presentation and the odds of project being fruitful. These abilities that are written above are basic towards project achievement, but nonetheless, it is likewise recognized that delicate abilities and hard abilities both work related to one another to accomplish an achievement. Now, soft skills, by its topic, it's real clear in the topic itself that soft skills are as important as hard skills. Soft skills are basically a person's relationship with other persons through his personal qualities. As quoted above, soft skills are building blocks to better teams in the construction industry. The reason for my research here is that nowadays we see that in a construction field or in other fields or in any of the industrial fields, the leader, the engineer, for example, the leader or the engineer on the site engineer is there available on the site and asking the other laborers to do something. When he's using his hard skills or when he's using his hard words or acting as if he is the owner or acting as if they are something below him and having the very bad attitude towards conveying the message, the soft skills are very important in that case. Sometimes the laborer won't understand what you are trying to say. Sometimes they would understand what you're trying to say, but they still not do it because of your attitude, and hence it's important to maintain a dignity between you and them. Soft skills is basically completely package of creativity, collaboration, adaptability, decision-making, high IQ, problem-solving, and communication. The top 10 soft skills are communication, self-motivation, leadership, responsibility, teamwork, problem-solving, decisiveness, ability to work under pressure and time management, flexibilities, and negotiation and conflict resolution. Now, these are few benefits that one would get if he or she or the industry improves the soft skills, develop their soft skills. It would be increased productivity, improved teamwork, improved retention rates, improved employee satisfaction, improved leadership, attract clients, increased workspace communication. And Based on the previous literature studies, the elements that have been reported which aid contribution of soft skills in project success are as follows. Low client attention rate, late for meetings, struggling to meet deadlines, rarely proceed to the next stage in meeting. Low communication skills resulting into avoiding networking opportunities. What exactly are soft skills? As considered earlier, soft skills are personal attributes needed for success on the job. Time management, networking, teamwork, creative thinking, and conflict resolution. Hard skills and soft skills. Soft skills are as important as hard skills. Some specific competencies, skills, knowledge, and abilities needed to perform a specific task or role, such as below the hard skills are the technologies, are the work, are the copywriting, troubleshooting, project management, Microsoft data that you all learn to do. And under the soft skills, personality traits, social competencies, and skills, knowledge, and abilities used to perform interpersonal activities and unique tasks. A project success requires these many things, that is planning, teamwork, communication, skills, tools, process, and management. All combined together result in accomplishment of a great project success. This is the methodology that I would be following further for my research in order to gain the guidance, or in order to gain the results to different varieties of different companies or different industries of how they want these, of how they manage the soft skills between them and the laborers, or between them and their employees. So first of all, I'll be doing the questionnaire survey to identify some soft skills necessary for a project manager. For that, we have concluded a 5 to 6 questionnaire bank with further options, asking them for the different questions regarding the same. Then we will be having the statistical analysis of all the problem statements. We'll use the CLR technique, that is common language runtime, that is used to basically convert the managed code into a native code and execute the program. Make hypothesis that there are 2 possible cases with the need of soft skills in project managers who will contribute to project success, or it won't. The hypothesis, the 2 possible cases will be there. Yes, the soft skills are important, or no, the soft skills are not important. And if yes, they're important, or no, if they're not important, what are the reasons? And if there's yes, if they're important, well, how are you doing it? How are you including it while performing a task? You'll be using ANUVA, the correlation analysis, to find out the results. Then we provide a solution to problem statements through designing of soft skills training programs, and then there would be conclusion with the references. These are just a few of the literature studies that I've been through for this paper. Behind this, in every literature study, it is thoroughly said that yes, soft skills are important, that yes, identifying soft skills are important. But now I would like to conclude with how to make it happen, with how to teach someone, with how to give the guidance to someone of soft skills. And the conclusion to this is that the results obtained from this research will provide in-depth information about the soft skills, leadership skills, and how these impact project success. These skills are important in maintaining the most important resource of the project, that is project team. By applying these skills, a project manager would be able to identify strength, weakness of a team member. The scope of this is limited to the literature study. However, further data through interviews, surveys, questionnaires, focus group discussion is recommended and will be followed. And these are the references for the previous literature reviews. Thanking you for listening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you so much for that presentation. Do we have questions from our chairs? Seems none. All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. Now, I would like to welcome our next presenter. Paper title procedure for enacting smart devices in the construction industry.
Good afternoon. I'm audible.
Yes, you are. I do see your presentation. Perfect. Have it on presentation mode and you have 10 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Ankit Gupta, lecturer, Civil Department, Hewitt Polytechnic, Mahanagar, Lucknow, under Board of Technical Education, Uttar Pradesh. And I'm pursuing my MTech part-time from Integral University under Mohammad Asim, coordinator. My topic for presentation, my review paper is Procedure for Enacting Smart Devices in the Construction Industry, UP region, under Mohammad Asim, and head Syed Akil Ahmed, HOD Civil Engineering Department, Integral University. Decentralization of data and high pace of portable substances access in the construction industry gives an ideal situation to progress of cycles by means of execution of world view of the Internet of Things. Savvy gadgets are considered as the items interconnected in the IoT. Presently, there is an absence of rules and execution of threads, gadgets, and digitalization in the development businesses and in the construction industry. Subsequently, my review paper is to contain a bunch of rules to carrying out brilliant gadgets in the development businesses. An exact review has been acted in the Lucknow area of Uttar Pradesh, India, following an efficient methodology, subjective information assortment, and examination needs to perform dependent on semi-organized meetings, including experts from development organization in the UP area. Study objective was the dissemination of data and the expedition of portable access in the construction organization gives an ideal situation for the improvement of procedures by means of IoT. Smart gadgets are considered as the items interconnected in the IoT. There is an absence of rules in regards to execution of smart gadgets, which is not properly digitalizing our construction industry. So an experimental review is acted in Lucknow and close area following a precise methodology, subjective information assortment and investigation performed. 6 semi-organized meetings were acted in Lucknow among 5 organizations from the construction sector, examining the usage of smart devices in construction organization, challenges and basic elements for effective execution of smart devices. The meetings were accomplished between September 2021 to December 2021 virtual meetings. The term on normal was 15 to 20 minutes. The interviews were from project chiefs to senior engineers of the organization. The long stretch of involvement of interviews, absence of training and development program was a critical barrier, which was my finding identified in the study with response with the percentage of 100. Personal parameters, inability to operate smart devices was 67%. Access to smart devices, inadequate self-development 50%. Fear of information loss is 30%. Social parameter, absence of training and development programs was 100%. There was a scarcity of training programs to use the smart devices in construction industries, and organizational behavior and ethics were 66%, and leadership skill was 33%. Technological parameter, access of smart devices in construction is 67%, and calibration also of smart tools also 67%. Lastly, I will conclude the IoT has helped in the development of numerous businesses and is making a durable effect on the construction industry. IoT, other types of assistance like associating locals, decreasing SAPs, upgrading well-being, and working on working cycles. Development organizations and construction sector are developing as they are growing their task topographically. They need overseas project in various geological areas. They likewise need to oversee projects with more tight cutoff times for all expected postments and decrease the pointless consumption of assets. These were some research review papers which I have studied in my research. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Any questions from our chair? All right, seems none. Let's go ahead and proceed with our next presenter.
Thank you, madam. Thank you. Thank you.
I now invite paper title Measurement and Evaluation of Indoor Work Environment in an Industrial Environment.
Hello. Hello. I'm audible?
Yeah. Author Dharmendra Jariwala and your co-author is Robin Christian. Welcome.
Yeah. Yeah. Good afternoon, ma'am. I'm audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes.
Hold on. Let me stop the screen
Uh,
sharing. All right. Go ahead and share
uh,
your screen, please. Oh, there you go.
okay, okay, okay. Screen is visible, madam?
Not yet. Coming up.
Actually, madam, as somebody said, the screen, that's why my screen is not.
And it's gone.
Now it is visible, ma'am?
Yep, it's up. Have it on presentation mode, please. And
Yes, yes.
you have 10 minutes.
Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. Myself, Dharmendra Jariwala, research scholar in SVNIT, Surat. I had undergone my research work with Dr. R.A. Krishnan sir in the area of environmental engineering. Particularly, before going to the presentation, I am giving the highlights of the work so that it is very easy to understand the research what I had made. Everyone is known about the outdoor air quality, but I think none of person present here is know about what is the exact qualities of the indoor or where he or she had work or reside. The research which had carried out in all over the world is said that the indoor air quality is much more deteriorate than the outdoor air qualities, or the research said it is 2 to 5 times more deteriorate than the outdoor air qualities. The work which I had carried out in one of the industrial environment, that is the dyeing and printing house, basically he manufactured saris and clothes in the particular industries. Okay. These are the presentations outlined of my topic. The snapshot put over here for the indoor air environment of the different industries. You can see the different industries are the iron industries, ceramic industries, food industries. Here you can see the plywood industries, brick industries, breweries industries, and even the sugar industries here. Okay. So we are started the exact presentation of the indoor work environment in the dyeing and printing house where I had conducted my research work. This is the ongoing research work, and the part of my research work is shown over here. The introduction part is the globalization and industrialization is continuously exert a pressure on the air qualities, whether it is indoor or the outdoor. We can quite from the many year experiencing that the climate is changing rapidly than the earlier due to more focus is given to the industrial production without or less control on the pollution aspect. So we can experience the global warming effects nowadays. Serious threats to the health workers which are employed in the industries is also experienced. And approximately 7 million people die every year of death in the polluted air. Out of this, the 3.8 million people died due to the indoor air pollution. According to the World Health Organization's, indoor air pollution is the fourth major cause of death in the worldwide. The indoor work environment is a physical environment and it is always a dynamic nature. It is depend upon the processes. It is depend upon the work carried out at the premises. Indoor work environment is the condition of the air and its related parameters inside the place. A person spent about 70 to 80% of the time throughout the days in the indoor work environment. So it is very concerns of the indoor air than the outdoor air, because We are major part of our day is we are spending in the indoor environment, and the air which we are breathing is of the indoor air. According to the EPA, indoor air quality refers to the air quality within and around the building and the structures, especially as it relates to the health and comforts of the building occupants. The indoor air quality is heavily depends on the penetrating of the outdoor air. Somewhere it is experienced that if the outdoor air pollution is there and the breeze is flowing towards the premises, then we are experiencing that there is a penetration of outdoor air pollutants in the inside. Specific indoor air pollution sources, that is the manufacturing aspects, is related over here. Interactions between the building systems that relates the whatever the furnitures, furnishings, clothes, paints which we had used in our premises. This is also affects on the indoor air quality. And occupant itself, the habits of the smoking is also affecting the indoor air quality. Okay. So concentration of the some pollutants in the indoor space is found 2 to 5 times more than is found in the outdoor area. It is done the research by the various researchers throughout the world. The importance of the indoor work environment is if the higher temperature inside the plants is leads to the uncomfort, fatigue, stress, and even sudden death due to the heat stroke is observed. High level of the humidity creates a wet environment inside and it causes high sweating rate, wet floor, increase the microbial growth, whereas lower level of the humidity may provide more dryness in the environment and also creates problems for the human being. Improper ventilation affects the dispersion of the contaminants and cause the serious health problems, as this also we can find during the cooking. And we have put a chimney on a cooking stove to disperse our gaseous pollutants. High level of the VOC and the gaseous pollutions creates the respiratory and acute health problems, or we can say it is the COPD. Increased potential for long-term and short-term health problems for staff and inmates is also observed in the inside the environments. It also negatively impacts on the attendance of the staff, comforts, and the performance of the workers. Acceleration to the deterioration and reduce the efficiencies of the facilities and equipments. It's also increased the strained relationships among the administration and the staff. The study parameters which I had considered in my studies are the natural wet bulb temperature, dry bulb temperature, globe temperature, wet bulb globe temperature index, relative humidity, total volatile organic compound, and the formaldehyde. The threshold value of each and every parameter is considered as per the OSHA, NEOS, and the ICCEASI guideline, because India having no guideline on the indoor air qualities. We have a guideline of the outdoor air qualities developed by the CPCB, but we don't have a guidelines for the indoor work environment or the indoor air qualities. So that's why I consider the threshold limiting value, which is given by OSHA, NEOS, and the ACGIH. The limits which is taken for the wet bulb globe temperature for the moderate work condition and 75% rest, 75% work and 25% rest regime is the 28 degrees centigrade. It is given by the ACGIH. The relative humidity is must be between 70 to 30 to 70%. Total volatile organic compound, the threshold limiting values of the total volatile organic compound, or the TVOC, is taken as the 0.3 ppm or microgram per meter cube, which is given by the OSHA. A formaldehyde limit is taken as the 0.2 ppm or the milligram per meter cube. Now we are going for the introductions about the industries where the work is carried out. The work is carried out in the dyeing and printing industries. The Indian textile industries is one of the largest in the world with the massive raw material and the textile manufacturing. Our economy is largely depends on the textile manufacturing and trade in addition to the other major industries. Textile industries is contributing 27% of foreign earnings, 14% of total industrial production, 4% in the GDP, 8% of the total excise revenue, and 21% of the total employment. The Surat having a 4,400 plus dyeing and printing house where daily 2 crore meters of the clothes is processing, and it is distributed or sending in the worldwide. The process diagrams of industries, I am not going into details of the process, each and every process. The process starting from the desizing, scouring, bleaching, dyeing, printing, dye fixation, washing, drying, and final finishings of the product. Based on the process diagram, we had considered the 5 places where the observation is taken. This is line out of industries where the observation is taken. The point number 1 is the center machine areas where the work is of the stretching of the clothes and the size fixation is to be carried out. Second row is the printing machine areas where the different designs on the clothes is to be done with the help of the various dyes, solvents, and adhesives. Looping machine is the areas where after the printing, the cloth is going and the permanent dye fixation is to be taken place. The washing areas where the final washing, or we can say the excess dyes, is to be removed before the finishing wash. And jet dyeing is the first process where after receiving the raw materials, the impurities on the cloth is to be removed with the bleaching agents and the caustic soda. So these are the 5 areas which were selected in the industries, and each and every areas, it is a heat process, and the temperature in the each and every area is from the 150 to the 180 degree centigrade. These are the instrument which is used for the measurements of parameters. The first equipment is the heat stress monitors, which is used to take data on the dry bulb temperature, wet bulb temperature, globe temperature, relative humidity, and the WBG index. The TVOC meter is used to take observations on the volatile organic compound, and the formaldehyde detector is shown in the third figure. Okay. Here for the particular, when we are taking the observation in the indoor environment, the fixation of the height of the instrument is very much important. The instrument is fixed at the breathing level height, that is from 1.2 meter height. Because whatever we are finally taking is the health risk assessment in the indoor air environment. So breathing level is much more important to take observations. These are the descriptive analysis of the studied parameters. You can see that mean temperature for the natural wet bulb temperature at various areas. GM is the jet dyeing machine, PM is the printing machine, SM is the stentor machine, LM is the looping machine areas, and WB is the washing basin areas. The mean temperature is ranging from, you can say, the 23.6 degrees centigrade to the 25.9 degrees centigrade at the 5 places. Dry bulb temperature, it is the exact temperature in the surrounding areas, is to be known as the dry bulb temperatures. The temperature is ranging above, we can say that it is more than the 30 degrees centigrade at each and every place. The globe temperature is ranging from 31 degree to the 40 degrees centigrade, and the WBG index, if you can see, it is ranging from the 25 or 26 degrees centigrade to 29 degrees centigrade. According to the ICCEASI, the maximum threshold limit of WBG index should not be more than 28 degrees centigrade. So you can see that at the place, that is the printing machine areas, center machine areas, looping machine area, and at this 3 places, we can observe the temperature is more than the threshold limiting values. Humidity is also ranging from the 30 to the 50 degrees, 50%. This is the data regarding the TVOCs, and these are the data regarding the formaldehyde. You can see that each and every place, the TVOC and the formaldehyde, we can observe much more than the threshold limiting values. After carried out the descriptive analysis, it is important to know the relationship between the various parameters, so that we can find the solutions to which parameter is to be controlled for the further to control the indoor environments. For that, the principal component analysis is to be taken place. Before carrying out the principal component analysis, correlation analysis is to be taken out, and then the principal component analysis is carried out with the help of the XL state and the origin. Here in the principal component analysis, the component which having eigenvalue less than greater than 1 is considered as a principal component. So for the jet machine areas, the 2 principal component is to be extracted. Same for the center machine areas, 2. For printing machine areas, 3 principal component is extracted. Looping machine areas, we extracted 2 principal component, and for the wash basin areas, we are extracted 2 principal components. After carrying out the generally from the principal component, we can show the relationship between the various parameters. So, and the factor loading graph after the varimax rotation is to be done. From the factor loading plots, or it is to be seen that for the jet machine areas, you can see that that is the GT, or we can say the globe temperature, having 0.927 factors. Natural variable is a 0.947, and the W index is a 0.995. So this thing is relatively affecting on the temperature at the particular place. Whereas the factor 2, that is a focus on the dry bulb temperatures or the relative humidity index, TVOC, and the HCSO. Though from this we can conclude that the dry bulb temperature is more affected on humidity and TVOC and the HCHO. Whereas in the factor 1, we can conclude that globe temperature and the natural vapor temperature is related to the WGT index. So that's why, so from this fashion, we had carried out the pollutant analysis and find out which component is responsible for the process. And with the help of the this, we are finding the factor loading plot. Factor loading plot shows the relationship between the various factors. If the factors having angle less than 19, then they are closely related to each other. And if the angle is 180, then there is no relationship between these 2 factors is to be taken as. Okay. So here is the factor loading plots of the dyeing machine areas, center machine areas, wash basin areas, looping machine areas, and printing machine areas is shown over here. And from that, we can find out which factor is to be controlled at a particular place, so that indoor environment is much more finer, or we can say much more good for the workers. Now we are going from the conclusion. From the PCA loading plot, natural visible temperature, globe temperature, and W index were found to be closely interrelated with each other. A strong relationship of dry bulb temperature with formaldehyde and TVOC is to be observed. Humidity show a negative relationship with the dry bulb temperature, except at the location where the extensive amount of the water is to be used in the process. As we can see the literature, the temperature is rising, then the relative humidity is reversed, or vice versa. Okay, but here in the 2 places where the water is used in ample amount, so the water vapor is, due to the heat, the water vapor is generated, and that water vapor is added in the atmosphere, which is opposed to rising relative humidity at that place. So from the PCA, the factor loading, the use of high temperature and extended amount of heat were found to play a vital role in the emission of the investigated pollutant. To prevent the indoor air pollution in such industries, quick dispersion of the pollutant is required. To achieve a satisfactory indoor environment, the effective management of the ventilation system, whether it is a natural ventilation or the forced ventilation, can be beneficial for the better indoor environments. So thank you very much, and if any questions, welcome.
Yeah, thank you so much for your presentation. Do we have any questions from our chair? Right, seems none. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to call on our next presenter. Paper titled Temperature Variation of Pavement Design in India. Author Dhiraj Yadav and co-author Balchandra Kodi.
Hello, am I audible
Hi,
now?
yes, you are audible and I'm waiting for your screen to come up.
Yeah.
All right, perfect. Have it on presentation mode and yeah, you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. This is Dhiraj Yadav, and I am a student of MTech Research Scholar, GH Raisoni College of Engineering, Nagpur, under the guidance of Dr. Balchandra V. Khode, the professor of GH Raisoni College of Engineering. I am going to present on the topic of temperature variation of pavement design in India. First, we will move on to introduction. The introduction says that temperature is the primary climatic factor that greatly affects the mechanical properties of the pavement. Temperature is the only factor that is causing the damage to the pavement layers, while other factors such as traffic loads or the stresses are also included. Cracks that are formed due to temperature, therefore, these are formed due to temperature, therefore, time period and efficiency of the pavement is also greatly affected by the temperature. Therefore, many scientists didn't accept the estimated value of temperature and showed concern about temperature algorithms, wherein in 1993, super pave temperature was discovered. The goal of this research is to develop an authentic model for estimating the pavement temperature using latitude of the location as well as the air temperature also. Moving to next, we will have the abstract. The abstract says the pavement behavior is greatly affected by the climatic conditions. As mentioned by the CEO of the IFERP, that climate is changing and it is affecting the flora and the fauna. Here also, the pavement is also getting affected. The temperature is the only one climatic factor that controls the mechanical properties of pavement design. Flexible pavement design is done through Indian Road Congress, that is IRC 37 2012. Thus, contribution of temperature in each layer of the pavement is very important. So major highway in India are primarily of flexible pavement. So we will consider the flexible pavement for analysis. This paper presents design of pavement design considering variation of elastic modulus value month-wise throughout the year and compare old pavement design using IRC 37 2012. Temperature model has been proposed to determine the temperature of pavement month-wise. Relation between air temperature and pavement temperature is being used, and how are they dependent? Latitude of the location is being used to determine the pavement temperature. Description. Due to problems of measuring the material properties necessaries for use in modeling techniques, most effort to measure the material properties required for use in analytical models have centered on regressional analysis. The temperature of the pavement is affected by the air temperature, location, sun radiation, air velocity, and the precipitation. The only elements that impact the pavement temperature are air temperature and the latitude. So we have a formula given as pavement is equal to 0.7147 plus 1.3023. 80 is the air temperature plus 0.1103 L, where L is the latitude of the selected location. By using this formula, we will move on to further calculations. The possibility of a fictitious case study has been examined over here. The following are the pavement compositions for the road taken in Mira Road, that is in Mumbai, which is in India, of latitude 19 degree, and the following values have been considered. Pavement composition of BC, that is base course of 40 mm, WMM of 250 mm, GSB of 200 mm, and DBM of 80 mm has been considered. Design CBR of 10% and bitumen VG 30 has been used. The place latitude is presumed to be 19 degree, and the pavement temperature, the temperature of the pavement was calculated using equation 1 that was used earlier and is shown in the figure above. So this is how the temperature varies in a year. The next graph shows the plotted area from IRC 37 2012 table, which shows the relation between the elastic modulus and the pavement temperature. So this graph shows the E value can be interpolated, extrapolated to various pavement temperatures using the regression equation. So after interpolation, the values of the elastic modulus of the subgrade is found for different months in a year. It is shown in the table right here. And it can be clearly seen that as the payment temperature rises, elastic modulus decreases. That means they are inversely proportional to each other. So results and the conclusion. This figure shows the payment temperature progressively climbed from January to June, then gradually declined from June to December, as shown in the figure. The E value of the bituminous mix is reversed in nature of the payment temperature. Here we found that the graph comes out to be parabolic and the lowest curve is for Srinagar area, which means the average temperature of the payment in Srinagar is lower than the other areas. Here, the many areas have been taken into consideration like New Delhi, Lucknow, Srinagar, Jaipur, Guwahati, and different temperatures have been taken into consideration. And according to those payment temperatures, required elastic modulus of the subgrade payment temperature has been of the payment has been calculated. Here we can found that the graph comes out to be parabolic and the lowest curve is for Srinagar and the other. So by knowing that the figure has been inverse relation, we can say that the E values of Srinagar will be higher. Why? Because it is inversely proportional. On comparing it, it can be found that in Mira Road, that is in Mumbai place, which has the which was having the highest payment temperature in the month of May, while in New Delhi it was in month of June, while in Lucknow it was in the month of June, and in Srinagar it was in the month of July, and in Jaipur it was in the month of June, while at Guwahati it was in the month of June. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do you have any questions from our chairs? All right, seems none. Thank you so much once again with your presentation. And now, let me call on our next presenter. Paper title, Confirmation according to several international codes on perfect international confirmation according to several international codes on the perfect compatibility of the Algerian earthquake regulations with the seismic base isolation technique of the buildings. Author Unis Haj Mohammed, co-author Bezi Kamel. Hi, welcome.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. I can.
Right, I can see your screen. Have it on presentation mode, please. You have 10 minutes.
Thank you, Mr. President, for giving me the opportunity to present the summary of my latest research work. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Unis Haj Mohammed. Haj Mohammed, Assistant Professor at the Department of Civil Engineering, Mustafa Bombarid, University of Patna. The theme of my presentation is confirmation according to several international codes on the perfect compatibility of the Algerian earthquake regulation with the seismic base isolation technique of the building. Earthquakes have long represented one of the worst disasters of humanity, collapse of structures, of the human and material losses. At the national, on local scale, the city of Sheik was strongly shaken in 1980 by an earthquake with a magnitude of 7.2 points of Richter scales. These events reported 3,500 dead, 4,500 wounded, and hundreds of families of homes. The city of Boumerdès, an earthquake measuring 6.7 magnitude in 2003 reported more than 2,000 dead, 10,000 wounded, and more than 15 homeless, and loss estimated at more than 2 billion. Remedies for the consequences confirm the shortcomings of our design practices. In this regard, two design approaches are possible. The design of traditional structures is essentially based on the strand ductility of structural elements. The second approach concerns the technology of seismic base isolation. A technique of controlled response is to minimize interstory drift and additionally to reduce the acceleration of terraces. This technique allows to artificially lengthen the natural period of the structures. Based on these objectives, the outline of the presentation is structured as follows. First, vibration control systems, design methods of base isolation systems, models of base isolation systems, numerical modeling, new design approach according to RPR 1980, a general conclusion and recommendations. For vibration control devices, there are several innovative methods, and among these we can distinguish 4 different approaches: passive system, active system, semi-active system, hybrid system. As we have to base ourselves specifically in our research on the base isolation techniques, and more particularly the LRB system. So the LRB system is made up of 2 main parts: multi-layer steel reinforced elastomeric, characterized by great flexibility and distortion and deformation action. Second element, lead core inserted in the center, characterized by a reduction of the lateral displacement and additional mechanism for energy dissipation. The mechanic of the isolator can be modeled in two ways: an equivalent linear sample model, or a model closer to reality, which is the bilinear hysteresis model. In this slide, it is about the equation of motion of end of a building mounted on LRB system is given by the expression below. A numerical modeling concerns a regular building in a plane and an elevation of 10 stories, the geometrical characteristics of which are shown as follows in the slide. The design of the isolator is essentially based on a number of parameters: numerically, effective stiffness, characteristic resistance, post-elastic strips, and so as on. The seismic excitation considered in this parametric study of different natures are essential Lexington or quartz CMF with different PGA and also a different range of frequency. On the basis of this investigation, we noticed that the principle of seismic isolation is confirmed by the fact that there is an increase in the period of particularly double. The results in terms of relative displacement show that the LRB system is efficient given the high reduction rate, which can sometimes reach more than 74 for certain excitation. For the response of interdrift displacement, you observe a strong reduction of a percentage estimated between 65 and 70%, and that at a rate of damping 10%, respectively of all excitation, express that of a center with an average rate of 40% with a high damping rate. With regard to the shear force at the base, we record a strong reduction of an average value 65.70% with wake rate of the damping 10%. And that's almost for all the excitation, expect that of all central with a very low rate of 10%. Like foreign earthquake codes, the main objective of this investigation is to be essential to propose a design methodology for base isolated building according to the Algerian earthquake regulation. The proposed methodology deals with demonstration by the equivalent linear method. The design traditional structure is essentially based in the strength and ductility of the structural elements. Force on the one hand anticipates as we can conclude that the result in terms of the shear force show a good agreement with a different regulation. So the determination of the shear force according to the formula below depends on the two key parameters, which are the design displacement and effective stiffness, which is in turn can be determined by an iterative process according to the method of equivalent linear analysis by introducing the parameter relating to the Algerian earthquake regulation. When applying the equivalent linear method, according to the Algerian earthquake regulation, in order to determine the shear force at the base, certain assumptions are imposed, which are as follows. The soil class concerned by the method are S1, S2, S2, S3, S4. Maximum eccentricity between the center of mass and torsion is limited to 5%. Tension in the result is not permitted. The equivalent period of the result is between 3 TF and 3 seconds. In general, the shear force at the base is obtained from the spectral acceleration and the weight of superstructure. So, consequently, the shear force at the base is obtained. The iterative process of the proposed method encompasses the following steps. 1, we assume an initial displacement of the isolation system. 2, we calculate the effective stiffness and the effective damping. 3, we calculate the equivalent period of the isolation system. We calculate the reduction factor of the response and the spectral acceleration. 4, we calculate the new design displacement. At least repeat the above steps until the design displacement converge. So, the summary of the iterative approach proposed relating to the Algerian earthquake regulation is recapitulated in the table below. Consequently, the design displacement of the LRBC isolator obtained by this new approach is estimated at 28.46 centimeters. The result obtained during this vast study showed the design displacement by the proposed methodology is very satisfactory and agrees with the various regulation envisaged. It represents an average value between the different seismic codes, which strongly validated the approach proposed. As we can conclude that the result in terms of the shear force show a good agreement with the different regulation because the value of the shear force represents an average value. For the synthesis of the results obtained during the comparison of the model proposed with the nonlinear method according to IBC 2000, one draws the following conclusion. The new approach gives good results compared to the various regulations cited in the literature. For near-field excitation, as centrosema, the isolation system is very effective, and there is good agreement between the nonlinear method of the proposed model. In a free field, we observe a divergence of the response between the proposed model and the nonlinear method. This is explained by the fact that the isolation system is not so effective for this kind of excitation. In general, conclusion, we can deduce the following points. The periods of the isolation sector are lengthened compared to those of the fixed base structure. Only the first mode of to be included for isolated structures. The displacement is greatly reduced for almost all seismic excitation. The interstory drift is greatly reduced even at low percent damping of the NRB system. In crazy damping implies a very large reduction in shear at the base. The NRB system is not adequate, appropriate to a damping rate of 20% for all response. A proposed methodology, the design displacement obtained by the proposed methodology is very satisfactory. It represents an average value between the various seismic codes considered. The study recommendations. The study was performed a regular building. To extend that study, it is recommended to vary mechanical geometrical parameters of the structures as well as for the other structures. Thank you for the interest and your patience.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have questions from our chairs? Right, seems none. Thank you so much once again. And now I would like to invite our next presenter, the paper title Static and Free Vibration Analysis of Multi-Scale Composite Plate Structure using Redis HSDT Mathematical Model. Author Ravi Kumar, co-author AJ Kumar. Welcome.
Thank you, ma'am.
Right, go ahead and share your screen. First page. Have it on presentation mode and you have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. And I'm going to explain a static and free vibration behavior of multi-scale composite plate structure using Redis HSDT mathematical model. This is myself, Ravi Kumar. I am a PhD research scholar at NIT Patna in Civil Engineering Department. Second author is Dr. Ajay Kumar. He is my PhD supervisor. Currently, he is working as an assistant professor in Civil Engineering Department, NIT Patna. So in this presentation, we are going to see the investigation study on static center deflection and natural frequency of CNT reinforced multi-scale FGM plates. For this analysis, we apply a HSDT model where top and bottom shear stays at 0. We use a Helpin-Desai and homogeneous equation to predict the effective material property. After that, we validate and converge the Persian modification to see the accuracy and to see which mesh size is suitable for the whole numerical analysis. After that, various new results are presented to observe the various effect of various parameters like plate size ratio, different fraction of carbon nanotube, different fraction of ceramic fibers, etc. Carbon nanotube is a new form of carbon which is configurably equivalent to a two-dimensional graphite sheet into a single wall carbon nanotube. Here we can, in this figure, we can see we convert a two-dimensional graphite sheet and roll it into a carbon nanotube. We strongly believe that carbon nanotube-based composite could offer better strength-weight ratio. Carbon nanotube are also known as have a good mechanical and electrical property. It also a very good thermal property, lightweight ratio, etc. These are the few applications of FGM, CNT based FGM. In nuclear project, it used as a fuel pellets, plasma, wall of fusion reactors, space project in rocket components, space print frames, medical fit like artificial bone, artificial teeth. In construction industry, it also used as a building material. In sports, it's used as a body parts of a sports car. In building it can also use as a window glasses. In energy sector, it used as a thermoelectric generator, solar cells, sensors, and in communication field it used as a optical fiber lenses, semiconductor, solar cells, sensors, etc. These are some literature review. There are various literature in past who had a study on static and vibration response of FGM, CNT based using various deformation theory like TSGT, classical plate theory, HSGT. But in this, but in current, we use a modified HSGT model, where I will show you in the next slide. This is how material is model. First, we add CNT reinforcement in matrix material, which result as a nanocomposite structure. And after that, nanocomposite and fiber mixed together, they result a multi-scale FGM plate. Here, the first equation, the elastic property of nanocomposite is represented as EMNC. It calculated via Halpern psi equation. After that, they mix with the fiber material, and these resultant material can be used as a homogeneous equation, Wiegand rule of mixture, which is represented as EZ. Because material property is varied in the thickness, that's why it represented as a EZ. It is a function of Z direction. These are the displacement function which used for the static and vibration analysis, where we can see that there is a variation provided in Z direction, W. It's a quadratic variation in Z direction. Here we discretize plates into a number of elements in X and Y direction, and 900 as a parametric element is used for the whole analysis. And the whole code is a MATLAB code is developed for the complete analysis. These are the governing equation for a static analysis. We use strain energy formula, and for vibration analysis we use eigenvalue problem. Here omega square represent as a natural frequency, and D represent as a displacement vector, F represent as a force vector. These are the property of various constituents, single wall carbon nanotube. We can also use as a multi-wall carbon nanotube, but in this study we use single wall carbon nanotube. Aluminum matrix considered as a metal matrix. Fiber is considered as a fiber constituents. Ceramic fiber, ZrO2. These are the static analysis, where we can see the convergence and validation, and the graph shows that 5 message gives best suitable results, and it also validated with Ferreira et al. 2004, which the results which are already present in this reference. These are we can see the effect of CNT and fiber constituents. All these four are calculated for various plate size ratio. A by H is considered as a thick plates, and A by H is equal to 5 considered as a thin plates. And here we can see the blue lines shows it shows the result at WCNT is equal to 5%. Here we can see the effect of 5%, and at n is equal to 0, n is equal to 0 value, it represents as a complete made of ceramic fiber. And after we add 5% of CNT, we can see there is no variation in center deflection are observed, because after n is equal to 0, we added CNT fibers. And it started to show the effect. Here we can in all plate size ratio, you can see the effect of WCNT. These are the effect of side to thickness ratio. We can only observe side to thickness effect of side to thickness up to A by is equal to 15, and after that is so a flat line. After that, no significant effect of A by plate thickness ratio is observed. These are the conversion evaluation of free vibration analysis. Here we can see at 5 by 5 mesh size, it gives a good value, and it can also validate with Liu et al. Here the effect of CNT and fibers on in vibration analysis, we can see the at WCNT is equal to 5%. It gives a very high. It gives a high value for non-dimensional frequency parameter in both the cases, A by thick and thin plates. These are the some conclusion. By emerging the CNT reinforcement in metal matrix gives more stiffness to the plate structure, as we can see less deflection is we get in case of WCNT is equal to 5%. The deflection at the center of the plate decrease and the frequency value increase by increase the amount of CNT. As I already said, it provide more stiffness. For greater value of volume fraction index, the amount of ceramic fiber is less, which results in less stiffness to the plate structure. More deflection at the center and less frequency value is seen at higher volume of higher volume fraction index, because at the higher volume fraction, the amount of ceramic fibers is reduces, and nanocomposite part is increased. Amount of nanocomposite fibers are increases. The CNT reinforcement ceramic fiber can be utilized in multi-phase material modeling, so the structure can significantly improve under static and dynamic. All the graphs shows that it can improve by adding CNT reinforcement up to 5%. We can also add up to above 5%, but after that, various effects we have to consider, like agglomeration effect we have to consider. These are some feature scope in present modeling analysis. Carbon analysis of CNT based FGM plate may open the immense scope of the further research. Like we can determine the thermoelastic property of proposed CNT based FGM plate, how it affect in thermal condition. Determination of damping based on the viscoelastic property of the proposed composite material. Thermomechanical stress analysis of some composite structure can be calculated, and optimal design can also provide for CNT based FGM material. So these are my references, and thank you everyone. If anyone have questions.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Do we have questions from our chair? Right, seems none. Again, thank you so much for that presentation. Now I would like to invite our next presenter, the paper titled Barriers in the Green Building. Barriers in the Green Building Practices Adoption, a Stakeholders Perception. Author Shravan Kumar Maturla. Co-author Sani Agarwal.
Please confirm, ma'am.
Hi, welcome. Yeah, I can see your screen and I can hear you. Please proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Yeah, thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for the chairs and everyone to accept my paper. Now, my topic is about the barriers in the green building practices and adoption, and what are the perception of the stakeholders. I'm Shravan, the MTech student. I'm doing this project under the guidance of Sani Agarwal. He is an assistant professor in the Department of Civil in the KL University, Andhra Pradesh, India. Now, the introduction. According to the International Finance Corporation, the construction sector consumes about 40% of the total construction, total area, and the energy, and annually it is 8%. According to 2050, it can be about 70% nearly if it goes on like this. So according to the World Green Building Council 2019, green building can reduce and eliminate the negative consequences and also increase or create positive influence on the climate. So India is now at the third highest rate of growth in green building and construction, which is my project. Now, I am using this methodology. For the first, I am taking the identification by TAK process, that is title, abstract, and the keywords process, using the literature review. Using this, I have identified the barriers, and using this, I will made a questionnaire survey in my area, that is Andhra Pradesh and Telangana states in India. After that, collected process is gone through the analysis, that is a semi-quantitative and qualitative process, which I use. The tool is ANOVA analysis, and using that, what are the ranking and what are the mitigation I have provided. Now, these are the barriers. As you can see, the barriers, there are 6 barriers: unfamiliarity with the green concept, economic issues, marketing limitations, stakeholders' attitude, and the risk due to complexity in the green techniques, and the lack of government support. And these are the description, what are the wordings means, etc. Now, these are my analysis. It is nothing but an stakeholder's perception or the profile. What kind of organization he is working in, and what is the position of him, and the experience he's got. As per my stakeholders, I have divided them into clients, consultants, and the contractors. And they are in various positions, like as you can see my screen, project manager, site engineer, architects, or suppliers. And experience varies from 0 to 5, 5 to 15, 15 to 25, and more than 25 years of experience. That are my graphs. Now, I have used the analysis, ANOVA analysis, that is analysis of variance, to check if there is a significant difference between each and individual perception. That is, we are taking different stakeholders like client, contractors, and consultation, etc. So is there a difference between each individual? As you can see, I got a p-value of 0.008, which is less than 0.005 by perception, what we standard perception. So there is a significant difference. When I take the mean values of each ranking, as you can see, overall ranking, this is an overall ranking. As per the client, he has ranked the barrier of lack of administration support and stakeholder and unfamiliarity with the green concept as the 1 and 2. As per the consultant, he has taken unfamiliarity and economic issues as 1 and 2. So there is a difference between each stakeholder. So this is my analysis. Now, coming to the conclusion part, all these barriers are equally important, but in the perception of each stakeholder, it differs in ranking and differs in its priority. So my contribution is like explaining each and every person that the barriers are important. By prioritizing each and everything, we can take the adoption to the next level. That is my paper. These are my references for the paper and for the PPT, etc. Thank you for my presentation. Is there any questions for me? Ma'am?
Thank you so much for your presentation. Yes, any questions from our chair? All right, seems none. And once again, thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am.
Now I would like to invite our next presenter. The paper title is Potential of Elderly Housing in India, a Post-Pandemic Scenario. Author Akash Pandey, co-author Dr. Venu Shri.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Yes, I can hear you. Go ahead and share your screen.
Okay, ma'am. Can you confirm, ma'am? Is my screen visible? Was my screen visible, ma'am?
Nope.
Wait, ma'am.
Okay. Coming up. There you go. All right. Have it in presentation mode, please. And you have 10 minutes.
Yes, ma'am. So my topic is potential of elderly housing in India. First of all, thank you so much for letting me present. And I'll introduce myself. Myself, Akash Pandey. I'm doing my master's from NIT Hamirpur under the guidance of Dr. Venushri. She is assistant professor and she's holding degree PhD from and master's from IIT Roorkee. So I'll be talking about the first abstract. What is the potential before? What was the potential before pandemic, and what is after pandemic? So, like we have all seen that during the COVID outbreak, healthcare system collapsed in India, and because of which elderly groups were finding difficult to get their own medication and the care they were requiring at that time. And as per the WHO, 95% of the COVID-19 deaths were among the people of over 60 years of age, and more than half of all the deaths occurred in people of 80 years plus. So it was now necessary to analyze the actual potential after the pandemic. So this paper aims to find out the potential of elderly housing in the country like India post-pandemic. So I'll first go through introduction. What is elderly housing? What is the current demand and the state-wise potential of elderly housing before pandemic? Then I'll go to the state-wise index and quality of life for elderly population. So we all know that elderly community is an important segment of urban population in the world because they age naturally and they have a lot of experience and in terms of wisdom also. And they usually love to spend large span of time indoors comparison to other age groups. But in COVID outbreak, elderly homes also became the epicenters to the health crisis, along with nursing homes and hospitals during that time. And the United States Center for Disease Control and Prevention warns that nursing home with assisted living population are at high risk of being affected by COVID-19. So first we will look what was the potential before pandemic. In India, like we have seen, one out of 40 family, they prefer elderly housing or the old age home. Like in the 135 urban cities, metropolitan cities of India, there are 52 million households which have seniors in them. And out of that, 12.8 million households are accounted for the old age homes. So demand is around 3,12,000 units out of 12.8 senior households. And we can see that from this pie chart that 48% demand is from the low income age group, 21% from high income, and 31% from the mid income. Which is for high income, it ranges from 50 to 75 lakh, and for mid income, it ranges from 25 to 50 lakhs, and for the low income, it ranges from 10 to 25 lakhs. Now, demand as per cities, we can see the tier 1 cities like all the metropolitan cities, Maharashtra, Delhi, like all the cities have 85% demand because of urbanization, migration, increased living cost. They have moved and they want to live separately for their convenience. But the supply is very less. We can see that existing units are only 2% and proposed are only 2%. And rest is the demand. 96% accounts for the demand. And to find the state-wise demand, these factors were included: population size, living arrangements, death rates, life expectancy, and literacy rates. And from which we can find that Tamil Nadu, Maharashtra, Kerala, and Andhra Pradesh, they are showing very high demand in comparison to rest of these. But in Punjab and Goa, these are the states which are not lacking much behind. So we can see clearly that in these urban cities, there is high demand. There was high demand before pandemic. But for demand, we will look out for the consumer potential, whether they are able to buy, they will be able to buy or not. So we will look at the quality index of life of the elderly population. So to find the potential of buyer segment, quality of life for elderly population has to be considered, as per which states with the actual demands can be identified. The index assesses the well-being of elderly on the basis of 45 different indicators. And the 4 indicators, the main indicators were financial well-being, social well-being, health system, income security, and economic empowerment. And these all 8 were the sub-pillars. And to ensure the fair ranking, the states and union territories are divided into 4 categories: aged state, relatively aged states, and these are on the basis of their elderly population. The population having more than 5 million are in the aged states, and the states having less than 5 million elderly population are in the relatively aged states. Then we have separated the north and northeastern state and union territories. We can find that Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, and Madhya Pradesh in the aged state were ranked in the top 5 as per the Quality Life Index. And in the relatively aged state, we can find Himachal, Uttarakhand, Haryana, Odisha, Jharkhand. And similarly, in the northeastern state, we can find Mizoram, Meghalaya, Manipur, Assam, Sikkim. And in the union territories, like there were almost all the union territories performed very well in the state quality index. Most of the northeastern state have performed well in the health system and social well-being, but lag behind in the income security pillar. And similarly, for the health system has shown the best performance among all the pillars of the states and union territories, scoring more than half of the national average in pillar. Social well-being follows second. The remaining pillar, financial well-being and income security, have scored the lowest. So it was necessary to provide or propose some low-cost housing for the elderly group also, for country like developing country like India, where the majorly population is not that in the rich segment. What happened in COVID outbreak? So as of February 6, 2020, a total of 28,000 confirmed cases with 565 deaths globally were documented, involving at least 25 countries. The elderlies are by far the most vulnerable population group in context to prone to infection of COVID-19 disease, because they were already having comorbidities like heart disease, diabetes, and respiratory sickness. And as per the reports, age was the most important determinant in magnitude of the spread and effect of COVID-19 disease, especially after 65 years of age. We can see from the table that Maharashtra, Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh again were the worst affected states, which were showing the most potential in the state quality index and for the demand also. And we can see that age from 60 to 74 years were the worst effective group. So now it was necessary to find the performance of the old age homes where they were staying in that outbreak, because the states were having actual demand and the states were showing the good quality index now are the worst effective states. So what happened in the old age home? Were they performed well or not? That will show what will be the actual demand of the elderly housing post-pandemic. So research methodology. In this potential states with supply, we have find out who are the states, and the states with consumer ability to afford with a good quality index of life, and the worst affected states because of COVID outbreak. We found out that Maharashtra, Karnataka, Andhra Pradesh, Tamil Nadu were among the 4. So to analyze the performance, 3 states, Maharashtra, Gujarat, and Rajasthan, were selected based on 2 rationale. Maharashtra being the state with high rate of mortality and demand and COVID infection case reported. Rajasthan and Gujarat were selected being ease of reaching to care homes respondents due to available contacts and references. Southern states like Kerala, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu, and Andhra Pradesh are still among the worst affected states, making difficulty for primary data collection because of some communication gap also. So total 52 care homes were contacted during months of September to November, out of which 44 responded, and macro level information such as current status of COVID cases, death, demographic profile of occupants, related statistics before and after lockdown, facilities and specification due to pandemic, challenges and policy changes they introduced during that difficult time. So we found out that in Gujarat, 13, Maharashtra, 17, and Rajasthan, 14 old age homes were surveyed, and ownership was private and trust-based or public-based. Occupancy before lockdown was 680 in Gujarat, and during pandemic it was 525. So we can observe that they decongest the old age home. They took the first precaution as decongested. Similarly, in Maharashtra, we can find that occupancy was reduced during COVID outbreak. In Rajasthan also. So around 20 to 25% decongested was introduced. Now the COVID case reported was 41 out of 525. Similarly, in Maharashtra, 71 out of 598. So the COVID case reported in proportionate to the state was very less in the old age home. So these findings contradict the situation of the old age home in the other countries where majority of the case and death reported from the old age home. So what precaution did they took? So first precaution they took was the care workers were made to live temporarily in old age homes. Second was proper sanitization and the care they were giving. Third was main decongest the old age home. And we have seen the countries like Western countries, they have very adequate resources. So in the first lockdown, the lockdown was not that strict because availability of adequate resource. But in countries like India, where resources was not that adequate or were not supplied in adequate amount, lockdown was very strict. So that helped in preventing the spreading. So current new demand post-pandemic, like Colonel A. Sridharan, retired, founder and MD of COVID Care Active Living Homes, which has centers across Tamil Nadu, says the demand for senior housing has increased significantly by almost 25% and 30% in the last 1 year. Similarly, Niranjan Hiranandani, National President of NADECO, said that since the pandemic began, there has been demand for homes from the buyer segment, which is above age of 55, still independent and leading an active life. And Anuj Puri also said that COVID could very well reshape the future of senior living segment in India, as demand for such residences is rising amidst the pandemic. And the founder of Ozone Group said, what about cost? It is around 20% more such unit. The pandemic has shifted people's priority. We have seen people move from CBD to the gated communities even 30 kilometers away. So they want to live independent life. They want to live in the same way, but with new precaution and with new introduction to the system of active homes. So we will go on to discussion. So first, the reason of this COVID outbreak among the old age home or in the elderly segment was collective failure of this community. Second was notable difference between demand and supply. As we have seen, the supply was very less and demand was very extremely high, even before pandemic. And even after pandemic, the demand is the same and supply is the same. In fact, the demand has grown 25 to 30% higher in some of the states. And the third, but not the least, is discriminatory attitude towards elderly population. We have not treated them right. We have not considered their priorities during pandemic. So that was the one of the leading factor in the COVID outbreak. These are the appendix. These are the data I collected. Scores for the quality index score of the respective states. Rajasthan, Maharashtra, Bihar, Tamil Nadu, like I have told, they have scored very good in the aged state. For the population, elderly population, more than 5 million. Similarly, in the relative aged state, Himachal Pradesh, Uttarakhand, Haryana have scored very well. And in northeastern and eastern state, their average score is very good from all the respective states. And in the Union Territories, their average score is among the highest in all segments except those financial and income securities. And these are my references I referred for these papers. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Do you have any questions from our chairs? All right, seems none. Thank you so much once again with your presentation. Now, All right, I would like to invite the next paper presentation with the title of Characteristic Compressive Strength and Modulus of Elasticity of a Geopolymer Concrete. Author Suyog Pawar and co-author Vivek Jayale. Welcome.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you, and I do see your screen. So please proceed and have. You have 10 minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So, a very warm good afternoon, everyone. I am Suyog Pawar. and I am going to present my topic regarding my paper is this, the characteristic, compressive strength and modulus of elasticity of a geopolymer concrete. I am Sheik Power. I am tech student of structural engineering from Yashwantrao Chavan College of Engineering, Nagpur, and I have been guided by Professor Vivek Zaile sir, Assistant Professor of Civil Engineering Department, Yashwantrao Chavan College, Nagpur. So this is my abstract. Is the what is the reason for opting a geopolymer concrete as like the natural contamination is the most pressing issue facing the global. As a result of the industrial revolution, there is a massive release of ozone depleting compounds such as CO2 into the atmosphere. By increasing the use of modern results, we can reduce the impact of pollution on the environment. There comes a term when geopolymer concrete is the concept. The entire cement content is 100% replaced with fly ash, silica films, and gypsum are being replaced. For material binding like alkaline liquids such as Na2OH and Na2Si2O3 are utilized. They are sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate solution. In this way, the low calcium class F fly ash has been used, which has been supplied from the thermal power plant Proradi Nagpur, which is in India. So I am working on my in this research paper we have worked on the model of elasticity and compressive strength according to the standard code, so the Australian Standard Code, American Code, Concrete Institute Committee, and Indian Standard Code. The keywords are like the modulus of elasticity, compressive strength, and so on. So excuse me. So the introduction is mean the what is the need of the Portland cement? The Portland cement which which is most popularly and widely used in our nation. So construction due to globally a raw ingredient in ease of preparation and fabrication in any shape imaginable. So concrete usable use in infrastructure, housing, and transportation has been beneficial civilization. So there are for everything there are some good also and some drawbacks also. So there are some drawbacks for the Portland cement. Those are like the Portland roughly emits around 1 ton of carbon dioxide into the atmosphere. So around 1.5 ton of raw material has been used for every ton of Portland cement. So on the other hand, may contribute to global warming. Several trials has been done to reduce the use of Portland cement in concrete in order to mitigate the global warming. Alternative binders to Portland cement have been developed as well as the use of additional cementing ingredients fly ash based polymer concrete. So alternatives to overcome the drawbacks to reduce the CO2 emission through which the lowering cement output and use cement use might be lower in 3 ways according to the theory: by using a cost-effective mix design, by substituting fly ash or cement, and employing high-volume fly ash concrete or the other supplemental cementitious material. By using an alternative concrete beading material in the concrete, where the term is geopolymer concrete. By the way, what is meant by geopolymer concrete? Geopolymer concrete is a term that was coined by David Stewart in 1978. Geopolymer is an inorganic aluminum silicate polymer consisting largely of to dissolve the carbon and aluminum atoms in the source material fly ash from the gel. So the sodium hydroxide is present in the flakes of NaOH with the purity of 98%, and sodium silicate. These are the distribution of this 98% solution. So and liquid is in this combination of sodium hydroxide and sodium silicate. So methodology. Some is 2 mix of material. So the required to dry mix to collect at one place. Take the coarse aggregate by which the weight and place on the clean surface. Have means dry mix of material is used. So methodology testing. In testing, I have done it slum test in it. So in the methodology, these are the types of slum. We know the collapse, shear, types of slum, and true slum. Of means the conventional concrete that I have taken according to my proportion, and the mix 2 according to the second proportion I have taken is like that. The first proportion is like 1.8 is to 2.8, and the second proportion is like 1:1:2. So these are my methodology, and after that the results that I have gained from it for the compressive strength of a conventional concrete is like, say, these are I have taken some at different temperatures and at different curing periods. So my temperature was like I have taken at 60 degrees, 75 degree, and 90 degree, and the curing period was like for 6 hours, 24 hours, and 48 hours. So these are the results that I have got through my test. So this is for the last for the conventional concrete and the mixed proportion 1, and this 2 graphical representation. See, the first one is like a comparison of modulus of elasticity versus different concrete mix by IS 516/1959. This figure, each case is case of conventional concrete, the modulus of elasticity is 6% less than the compressive strength, and for mix 1, the modulus of elasticity is 20.71% less than compressive strength, and from 20% less than the compressive strength in the first figure. And the second figure, according to the Australian standard, is just that is less than 15.54%. The mix 1 is 8.16% less, and in mix 2, the modulus of elasticity is 7.60% less than normal. So in the third figure, a third graphical representation by according to the American Concrete Institute. In this figure, it shows that the compressive strength in each case is more than the modulus of elasticity. So in case of conventional concrete, the modulus of elasticity is 26.82% less than the compressive strength. In conventional 20.26% less, and for mixed 2 it is 21.02%. So in and according to Indian Standard Code 456/2000, so in that, in this case, the conventional concrete is 17.84% less, 12.99%. One, it is that the modulus of elasticity is 13% less than compressive strength, and in mixed 2 it is 12.73% less than. So this is the last graphical representation according to the modulus of elasticity. So this is my conclusion, that in this study the modulus of elasticity is to be calculated for the fly ash based polymer concrete by alkaline liquid of mix 1 and mix 2. These are the mixed ratios that can be changed, and the NaOH solution is of 12 molarity. The molarity can also be changed to 10 molar, 12 molar, 14, and 16. The curing period of the project are 6 hours, 24 hours, 48 hours, and the curing temperatures are from 60 degree, 75 degree, and 90 degree. This also can change this condition over there. So in this work, the result obtained for both mixing shows the nearly same value, but the changing the above said that may lead to different results and different conclusions. So these are the appendix, and these are the references that I have studied for my paper. Thank you. Ma'am, you have, ma'am, please unmute your mic.
Thank you so much for that presentation. My apologies. Are there any questions? All right, seems none. So thank you so much once again with your presentation. And now let me invite our next presenter, The topic is about earthquake resistant structural design of RCC tall chimney. Author Shankar Devna. Co-author is Dr. Agya Ghosh. Welcome.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
Hi.
May I visible, ma'am?
Yes, I can hear you clearly. Go ahead and share your screen.
No.
Perfect. Have it on presentation mode, please.
Visible, ma'am?
Yes, it is. Have it on presentation mode and you have 10 minutes. Oh, by the way, before we proceed, I would like to remind all the remaining presenters to please be mindful of the time allotted, which is 10 minutes. All right, go ahead, sir.
Good afternoon, ma'am and sir, and my all friends. My topic is the earthquake resistant structural design of RCC tall chimney. Under the guidance of Dr. Helena Sengupta, HOD and Professor of Civil Engineering, Techno India University, Kolkata, India. Our biography, Dr. Helena Sengupta, HOD and Professor of Techno India University, Kolkata, West Bengal, India. I am Mr. Shankar Devna, MTech Civil Engineering student. Basically, ma'am, I am a professional engineer since 12 years. Now, beside this, I am also doing MTech. My research paper was the earthquake resistant structural design of RCC tall chimney. Abstract. Chimney are very important structure in our industrial age. In this field, I work in RCC tall chimney in earthquake zone 5 and wind zone 6. RCC chimney is very strong and maintenance cost is also longevity. Longevity is very, the Environmental Protection Act in 1986. The height of the chimney is 175 meters. The earthquake-resistant chimney is carried out developing a three-dimensional model created by using StatPro. The stress concentration in the fluid duct in the chimney have been studied and calculation can be done in the Excel sheet also. A systematic plan on RCC tall chimney in earthquake zone 5 and wind zone 6 in India. Effects on structure is presented in this paper. Total structure is subdivided into 3 or 4 categories. That is introduction, methodology, object of work, literature review, discussion and result, scope of the work, simplify the chimney and apply design route and design by StatPro, conclusion. Introduction. In an industrial field, the tall structure obviously resists the wind and earthquake. The earthquake and wind resistant design of tall chimney using Indian standard code of practice. There are so many code of practice we use in these designs. The wind analysis code, IS 875, part 3, RCC code, IS 456-2000, earthquake load, IS code 1893, part 4, and IS 4998, which is applicable for concrete chimney only. The chimneys are designed considering a particular location, that is Palatana, Gomiti district in Tripura. This location is selected because there is a proposed thermal gas power plant in this district. The Gomiti district in Tripura is located in the wind zone region 6, having a basic wind speed of 55 meters per second and seismic zone 5. Objective of the work. The objective of the present study is to understand the performance of tall chimney. It is proposed the main object is to study the barriers of lateral deflection at the top level of the increasing the height of the chimney. The study the changes in the stress pattern due to the presence of fluid wheels and the various load location to carry out the influence of along wind and across wind effect on the height of chimney for different wind speed to find out the earthquake resistant structure. Literature review. Before this, I review so many literature. That is Ahmed and student and associate professor of both the College of Engineering. They published a journal. This paper suggests that the moment due to earthquake in June 2 is almost equal to the combined moment due to the wind speed of 39 meters per second. The chimney location, Velar in Karnataka, India. Rakshit BD, Ranjit, Sanjit, and Chathan, associate professor and student, Institute of Technology, Chiklamapur, Karnataka. They published also a paper. This paper suggests that increasing the thickness of shell chimney does not lead to the smaller thermal stresses. Also, winter time is found to be more critical since gives the higher temperature of the gradient. Amitnagar and Shiva Shankara, they also published a paper. It was found that uniform tapered was the best section considering the winds and seismic analysis. Scope of the work, result and discussion. The Environmental Protection Rule 1986, the thermal power plant having a power generation capacity greater than 500 megawatts should have a height at least 175 meters. If the code is revised in future and the height range is increased, then the effect of height on the lateral deflection may be found out, and it is the main work to do stable in earthquake. If we do proper design of the tall structure, we can save the failure of the chimney in earthquake. At this, many life of person may be saved. Besides this, proper supervision may be required. I am very much interested to do work the earthquake resistant structural design of RCC tall chimney in northeastern region of India. Because reviewing various papers of journal, I observed that nobody discussed the behavior of RCC tall chimney in seismic June 5 and wind June 6. Now this place is selected nearby Palatana. Simplified the chimney. The total height of the chimney is simplified into three parts of the design aspect of view. The top portion is small uniform thickness and the bottom portion, which is tapered portion. The thickness of the bottom portion is more than upper portion. In this portion, reinforced concrete bracket with holes are provided at regular intervals to support the fire brick lining. At the bottom of the chimney, provision is made for fluid hole. The material of a chimney RCC is taken for higher resistance of temperature. The grade of concrete is taken in higher grade, normally M30 or more. The reinforcement is placed in longitudinal vertical reinforcement and horizontal hoop reinforcement. The height of the chimney is taken 300 meters and designed in such a way that the chimney will be safe against lateral wind force and earthquake force. Design load. The structural design of RCC tall chimney, following loads will be considered. That is dead load. Dead load of the chimney includes the self-weight of the chimney and self-weight of the fire brick lining and other which are used. Wind load as per IS 875 Part 3, 1987, taking the appropriate factor depending upon the class of the structure. As per IS 4998 Part 1, criteria for design of reinforced concrete chimney, clause number 4.3 says that wind loads shall conform to IS 875 Part 3, 1987. The along wind load and drag force per unit height of the chimney at any level, calculating the following formula. That is abject equal to PZ into CD into DG. PG is design wind pressure obtained in accordance with IS 875 Part 3, 1987. Z height of any section of the chimney in meter measured from the top of the foundation. CD drag coefficient of the chimney, which can be taken as 0.8. digit diameter of the chimney height in meter. That is imposed load. Then also I take the seismic load, moment and shear force for calculation. There is also a formula. The fundamental time period of the free vibration is found out. T equal to CR square root of WTH by ES by AG, where CR is the coefficient depends upon the slenderness ratio of the structure, WT total height weight of the structure including lining, H total height of the structure, etc. The horizontal seismic coefficient using fundamental time period, that is the also a formula, AH equal to Z by 2 into SA by G into I by R, where AH horizontal coefficient, Z zone factor as per IS code 1893 part 1 2005, as G by G spectral acceleration coefficient. Shear force and bending moment, also another formula also here, and that after that we can consider the temperature effect. The temperature effect decreases the concrete strength. Thermal loading depends upon the individual requirement of chimney. During the design, it is considered. So the load combination, we can dead load plus wind load plus temperature effect, or dead load plus earthquake load plus temperature effect. Here is some data we have collected from the particular location, that is Gomati district in Tripura, which was the northeast of India. As per IS 7.5, the basic wind is 55 meter per second, seismic zone 5, maximum temperature 42.2 degrees centigrade, and minimum temperature 12 degrees centigrade. Details of the chimney as a follow also. We have taken the height of the chimney 300 meter, top dia of the chimney 60 meter, third dia of the chimney 58, slope of the chimney 1 in 50, distance of the top from third 30 meter, thickness of brick lining at bottom 0.3 meter, grade of concrete M30, grade of steel FE 450, foundation type RCC wrapped foundation, and maximum fluid gas temperature, which is very important in this structure for design purpose, that is 1000 degrees centigrade. Discussion also load density of various materials and the classification of the structure according to IS code, terrain category, class of structure C, risk factor risk coefficient K1, and topography factor K3 equal to 1. They are taken as per IS code. That is the very important issue here, the chimney lining. That is the brick lining as also there. There is the gap also. The main structure and the lining, there is a 100 mm, which is the protect the structure of the chimney. Same. There is a state-proof picture, that is the maximum absolute stress value due to the earthquake load. Here the red portion is the very dangerous portion where the stress is maximum, and the pink was pink and dark pink was the minimum. So, at that case, we can say easily the bottom portion is the bottom portion is the maximum absolute stress. As the foundation of RCC chimney, generally we can use the wrap foundation. Here also there the foundation, there is and height of 30 meter height of chimney. There is also a stress diagram due to the dead load, only dead load. There is also, we can see the red portion is the highest dangerous, but most stress is there, and pink portion is pink, and dark pink color is the minimum, that is stress in top is minimum. At the top deflection, that is the also we can find out the deflection of the structure in the top the highest deflection. In case of bottom, the minimum deflection. So we have to use here the such a design, the structure of minimize the deflection of the top. There is a graph magnification and a conclusion. Finally, I have seen that deflection of the chimney is increased with the increase of height of the chimney. At the top of the chimney, the deflection is maximum. The thickness of the shell of the chimney is increased with increase of the height. The maximum absolute stress due to dead load and imposed load is maximum in bottom. At earthquake load, the absolute stress in high in bottom and is spread in horizontally and vertical in both sides of the chimney. Although the vertical spread is very less compared to the horizontal. It is probable to carry out an analysis of the chimney parametrically, finding a factor that will transform these dimensional values into the real response of the structure. The maximum error obtained considering the 4 responses studies: period of vibration, lateral displacement, shear reinforcement. These are the responsive studies is 3.45%. I have taken various reference, IS 1893, BC Punmia book, and IS part 3, various journal, IJRET, and International Journal of Research and Applied Science. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And now I would like to invite our next presenter with the title of
Madam, he has to, the last presenter has to come out of this one. I could not, you cannot start screen while the other participant is sharing.
Okay, sir.
Work again.
Yeah.
Paper title is Reservoir Water Spread Area Estimation using Microwave Satellite Data. Author Giacantan Vias and co-author Venkat Taramana. Welcome, sir.
Hello, please. Hello.
Yes.
All right. Yep, I do see your presentation. Please have it on presentation mode. And yeah, you may start.
Could you hear me, madam? Hello.
Yes, sir, clearly.
Good evening to everybody. This is Dr. Jayakantan.
Have it on presentation mode, please.
No, I have did it. Probably take some time since. I have in my screen it is in the presentation mode on. Could you see it? Hello, madam.
Yes, sir.
Hello?
It's not showing on a presentation mode.
Yes, you can. We can see that.
Okay. Good evening, everybody. The topic is reservoir water spread area estimation using microwave satellite data. In our National Institute of Hydrology, we have carried out a number of reservoir sedimentation studies using satellite data. We are having different satellite data such as optic satellite data and microwave satellite data. Here I will be presenting one such study which has been carried out in our institute. The objectives of this study are, the first one is water spread area estimation using microwave satellite data. From the water spread area that has been estimated using the satellite data, we have estimated the present capacity of the reservoir and the amount of sediment that has been deposited into the Hirakud reservoir that is located in Odisha using the microwave satellite data. Why we have to go for this sedimentation study? What is the necessity for this one? there is a lot of erosion that is taking place in the catchment area. Due to this erosion, there is a huge amount of hello. Hello, madam.
Yes, it's audible. You can go ahead.
Okay. Due to this erosion, there will be a lot of eroded particles that is comes along the flood water in the streams. These flood water are stored in the reservoir for a quite long period. Because of these, the eroded particles are get deposited into the reservoir. Therefore, these deposited particles reduces the water holding capacity of the reservoir. So there will be the less amount of water for the urban usage, irrigation purpose, power generation, industrial needs. These are for the different purpose for which the reservoir is being constructed. So because of the reducing in capacity for a quite long period, there is a necessity that we have to go for a sedimentation studies. These sedimentation studies can be carried out using conventional methodology as well as remote sensing methodology. For the sedimentation analysis.
Interruption, just a minute.
Yes.
Your slide is not moving. It's in our title slide, first slide itself.
Oh, but for me it is moved. For me it is moved.
It's not moving on my end. I thought it was just me.
Okay.
For me it is moved. So this is so there is two different methodologies is known as conventional methodology and the remote sensing technique. Is the other slide it has, could you see that now at least is it or still in the same first slide?
Still it is first slide. It is first slide showing.
Or otherwise, may I do it, share the screen once again?
Yes.
Yes, sir, you can come out and share your entire screen.
Yeah, stop. I will stop sharing. Then share the screen. I think
You can choose another mode of the entire screen to share your screen, sir.
What? Hello.
Sir, you can choose the another mode to share your screen. You can share the entire screen mode.
Just a minute, please. Share. Just a minute, 1 minute, I will be doing this. रमना 1 मिनट थोड़ा सा आ जा, वो शेयरिंग के कुछ प्रॉब्लम है. ये तो इधर कर दिया, शेयर स्क्रीन कर दिया, शेयर स्क्रीन.
There is a presentation.
That is a presentation.
This is that?
Yeah. No, it came, but it's not moving. They are telling that.
Ask them.
No, we have to go to this. Is it moving now? Is it moving?
Yeah,
hello?
yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Yes, it is moving. Yes, it is moving.
Is it in the full screen mode?
Yeah, it is in the full screen mode. You can proceed now.
Yeah. Then this is the one I was talking about. Or I will just go from the beginning itself. And this is the topic, and the objectives of these studies are water spread area estimation using microwave satellite data. Based on the water spread area, what we have estimated, we calculate the capacity of the reservoir, and in turn the sediment of the Hirakud reservoir, which is present in the Odisha state, is being calculated using the microwave satellite data. This is because of there is a lot of sedimentation that is taking place in the catchment area. There will be huge eroded particle will be there. These eroded particles are in turn get deposited into the reservoir because we are storing the water for a quite long period in the reservoir. So there will be the water holding capacities getting reduced for a prolonged period. So there is a necessity that we should know that how much the present capacity of the water holding capacity of the reservoir. So therefore we have to go for the sediment analysis. Now is it moving? Now the screen is moving?
Yes,
hello?
Sir. Yes, sir.
Okay, so there are different methodologies. We are having conventional methodology, whereas remote sensing methodology, where we can use this technology. In the conventional methodology or remote sensing methodology, we are calculating only the only input for this, for the capacity, and in turn the sediment deposition is the water spread area of the reservoir at different water levels. This water spread area can be calculated using conventional method. In the conventional method, we have to go to the field with the different surveying instruments. We have to present in the field for a quite long period to calculate the or to estimate the water spread area of the reservoir at different water levels. Whereas when we are using the remote sensing data, we no need to go to the field. We have to take the water spread area that has been taken by the satellite, which is flying over the reservoir for a quite long period. These satellite data has been used in the digital format using the computers that you can sit in the room itself, in the AC room, so that you can no need to go for the field work. So this is a major difference between the conventional method and remote sensing technique. So with the help of these digital data, we calculate the water spread area of the reservoir at different water levels. Then we can arrive the present capacity of the reservoir, and in turn we can calculate the amount of that is deposited into the reservoir. So this is the study reservoir which we are working on. This one. This is a Hirakud reservoir. This is known. Most of us we know this one. This is the world's longest earthen dam. Is having a 26 kilometers. This was commissioned during the period 1957. There is different methodologies or that to calculate the water spread area from the satellite data. Here we have used the per pixel classification approach for the estimation of water spread area. So this flow chart shows that the different steps that has been involved in the estimation of sedimentation of the reservoir. First, we have to select the appropriate reservoir and its water levels. Based on these water levels, we have to take out the different satellite data for different periods. Then we have to calculate the water spread area from these satellite data. From the calculated water spread area, we have to calculate the volume of the present volume of the reservoir. Or then we have to calculate the capacity of the reservoir. The capacity between any two different surveys reveals the amount of sediment that is deposited in a particular type of reservoir. So this figure shows that I will explain that how the capacity and sedimentation has been calculated in a reservoir. So this cross section shows that the H1, H2, H3 are the different water levels of the reservoir. Say H1 is the lower water level and H5 is at the full reservoir level. So at the lower water level, there will be the water spread area of the reservoir will be very less. As long as the water is coming into the reservoir, the water level is increasing. Then as then the water spread area is also increasing. So now our aim is to calculate what is the present water holding capacity of the reservoir. So you can calculate this H1 and H2, but that will not be that much accurate. For that, we are slicing the different water levels. We are calculating what is the volume between H1 and H2, H2 and H3. Likewise, we are calculating different volumes. These volumes is estimated using this Prismoidal formula. Then V1, V2, and V3 are added together, and we can calculate the cumulative capacity of the reservoir. Here, H2 and H1 is the water level, and A1 and A2 are the corresponding water spread area that belongs to the water level H1 and H2. Okay. So this again we are using, there are different satellites like Indian remote sensing satellite, Sentinel data, Landsat. These are having the spatial resolution at 5 meters, 24 meters, 56 meters, etc. And this will have a radiometric resolutions of 2 to the power of 10 to the power of 12, etc. According to our need, we can calculate, we can select the satellite data, and the water spread area is estimated. So the water spread area is estimated. There are different formulas there. Here we are used that normalized different water index and modified NDVI methodology to estimate the water spread area. This table shows that the different bands that are available in the satellite data and its spectral range and its spatial resolutions are also given in this one. Then we have to calculate the capacity of the reservoir, and we'll the difference between any two capacities is the sediment deposit in a reservoir. So these are all the water. This is the top image shows the satellite data, raw satellite data, and the bottom image shows that the water spread area that has been estimated from the satellite data. This satellite has paused over the reservoir during the period 7th December 2017. During that period, the water level was 191.39 meter, and the estimated water spread area was 565.9 million meters. Likewise, we have selected different water levels of the reservoir, and we have procured the different satellite data. These are all different satellite data we have procured, and for different water levels, and the water spread area has been estimated. This again the different satellite data. Then we have calculated the water spread area. Then the sediment deposited has been estimated. So this figure shows that the increase in water spread area at different water levels. So from this, we have find out that the yearly live storage loss in the Hirakud reservoir is around 22.6 million meter cube. So this we have calculated using the optic satellite data. This is the curve which shows that the
sorry, PPT is not seen.
What, madam?
PPT is not seen. Presentation is not seen.
No, that okay. Once again, somebody has told that it's visible. Somebody has told that
it is not. Now it is not visible. Yeah. Fine. Thank you.
Is it okay, madam?
Sir, it is
okay.
I think, ma'am, you can check it. I think
it's audible.
Okay. So we have used another method which is known as the microwave satellite data for the estimation of capacity of Hirakud reservoir. This is the optical data which is present over cloud. If the cloud is present in the satellite data, here you can see that nothing is more, part of the water spread area is obstructed. So this, if the cloud is present in the satellite data, we cannot use it. We cannot use it for the estimation of water spread area. For this purpose, we are used the microwave data. Microwave data, you can very clearly see that the water spread area. I will show that one. So this is one more image which is the cloud is present in the satellite data. So entirely we cannot see any earth surface. So this If the cloud is present in the satellite data, we cannot use that. For this purpose, we are going for the different satellite data, which is known as the microwave satellite data. This microwave satellite data is like this. This is the microwave satellite data. Here you cannot see any clouds. The microwave penetrates the clouds. Hence, the clouds will not be seen in the microwave satellite data. Therefore, we can very clearly estimate the water spread area at different water levels. So this is the flow chart, which is depicting the different steps that is involved in estimation of water spread area, and in turn the sediment deposited in a reservoir. So these are all the different data which we have used in our studies. We have calculated the water spread area using the microwave satellite data. This is again shows that the different water spread area at different water levels. So here we can very clearly see that from the lower water level to the higher water level, the water spread area is increasing very clearly. This we can see very clearly. So based on these studies, we have estimated that using microwave satellite data, the live storage capacity of Hirakud Reservoir is around 22.41 million metric ton. The conclusion of the study is using optical satellite data, we used that 22.6 million meter cube is the yearly live storage loss, whereas using the microwave satellite data, we have it is around more or less same. Hence, this study shows that we can use the microwave satellite data also for the estimation of sediment deposition of the reservoir. Thank you very much. So, any questions? Hello.
Yes, sir. I have one
Thank you so
question.
much for your presentation.
Madam, I have one question.
Yes.
Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you so much. Sir, could you please tell me what all is only the DEM map that is taken as an input for this sort of analysis?
No, madam. We are not using the DEM. We are using the optic satellite data as well as microwave satellite data. This is what is that spatial information of the satellite data. Here we have to use the optic satellites as well as microwave satellites. The DEM is totally different.
No, I'm asking what is the input? What is the input for your model?
Input is the water spread area. And I have shown that the satellite data, water spread area is only input in the volume estimation formula. Then we have to calculate what is the water levels. These water levels, we have to go to the field, and the dam authorities are daily noting down what is the water level in the reservoir. That we have to calculate, that we have to collect it from the dam authority.
Okay.
You understand, madam?
Yeah, I understood. Yeah, thank you so much.
Yeah.
All right, once again, thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you very much.
Invite our next presenter. With the title of Three-Dimensional Element Analysis for Parametric Study of TBM-Driven Tunnel. Author, Purva Moghekar, Rutuja Ruri, and Ashisha Solanke, co-author, MS Renadivi. Welcome. Yep, I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you.
Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Thank you. Have it on presentation mode and you may proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. I am Ashlesha Solanke, and these are my teammates Rutuja Revre and Purva Moghekar. We are final year BTech students from College of Engineering, Pune. Our work is guided by Mr. MS Randive sir, the HOD of Civil Department at College of Engineering, Pune. The topic of our paper is three-dimensional finite element analysis for parametric study of TBM-driven tunnel. Developing countries have to cope up with traffic and space congestion issues. Therefore, an efficient transport system like tunnel infrastructure has become the need of the hour. Construction of tunnel has evolved since.
I'm sorry. I think I
my God.
muted you. Can you yes, thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Go ahead.
Developing countries, the topic of our paper is three-dimensional finite element analysis for parametric study of TBM-driven tunnel. Developing countries have to cope up with traffic and space congestion issues. Therefore, an efficient transport system like tunnel infrastructure has become the need of the hour. Construction of tunnel has evolved since last decade as it efficiently engages the underground land. Speedy, cost-effective, and complex work environment suitable machinery like TBM has eased out the construction difficulties to large extent. Previous research had concluded that tunneling requires analysis of phase stability, which is critically affected by the tunnel diameter, cover depth to diameter, that is C by D ratio, and ground strata. Phase stability refers to the stability of inside working phase of a tunnel excavation. During construction, the face of the tunnel is subjected to pressure forces exerted by the soil layers in front of and above the tunnel face. The face of the tunnel, therefore, must possess enough stability, either inherently or by stabilization measures, to prevent collapse. An accurate estimation of ground-induced settlements, horizontal ground movements, and pressure on the tunnel lining are required for the economic design of tunnels. This research work focuses on the phase stability of tunnel in different sets of geological and geometrical parameters. We have studied the ground behavior and stresses on the tunnel parameters for various ground to depth ratio, and our aim is to analyze the phase stability with respect to the ground strata. Three-dimensional finite element analysis method using BBD GTX NX was proposed in this work. Hook and Brown failure criteria was applied while modeling. Proper investigation of these parameters is essential in pre-planning phase of the tunnel construction to prove its benefits for the society.
To achieve this, that is to analyze the geological and geometrical effect on ground behavior and tunnel phase stability, we have studied the total 6 cases. For that purpose, following data has been referred. These values mentioned here were taken from referred literatures. Pressure parameters taken into consideration are face pressure, jack thrust, pressure due to contraction over the body of the shield tibium, pressure due to gap between shield tibium and the segment diameter. Geotechnical parameters were modulus of elasticity for limestone, sandstone, RCC segment, steel, and grout, as well as Poisson's ratio, unit weight, cohesion, friction angle, earth pressure coefficient at rest. These values were needed for 3D modeling using Hooke-Brown failure criteria. 3D models were prepared by varying the cover depth as 1.5D, 2D, 3D, and 3.5D. Also, continuum is fixed up to 3.5D for all the cases. The key points were considered at crown, invert, right and left side walls. But previous researchers observed that right and left side walls have negligible displacement as compared to crown and invert at a given pressure. Hence, it was neglected. So the vertical displacement of crown and invert for various cover depths were observed by finite element analysis using software BBD GTX NX. Validated pressures were applied while modeling. Self-weight was taken into consideration. Auto constraint for boundary condition was applied, as shown in these two figures. Further, the comparison were made regarding vertical displacement and stresses developed on crown and the invert for various rock properties through graphical representation for tunnel with diameter 6.6 meter and 15 meter.
As per the graph shown in this figure, the change in the rock property did not change the inward displacement significantly. Maximum settlement of about 1.22 mm was observed in the limestone, whereas for sandstone, it was 1.34 mm. For both the tunnels, phase stability was achieved at a cover depth greater than 3 times the diameter. Whereas, as per this graph, it was concluded that the upheaval of crown was observed to vary significantly when we changed the rock property. Maximum displacements of nearly 2.37 mm was observed in limestone and about 2.27 for sandstone. Both the tunnel faces got stable after for cover depth greater than 3 times the diameter. Again, the effect of solid stresses on crown and invert is depicted here. Conclusively, Crown stresses varied significantly at cover depth equal to 1.5 times the diameter. A compressive stress of about 34 MPa was observed in limestone, whereas in sandstone, it varied insignificantly when the C/D ratio was changed. The face, in this case, became stable at a cover depth greater than 1.5 times the diameter. Now, the size of the tunnel was varied, keeping the strata as limestone. The 15-meter diameter tunnel ultimately fails at for cover depth 1.5 times the diameter. The inward settlement was observed to be about 174 mm, which is large as compared to the 6.6 diameter tunnel. Both the tunnel faces got stable at a cover depth greater than 3 times the diameter, as we can see here. On the other hand, this graph shows us that the effect of change of dia was not at all significant for the crown displacement of 15-meter diameter tunnel. The maximum value obtained here was 0.12 mm, whereas for 6.6 diameter, it was about 2.3 mm, which is greater than the 15-meter diameter tunnel. But both the faces got stable for a cover depth greater than 3 times the diameter. This graph here shows, the graphical representation shows here that for 15-meter diameter tunnel, maximum stresses were developed at crown and inward for cover depth of 1.5 times d. At all the other points, they were nearly equal, and the tunnel face got stable for a depth greater than 1.5 d. This study concludes that the tunnel diameter and geological parameters have a critical impact on the face stability of the tunnel. The problem statement, which was mentioned before, can be tackled with the help of software Midas GTX NX for various cases. And this method can be adopted and can be extended to a wide range of rock strata and tunnel sizes. These are the references which we took. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Now I would like to invite the next presenter. The title is Assessment of the Land Use, Land Cover Changes in the Gomti River Basin in Tripura using a spatial tool. Author, Subrayoti Deb, and co-author Rajat Day and Rudrajit Deb. Welcome.
Thank you, madam. Am I audible?
Yes, you are. Have it on presentation mode, please. And you have 10 minutes.
It is on presentation mode, madam. Okay. So good afternoon to all present here. So this is the presentation. I will be my presentation will be on assessment of the land use and land cover changes in the Gomti River Basin in Tripura using spatial tool. So myself, Dr. Subrajyoti Deb, I am an assistant professor in the Department of Civil Engineering, IFERP University, Tripura. So this is the abstract. So in this work, basically we have done land use and land cover mapping of Gomti River Basin. So Gomti River Basin is a river in Tripura, and we have used the ArcGIS, which I will be discussed now. So this is the outline of my presentation: introduction, literature review, study area, methodology, results and discussion, and conclusion. So actually we have used GIS. So there are various geospatial tools available. So ArcGIS is one of them, and it is nowadays it is a robust actually geospatial tool for analysis of land use and land covers. So there are very advantages and in this ArcGIS. So the aim of our project is to actually map the South Tripura district, that is the Gomti River Basin that falls under, and we have classified the land uses of 5 land use types: built-up land, water, cultivation, barren land, and forest, and assign different colors to each of the land classes. So I will skip the literature review part as the time is very short. So I will just directly go to the methodology part. So in this work, we have first of all downloaded the satellite image, okay, and then the image enhancement was done in ArcGIS, and then we have selected the study area. Actually, we have downloaded the digital elevation model. Okay, so out of that, they're actually in Tripura. Tripura is the state in northeast India. So 4 tiles covers this whole of Tripura. And then we have decoded the color zoning, then classifying the Landsat data, then calculation of Landsat data, and finally exporting the results in Excel. So this is actually the interface of ArcGIS. There are so this is the interface of GIS. So this is the map of actually the study area of ours, Tripura. And this is there are so many toolbox in ArcGIS, and especially we have used this special tool analyze, geospatial analysis tools in this in our work. And we have downloaded the digital elevation model from this USGS site, that is the United States Geological Survey sites. And there is this is actually the interface of that site. And we have downloaded 4 tiles, as you can see here. Actually, 5 tiles are there, you can see. So after that, actually, we have first of all downloaded the digital elevation model. And after that, we have processed it in the ArcGIS software. So this is actually the, you can see, this is the digital elevation model. This is one tile of digital elevation model.
Excuse me, your slides are also not moving. Can you please check? Yeah. It's
this is now it is okay, madam.
Yes. Thank you.
Actually, when it is in full scale mode, it is not moving, I think. So is it okay like that? In this way, it can move, I think. So actually, after the analysis, so we have actually this is the class. Okay, you can see after delineation of the watershed boundary. So these are the 5 classes: built up land, agricultural land, barren land, water body, and forest. So from this color, we can actually identify which land cover is actually changing or not. We can have this map. Okay, so this is for actually we have taken 3 years, 3 decades: 2001, 2011, and 2021. So after 10 years, we have assessed the changes in the land uses. So this is for 2001, and this is for 2011. Okay, so actually you can see this is the red color part. So this red color actually represents the built up land. So built up land is actually, it is predominantly, it is increasing in this study as a lot of development works are going on here. This Gumuti district is actually from 2008, it was established as a new district. So a lot of development works has undergone. So this built up area has remarkably, it has increased. So in the 2011 also, you can see from this map, this built up area has increased a lot. In the side, right hand side, you can also see the area and the percentage of each classes. So this is the 3 different decades: 2001, 2011, and 2021. And this is I have shown it in one slide. The conclusion of our study is, this study reveals that the major land use in the study area is vegetation. The area under vegetation has increased by 3.51% during these 30 years. The second major category of land in the study area is agricultural, which was decreased by 1.52%, that is 4.06 kilometers square, due to the conversion in vegetation, barren land, and built up land. And the third conclusion of our study is, during this study period, 2001 to 2021, barren land has been decreased by 4.46% due to the conversion in the agriculture, vegetation, and built up land. And the final one, the fourth category of the land, the built up land has increased. That is, you can see it is increased by 3.55%, that is 9.48 kilometers square in our study area. So that's all. So this is the appendix, and This is our references. Thank you. So if anyone having any question, you can ask. I'll be.
Thank you so much for that presentation. Anyone would like to ask a question? All right, seems none. And again, thank you so much for that presentation. And now I will be calling our next presenter. So the topic is about prospects of cost-effective building structures in India, a focus on eco-sensitive vernacular tradition in contemporary architecture. Author Priyanka Mishra and co-author Shuya Bhattacharya. Yep, I can see your screen, but I cannot hear you. Oh, it's gone. Hello?
Visible now?
Yes, the presentation is visible.
Ma'am, it's not on full screen.
Yeah, let's have the presentation mode, please.
Is it okay?
No, ma'am.
Okay, it's full screen actually. Just, can you see this slide moving? Slide changing?
No, ma'am.
No.
Okay.
Ma'am, could you go to the first slide? Yeah.
All right.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. I'm here to present a paper on the topic Prospects of Cost-Effective Building Structure in India, a focus on eco-sensitive vernacular traditions in contemporary architecture. Next slide, please. Professor Priyanka Mishra is an architect and urban planner. She is currently working as an assistant professor in Kalinga Institute of Industrial Technology in Bhubaneswar. And I am Anusha Bhattacharya, a fifth-year student in School of Architecture and Planning at KIT University. Next, please. This paper focuses on understanding and establishing an interlink between developmental vernacular architecture and affordable housing. India, a country with a rich legacy of culture, traditions and ancient wisdom, is known to have flourished with the aspects of sustainability and eco-friendly in the core of all practices, especially in terms of its built environment. However, in the rat race with the West, by the end of the 20th century, the country experienced a vast transformation in its built environment, which impacted the natural environment and all the dimensions of life. As the gap between available resources and need for housing has increased, the inflexible sterility of the modern movement is being highlighted. In response to rapid urbanization and globalization, population explosion, and exploitation of natural resources, an amendment in architecture has become necessary. As the problems have become more apparent, architects are now trying to improve living conditions architecturally by establishing a purposeful link with the traditional knowledge and perspective. Next slide. The growing population of the world and the global shift towards urbanization, knitted with the challenges for sustainability and affordability, calls for a dynamic approach for both continuity and necessities of change. It has become imperative to ask questions like, what is the relevance of vernacular architecture in contemporary life? Can these vernacular traditions be merged with the needs of today's world to create cost-effective building structures relevant in modern times? Is it possible to develop a language of design that is primarily contemporary, but is influenced by vernacular traditions to achieve a sustainable and affordable built environment? Next slide, please. As mentioned before, this paper aims to understand and establish an interlink between developmental vernacular architecture and affordability. This has been done through the case studies of various buildings in India by architects who have tried to focus on vernacular traditions in contemporary architecture, along with a comparative study in terms of its cost efficiency. The methodology of this paper is to understand what vernacular architecture is and its aspect in terms of sustainability and affordability, and then understanding the evolution of vernacular traditions to cater to contemporary needs. Through the case studies of the buildings with a developmental vernacular approach, the traditional practices that can be used to construct low-cost and eco-sensitive building structures in terms of its planning, building material, building technology, and construction techniques are inferred. Next slide. The potential of buildings to cause global environmental damage was first acknowledged during the 1980s, when it was realized that there is a direct link between the deforestation, technology, and material of construction with the depletion of the ozone layer. This has led to the reassessment of how energy is used and should be used in buildings. According to the US Energy Information Administration, buildings globally are responsible for more than half of all greenhouse gas emissions annually, as almost 40% of materials used in human activities are directed into the built environment, making the construction industry a major player influencing the impacts on the environment. Architecture is sustainable when it satisfies all the architectural dimensions. That is, it is scientific, functional, economic, cultural, ethical, socially viable, environment-friendly, and aesthetical, and it includes human dimensions of all 5 senses, along with emotional and psychological dimensions to interpret the values, experience, and perceptions through the built environment. In terms of vernacular traditions, the concept of sustainability has played an underlying role in the development throughout mankind's history. Humans had created an environment responsive to the climate, locally available materials and resources, and catered to the needs of the society. Next slide, please. In the present world, technology, mechanical systems to control the microclimate are important, but at the same time, continuity with the past is equally essential. Traditional settlements and dwellings are indispensable interlink between the vernacular and sustainable development. Traditional built environment was designed to meet the challenges of the climate and culture. Hence, it was sustainable and affordable pattern of development. However, certain practices in traditional architecture, which were practical back in the day, might not be relevant in today's time. While the solution of the relevance of traditional practices can be debated on, there are a few examples that show how traditional architecture can evolve and be relevant in the modern world, creating buildings that meet the needs of modern society and are sustainable and affordable as well. Developmental vernacular architecture tries to create an environment which responds to the human needs and uses available materials and technology in the most effective and economic way. Hence, affordability through implementing energy saving and local material is an inseparable parameter. The projects that are taken as case studies for this paper are, number 1, Auroville Earth Institute, number 2, a residential project, number 3, the Loyola Chapel and Auditorium, and number 4, another residential project in Bengaluru. All the projects have proved to be sustainable and cost-effective due to its approaches in terms of using traditional practices with a developmental approach. Next slide. The Auroville Earth Institute provides cost and energy efficient solutions and generates employment for the local community. Optimum utilization of the site resources is done. For example, the soil dug from for the rainwater harvesting tank was made into earth blocks for the building. This reduced the transportation and material cost. Use of appropriate materials and finishes by using earth as the primary building material and precast ferro cement to save on steel and cement. All materials used were sourced from and in around the site. The design aims at optimizing the use of space and cutting on excesses by smaller yet well-defined spaces and low-cost finishes. As a result, the cost of construction was rupees 14,500 per square meter, which was less than the standard cost of construction in Auroville, which was 19,000 per square meter in 2011. Next slide, please. This project creates an environment which is related to the local environment and has a positive impact on the local climatic conditions. The project has a methodological planning approach, such as taking into account the rock formation in the area, the village retaining wall, natural landscape, orientation, and existing vegetation, thus leading to a well climate responsive structure. As seen in the diagram, the project uses locally available resources, such as local coconut palm for the wooden framing of the roof, and locally available rubber wood sheets for the furnitures and interiors. Along with this, earth blocks are used instead of conventional bricks. Next slide, please. The third case study is the Loyola Chapel and Auditorium. The auditorium and chapel were designed to be side by side instead of placing one hall above the other in an attempt to construct both the structures within the given budget. The biggest cost reducing factor in this project was the use of load-bearing walls with timber roof frame carrying an asbestos roof instead of using steel and reinforced concrete. Materials were also sourced locally. As a result, the cost in 1970 to 71, which was the construction period, was kept within the budget of rupees 1.75 lakhs. This included the furniture and appliances, lighting and sanitization, and it was quite low compared to the cost of construction during that period. Next slide, please. The fourth case study is a residential building of 5,500 square feet in Bengaluru. The building is sustainable and affordable in terms of the materials that were sourced for its construction. The materials for the house are largely reused from the old structure that existed in its place. The doors and windows were reused from another building that was demolished. Walls are made of stabilized mud blocks and rammed earth, which was sourced from the site itself. The roof has been precast by arch panel, a labor-intensive process, thus employing local people. Next slide, please. It is without a doubt that India is facing acute shortage of housing, especially in urban areas in current times. Vernacular architecture combined with contemporary means can be used to create cost-effective building structures. Through the case studies, various inferences can be derived, which can be used to create cost-effective, affordable building structures. Next slide, please. The finding and inferences from the case studies in terms of planning are: number one, retaining the natural topography of site, including contours to the maximum extent. The natural topography must be retained to the maximum extent, as leveling of the site leads to extra cost and in some case causes disturbance to the natural site drainage. Number two, planning according to the existing flora and fauna of the site. Number three, to ensure better energy saving and running cost of services, water supply sources must be provided at the highest points, while the sewage and drainage disposal should be planned at the lowest point of the site. Next slide, please. The finding and inferences based on building material and technology are such as number one, use of locally available material to the maximum possible extent. Number two, reuse of materials for construction and interiors whenever possible. Number three, use of rat trap bonds, which is a double wall technique that minimizes material and mortar usage. It helps achieve greater thermal efficiency without compromising on the strength of the wall and significantly reduces the cost of construction. Number four, use of jalis or perforated bricks in place of windows. Number five, use of stabilized earth blocks. Next slide, please. The sixth point is use of panel arch roofing. This can be used for roof constructions as it is a simple task which needs semi-skilled laborers. The use of this technique also eliminates the need for centering of roof work, need for plaster and paint for finishing. Number 7, use of ferro cement. Number 8, use of staggered brick walling system instead of the solid 9-inch brick walls. And number 9, use of filler slabs. Next slide, please. The modern perspective of developmental vernacular architecture, having the purpose to understand and integrate traditional practices and values in current architectural practices, helps optimize the relationship between people, place, and impact of globalization on the contemporary architecture. This type of architectural style not only uses local and renewable resources along with being highly climate responsive, but also helps to generate better employment opportunities, thus creating an inclusive, sustainable built environment. So we can conclude that traditional practices and techniques provide instructive examples of sustainable and low-cost solutions to these problems through the appropriate use of adaptable materials and technologies, thus making it a model for contemporary design in terms of eco-sensitivity and affordability. Next slide. So these are the references that were used for the paper. Next slide. Thank you.
Is there any question?
Please talk to them.
All right. Thank you so much for that presentation. And then let me go ahead and invite our next presenter. Analysis of damaged cables of cable-stayed bridges. This is a review, and the author is Arsha Degvikar, and co-author is Pumamand Savoykar. Oh, there you go.
Yes.
Right, great.
You can hear me, ma'am? Good evening.
Go ahead, please.
Yes. Today I'm going to present a review paper on analysis of damaged cables of cable-stayed bridges. I'm Arsha Degvikar and I'm currently working in Goa State Infrastructure Development Corporation as an assistant manager. And my co-author of this paper is Dr. Purnanand Savoykar, and he is professor in civil engineering in Goa College of Engineering. So the overview is, first we'll discuss about the abstract, introduction, then literature review, factors affecting the service life of stay cables, replacement procedure for stay cables, and then the result and discussion and conclusion. So as we know, the cable-stayed bridges consist of 3 important parts. First is the cables, second the pylon and the towers, and third is the girder. The load coming on the girder is carried by the cables and then transferred to the foundation through towers. So in this paper, we will highlight the various issues in analysis of damaged cables. like what are the reasons for damage of the stay cables and their replacement procedures. So first we'll start. As we know, the cable-stayed bridges is the most frequently used bridge system all over the world due to their structural efficiency, ease of construction, and aesthetic appeal. However, the stay cables are more prone to damage due to corrosion, fatigue action, and exposed to the harsh environmental conditions, due to which it reduces the bearing capacity of cable. Also, stay cables might be exposed to extreme events like exposure to blast waves, earthquakes, vehicle fires, lightning strike, strong winds, etc. So, first we'll see what are the type of cables. As we can see on the pictures, the first is parallel wires. The second is the parallel strands. Third, the locked cable coils. And fourth figure shows the twisted cable arrangement. So we can move to the literature review. I mean, first, the V. Jingren in 1999, the author studied, the author studied the long span cable stayed bridge and their non-linear, static, and ultimate behavior. In this paper, he concluded that the ultimate load carrying capacity of the bridge mainly depends on the failure of the stay cables, and the geometric non-linearity of the bridges has very less influence on the static behavior of the bridge. In the second paper, Eric Miller described the process of replacing of the stay cables, and the conclusion was drawn. The cable replacement work is highly technical work, and the professional equipment and technology with the necessary engineering are required in all steps of operation. In the third paper, in Mehrabi et al. Studied the cable-stayed bridge, Hale-Box bridge, in phase-wise, and he assessed the condition of the cable-stayed bridge. And in first, he evaluated the bridge, and he found out what are the conditions of present conditions of the bridge, and it was revealed that the cable damp and the structural condition of the cable was evaluated. Measurement cable damping showed that most of the cable had load damping capacity. Then in phase 2, NDT testing was done, and at the end, a wide range of estimates were prepared for correcting the defects and damage of the stay, determining the schedule of stay cables were presented in their paper. He concluded that the replacement of stay cable involved a detailed assessment of its structural integrity. Then Benazat et al. The author collected data of 300 cable-stayed bridges all over the world and classified them into 3 different groups, based on the pattern cable arrangement, that is harp type, fan type, and radial pattern. The majority of the bridges were built with harp pattern, while the fan pattern are used for longer span. In 2012, Pipinetto et al. Studied, they modeled a typical cable-stayed bridge and analyzed it using FEM software, that is MIDASoft 2000, with different cable patterns and different boundary conditions. The study concluded that fan shape patterns are more detrimental in external elements. However, the situation is unfavorable for the semi-harp pattern corresponding to the internal cables. In 2013, Connor et al. Studied the procedure adopted during the cable-stayed bridges, cable replacement of Evic bridge, and he gave the procedure to how to replace the cable-stayed bridge. cables in the cable stayed bridge if they are damaged. We will discuss that procedure later on. In Yuchi et al. In 2014, the author described the rehabilitation works carried out on the Bing Bridge in Vietnam, and he told that a temporary hanger system using pulley was used in order to replace some of the cables. The next author studied a method to obtain the failure probability of stay cable consisting of wires with initial defects. And in that, it showed that fractures were observed in the cables due to initial defects were caused due to the lamination during the rolling process of the full lock wires. The results indicated a brittle failure of the stay cables. Dow et al. Performed an analysis of state cables of cable stayed bridges for replacing solution in service cable stayed bridges in Vietnam. It was concluded that in order to minimize the adverse impact during the removal of cable, replacement of each cable was carried out one by one and not all the cables at a time. Fu et al. In 2011 studied the structural analysis and modeling of long span cable stayed bridge. It concluded that he gave the replacing sequence of cable stayed bridge, that is short to long cables were replaced. Wang et al. In 2017 he considered a long span cable stayed bridge which is undergoing seismic excitation, and he analyzed what are the outcomes. In that, he found out that due to the seismic excitation, mainly piers and main pylons contribute to the collapse of the structure. In 2018, Ali et al. Carried out a parametric study on safety of stay cables of cable stayed bridges, and he considering the factors affecting their ultimate and fatigue strength. It was found out that safety factor of 2.4 was compulsory in situation like if there is a single cable loss. But safety factor of 2.5 is to be considered while designing in case we are considering multiple loss scenarios. In the next last paper, the Young-Jin study gives the details of cable replacement of cable stayed bridges. He concluded that the actual surface life of the cable stay is a many times lower due to the corrosion, degradation, and vibration fatigue. Now we'll see what are the factors which affect the service life of the cable. First is damage due to the overloading factors. We know that overloading can be caused due to many reasons, like if in case of emergencies, sometimes heavy vehicles like mining trucks or military trucks may move on the bridges, causing tremendous increase in the live load on the bridge, for which the bridge is not designed. So this can be avoided during the design stage only by considering all the situations that can arise in the future. Even larger live load factors must be applied to the bridge while designing to verify the ultimate strength of the cable. Even sometimes during retrofitting of the damaged deck, high strength concrete may be laid on the bridge deck, which will increase the dead load of the deck slab, which has later on to be carried out by the cable. So these are the factors which can cause overloading on the cables. Second one is failure of cable due to corrosion. The cable stayed structures are subjected to continuous environmental agents like industrial, marine, urban, etc. And these effects appear on the cables through corrosion. Due to corrosion, the geometric and mechanical features of the cables are modified. This can significantly reduce the bearing capacity of the cable over time, sometimes resulting in the partial rupture due to the cyclic action. Also, due to corrosion, there can be decrease in the diameter area of the stay cables and will reduce the load-bearing capacity of the cables. The third one is due to fatigue. Cables are susceptible to failure or premature failure, we can say, due to various fatigue effects throughout the life of the structure, as they are subjected to repetitive loads with large variation in force and millions of load cycles. And the last are the other factors which can affect the service life of cables, as we have discussed, like vehicle fires, blast waves, lightning strikes, strong winds, earthquake, etc. Here are some figures which show the damaged cables. The next is replacement procedure for the stray cable. So what is the procedure to replace the damaged cable? First, in step 1, in figure 1, as you can see, scaffolds are installed at the girder side and at the tower side of the bridge. A center hole jack and a tension rod is attached to the cable anchorage here on the girder side, where the cable is to be replaced. A winch for lifting and lowering is installed. This is the winch which is used for lifting and lowering. Then in step 2, as we can see, movable pulleys along the cables are placed on the cable directly above the cable to be replaced, and temporary hooks or hangers are suspended from the cable. If the third cable from the top is to be replaced, then temporary hanger systems are suspended on the second cable. And in step 3, as we can see, the temporary cable hangers are secured by bands to the cable being replaced, and tension is applied to the hangers to support the weight of the cable. In fourth figure, we can see with the center jack, the tension force is released from the girder side, and the socket from the girder side is removed. So from the girder side, the damaged cable is released and the load is carried out by the temporary hanger system. Then slowly in the fifth step, slowly the cable is lowered. After removing the girder side socket, the tower side socket is also removed, and the pulleys are removed one by one by controlling the winch, and damaged cable is to be lowered little by little. And at the last, eventually the above procedure is adopted in reverse order to install the new cable. So in the results and discussion, the cables are damaged due to corrosion, fatigue, overloading, or due to unprecedented events like earthquake, wind blast, etc. The larger live load factors must be applied to bridge while designing to verify the ultimate strength of the cable. The preliminary study shows that the maintenance of the cable-stayed cables is very important in order to extend the service life of the cable-stayed bridges. Determining the residual life of old or existing cable need to be worked out before doing any cable replacement procedure on them. Then arrangement to replace the damaged cable shall be made in order to avoid any inconvenience in the future. The use of software is also important to calculate the cable tension at each stage in order to compare and evaluate the effectiveness of the application situation. Mostly the MIDAS software is used for structural modeling and analysis. Then the correct cable replacement procedure must be followed to avoid disturbing the rest of the structure. Shorter or inner cable, in most of the literature, we have found that the shorter or inner cables were replaced first and then the outer ones. The conclusion. A detailed review of replacement of damaged cables of cable-stayed bridges is presented. The deterioration of cables may necessitate the replacement of damaged cables as it prolongs the useful life of a cable-stayed bridge. Then following are the important conclusions. The cables are critical and vulnerable component. Regular monitoring or maintenance of the cables is required as they are subjected to harsh environmental conditions. Then, second, technical solutions and service for all stages in the maintenance of stay cable system is needed. Third, the modeling and structural analysis using software is important.
Hello?
Is to compare and evaluate the application solution. Proper stay cable replacement simultaneously while replacing the cables. Fifth one, the regular inspection and instrumentation. Hello?
We lost her?
Hello?
Okay,
Hello?
she's back.
Am I audible? Hello?
Yes, you are audible. Proceed.
Okay. And at last we can say that a regular inspection is important, of the cable state system, as the cables are more susceptible to damage. Hello?
Hello?
Yes, am I? Okay. And these are the references. Was I audible during the conclusion?
Well, just a few lines. I thought you're done and yeah.
Okay, can I start from here again or? Okay, I'll repeat my conclusion. So the first important conclusion is that the cable, as we know, the cables are critical and vulnerable components. We have to regularly monitor them as they are subjected to harsh environmental conditions. Then the second is technical solutions and services for all stages in the maintenance of stay cable system is needed to be developed. Then the third, the modeling of structural analysis using software is important in order to calculate the tension forces of the cable in each stage to compare and evaluate the effectiveness of the application solution. Then proper stay cable replacement procedure is to be followed. So that the remaining structure is not disturbed while replacing the cable. And the last is regular inspection and instrumentation of cable state system is to be provided, and it is very important. And these are the references. Yes, thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. All right, and I will be inviting our next presenter. The topic is about the lateritic geopolymer concrete, a review.
Good evening, ma'am.
Author Jagriti Majalkar and co-author Dr. Munaz Savikar. Hi, go ahead, please.
Yeah.
Hello?
Hello. Am I?
Yes, you are audible, but your presentation.
I can't share screen, ma'am.
Yeah, but oh, there, perfect. All right, go ahead, have it on presentation mode, and you have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Jagrati Mazarkar, and I am working for an interiors and a RCC firm, which is an association basically in Goa. And I'm going to present a paper on lateritic geopolymer concrete under the guidance of Dr. Purnanand Savekar. Dr. Purnanand Savekar is a professor in Civil Engineering Department of Goa Engineering College since 2014. Abstract. So basically, this study reviews the various elements that determine the strength of laterite-based geopolymer and geopolymer concrete. In today's construction world, concrete is by far the most versatile, long-lasting, and reliable material. Ordinary Portland cement is second only to the automotive sector in the terms of greenhouse gas emission that contaminate the atmosphere. Geopolymer binders have emerged as more environmentally sustainable, long-lasting alternative approaches to cement or the binding material, which we call it in concrete. The available research findings were utilized to study the mechanical and microstructural properties of laterite-based polymers. The main aim of the present work is to analyze the potential of lateritic soil deposits in Goa as a precursor or the source material for geopolymers, because laterite is a type of soil which is widely available in Goa. This paper also outlines the key application areas of geopolymer concrete. It also compares the compressive strength of 4 different mix designs, which we have designed and tested for geopolymer concrete. Description. So what is geopolymer concrete or GPC? GPC is produced by mixing aluminates and silicates with the caustic activators. Minerals like kaolinite, clays, etc., or industrial waste products like fly ash, silica fumes, slag, rice husk ash, red mud, etc. are used in production of GPC, use of which depends upon availability, cost, type of application, and specific demands in the particular area. The alkali used is a combination of sodium or potassium hydroxides and silicates. GPC or geopolymer concrete is also contributing to the cost cutting in construction industries around the globe. Introduction to the topic. Keeping in mind the increased demand for housing and the amount of energy consumed and carbon dioxide released, which is approximately estimated that around 1 ton of cement production releases 1 ton of carbon dioxide in the atmosphere. The damage at this level of pollution is doing to the atmosphere is unsustainable, and such we need to create a substitute for OPC which is also sustainable and eco-friendly. The substitute comes in the form of geopolymer concrete. So basically this picture represents what are the ingredients of geopolymer concrete. As we can see, this is pozzolanic material which I have explained. It can be minerals like kaolinites or clay, or it can be industrial byproducts like fly ash, GGBS, slag, etc. These are the alkaline solution which acts as the caustic activator in place of cement or the binding material in the normal concrete. Fine aggregates, we can also say it as sand, and coarse aggregate, as we know, 20 mm or 40 mm aggregates, which gives you geopolymer concrete, GPC, or we can also call it as green concrete. What is geopolymer concrete? Geopolymer concrete is a new material that does not need the presence of Portland cement as a binder. Pozzolanic materials like fly ash, slag, red mud, rice husk ash, and silica fumes, when in contact with highly alkaline solution, forms a polymer product known as geopolymer. It is basically a polymerization process. The role of Portland cement is completely replaced by the precursor powder and the alkaline solution. So this map shows the major soil deposits in India. The reason why I chose lateritic soil is because the pink color indicates the laterite soil deposits in India. And as you can see, Goa lies in this part, and the laterite soil deposit in Goa is huge. So this is basically the stress of my study. So necessity of geopolymer concrete. Construction is growing very fast these days as the housing demands are increasing. Everybody wants to build their own home and at lowest cost possible. Moreover, while producing 1 ton of cement, approximately the carbon dioxide also released is 1 ton, which is a major threat to the environment. Greenhouse effect, global warming, etc. are becoming threat for the Mother Earth. In addition to the above, huge quantity of energy is also required for the production of cement. Hence, it is most essential to find an alternative binder. Geopolymer mortar is the best alternative as to the cement mortar, which utilizes the industrial waste and helps in reducing environmental pollution. So basically, the landfills are reduced. The dumping of the waste from the cement industries is reduced because we are reusing the same byproducts, etc. Compressive strength of geopolymer concrete is very high compared to ordinary Portland cement concrete when proper measures are taken while casting. Also, geopolymer concrete showed good workability as of ordinary Portland cement. This chart represents the comparison of normal cement concrete and the geopolymer concrete. In normal cement concrete, as we all know, it is water curing. We all know that normal cement concrete which is made needs curing for minimum 24 days to achieve the maximum strength. Here in geopolymer concrete, it is temperature curing. No doubt while casting cubes we have used oven drying, but normally when the cubes are casted or when it is taken into practice in huge, we can use it as temperature curing. Maximum strength of concrete, normal cement concrete is achieved in 28 days, and maximum strength in geopolymer concrete can be achieved in 24 days with proper precautions taken. In cement concrete, as we all know, it is not eco-friendly. Here it is eco-friendly. Cement is used as the binding material. But what happens in geopolymer concrete is the alkaline activators react with the fly ash or GGBS or whatever precursor material we are using and forms the binding material. In cement concrete, the reaction is hydration, and like I explained earlier, geopolymer concrete, it is polymerization. These are the precursor materials which I have used. First one is the laterite powder, which I have stressed on because it is widely available in Goa. Second, it's fly ash. Third is the GGBS or ground granulated blast furnace slag. Alkaline solution is prepared by sodium or potassium pellets and NaOH, and on the B diagram is the NaOH solution. So while preparing, I have used 14 grams of sodium pellets in 1 liter of water to make the solution. The other materials are coarse aggregates and fine aggregates, as we all know, sand. Here comes the pictorial representation of the experimental program. You can choose any one of the waste products or byproducts, as we call. This is fly ash, this is metakaolin, this is GGBS. Any one of these. Also, we can use lateritic powder or red mud or clay or rice husk ash, etc. can be used. It is basically trial and error. Alkaline solution is prepared by pellets and water, and so alkaline or potassium, any one can be used to make alkaline solution. Then there comes sand and aggregates. Then mixed design is prepared with normal trial and error methods. Pan mixing is done, and then the cubes are casted. So mix one, what I have done is I have used GGBS, coarse aggregates, fine aggregates, that is sand, and the alkaline solution. The quantities are displayed on the slide. In mix 2, the fine aggregate sand was replaced by lateritic powder. The third mix was done with the fly ash, and the quantities are given. And same thing has been done with fly ash and lateritic powder. The sand is replaced by laterite powder. These are the 4 mixes which I have done, mixed design. So the average 28 days compressive strength was obtained after heat curing of the cubes for the above 4 mixes, and the results are shown in the table below. The first mix gave, which was with GPC and GGBS, gave me 34.12 Newton per mm square. GPC with GGBS and lateritic soil gave 28.78 Newton per mm square. GPC with fly ash gave 32.41 Newton per mm square, and GPC with fly ash and lateritic soil gave me 26.69. So as we can see, if the percentages are varied from the laterite soil, we can achieve almost the same strength as the production with GGBS and fly ash. Applications. So, well, this use of lateritic powder geopolymer is not widely used these days, but if we can apply it elsewhere, geopolymer concrete has excellent properties and is well suitable to manufacture precast concrete products. So if they're for practicing on-site is difficult due to the inert solution, because it is highly alkaline. It can be precast concrete products that are needed in rehabilitation and retrofitting of structures after a disaster. Lateritic powder as a replacement of precursor for geopolymers, wherein completely the OPC is replaced as a binding material. Lateritic geopolymer as absorbent for heavy metal removal. Again, this is a study, this is taken out from a study made by, which is explained in my paper. Lateritic geopolymer as green material for builders with businessmen. So this can be a business idea wherein the laterite powder production availability is huge, and the builders can use a specific type of material, that is lateritic powder, and can reduce the construction cost. Conclusions. Conventional concrete utilizes natural materials like sand, coarse aggregates, silica, which will get depleted, and hence geopolymer concrete can be thought of as an alternative for conventional concrete. Geopolymers can be prepared in a variety of ways by using fly ash, GGBS, laterite powder, red mud, clay, kaolinite, etc. Along with geopolymer binders, since laterite powder is locally available in Goa. Laterite powder can be used as partial replacement for sand in geopolymer concrete, which makes it more sustainable. Various combination of laterite powder along with GGBS and laterite powder with fly ash has been designed, which can prove to be economical. Lateritic geopolymer concrete can be widely used for construction of blocks, pavers, precast elements, and hence reduces the construction cost and is economical. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. And may I invite our next presenter? Topic is influence of rheometer type and concrete constituents on rheology of concrete, a review. Author is Rhea Fernandez and co-author is Fernand Salvukar. Hello?
One minute. Is my visible PPT visible?
Not yet.
Yes.
Not yet.
Not. Okay. Now.
Yep, it's coming up. There you go. Please have it on presentation mode and you may proceed. You have 10 minutes.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ria Fernandez.
Oh, by the way, can you have it on presentation mode, please?
It is in the presentation mode.
All right.
So, good evening, everyone. My name is Ria Fernandez, and I am working as a design engineer in a structural design firm in Goa. And my guide's name is Dr. Purnanand Savekar, who is a professor in civil engineering department in Goa Engineering College. And the name of my paper is Influence of Rheometer Type and Concrete Constituents on Rheology of Concrete, a Review. Okay, so rheology is the study of flow behavior of liquids, and it can be shown by relating stress, strain, and time. Two parameters of rheology are yield stress and plastic viscosity, where yield stress is the force applied to change its composition from elastic deformation to plastic deformation, and plastic viscosity is the resistance offered by fluid to flow freely. Workability and rheology are closely related to each other. Rheometers are instruments used to measure the rheological properties of concrete. By testing rheological properties of concrete before its placement, many errors and flaws like cracks, honeycombing, etc. can be reduced. This way, rheological property will be checked regularly on site, and better performance of concrete mix and economical construction can be accomplished. So concrete is a mixture of cement, fine aggregate, coarse aggregate, water, mineral additives, and chemical admixtures. The hardened concrete is durable, and concrete is usually poured with rebars, which is known as reinforced cement concrete, which is widely used material of construction industry. Its importance depends on its upon its flowability, consistency, quality after transportation, the way it's molded, stability, pumpability, and its hardened properties. Rheology is a science that can be utilized to get a basic understanding of concrete workability. The three properties of concrete are workability, thixotropy, and rheology. Workability is a property of freshly mixed concrete, which determines the ease and homogeneity with which it can be mixed, placed, compacted, and finished. Stability, segregation, and bleeding are parameters of workability, where stability is when the concrete mixture is held together in homogeneous dispersion, even after transportation, placing, and compaction. And segregation is when concrete mixture cannot hold itself in a homogeneous dispersion. Bleeding occurs when the mortar is unsteady and releases water. Thixotropy is a property of fluid of becoming less viscous when subjected to shear stress. It is reversible and time-dependent process. Hysteresis curves are used to measure thixotropy. The shear rate is increased from 0 to some maximum value and then back to 0. And the shear stress versus shear rate graph is plotted, and these curves do not overlap in case of thixotropic materials. Area under these curves show the degree of thixotropy. Rheology is defined as the science of deformation and flow of matter under the influence of stresses. The rheology is an effective tool to characterize workability, consistency, flowability, and predict stability, pumpability, and shootability. The properties of fresh concrete have effects on strength and durability. The rheological properties are not only important for the hardened concrete, but also for the surface quality of the concrete structures and its application for architectural concrete. So concrete is a non-Newtonian fluid, and there are various models which rheology models which defines them. So first model is Bingham model. Bingham model defines plastic viscosity and yield stress, and it is a linear model. Concrete acts as a rigid body at low stress and viscous fluid at high stress. So in this graph, shear stress versus shear rate graph is plotted, and Bingham model shows the linear behavior, and the slope of this graph gives plastic viscosity, and y-intercept gives the yield stress. Hershey-Berkeley model. This model shows non-linear behavior relationship between shear stress and shear rate. Newtonian model. Newtonian fluids are the ones that have a constant viscosity at all shear rates at a constant temperature and pressure. So this graph shows the comparison between all the models. So first one is Bingham model, which shows a linear relationship between shear stress and shear strain, and the slope gives the plastic viscosity and y-intercept gives the yield stress. Hershey-Bulkley model shows non-linear relationship between shear stress and shear strain, and Newtonian model shows linear relationship between shear stress and shear rate at all pressure and temperature. Rheometers are measure the rheological properties of concrete, which are yield stress and plastic viscosity. By measuring yield stress and plastic viscosity, exact picture of rheological properties or flow behavior of concrete can be obtained. So there are three types of rheometers: parallel plate rheometers, coaxial cylinder type rheometers, and mixer type rheometers. So parallel type rheometers consist of two parallel discs in which one rotates, and torque is also measured from the rotating disc. The sample has to be placed between the two discs and stress is applied on the sample. The gap between the discs should be 5 to 6 times the maximum particle size, that is 50 to 100 mm. So this is a picture of a parallel plate rheometer where these two are the two parallel discs and the sample has to be placed between them. Next is the coaxial cylinder type rheometer, which consists of a stationary cylindrical cup and concentric rotating cylinder. The cylinder is dipped in a partially filled cup so that the paste levels with the top of the cylinder. So this is a picture of coaxial cylinder type rheometer where RO minus RI gives the gap width, L gives the length, and V theta gives the tangential velocity. Shear stress and shear rate can be applied according to the system settings. One cylinder is connected with torque sensor for stress calculation. Next is mixer type rheometers. These are portable, easy to handle, and accurate. It consists of a vane placed in the container which rotates and torque is measured. Torque versus speed graph is plotted. Mixing makes the concrete homogeneous. Yield stress and plastic viscosity of concrete decreases when the mixing power is increased and shear strength is produced. Therefore, this means that mixing time also affects the rheological properties of concrete. So comparison of rheometers. As rheology is an important property of concrete, it has to be measured regularly on site almost every day of every batch of concrete, which means rheometer should be available on every site and has to be easy to use. So mixer type rheometers are preferable in this case as coaxial cylinder require large amount of sample and are difficult to clean, and in case of parallel plate rheometers, it is possible to have error in shear rate measurements and evaporation can also become a problem. Next type of rheometer is EBTV rheometer. These are easy to operate, mobile, cable-less, works on battery, waterproof, and containers are easy to clean. Particle size up to 32 mm can be used, and it can also be handled on a mobile app for fast and smart operation, and speed can be varied and also shows the results on the phone. So there are two types in this, P mode and V mode. In P mode, cylindrical probe is used, and in V mode, vane is used. So influence of constituents on rheology.
Sorry to disturb, your slides are not moving at all.
Now, can you see the slide?
We can see the slide, but they are not moving as your presentation is going on.
Okay, but now can you see the influence of constituent on rheology?
Yeah, we can see that influence of constituents.
Oh, okay.
Thank you.
So concrete contains a variety of particle sizes, and its rheology changes over time due to reversible and irreversible phenomena. Yield stress increases with decrease in water to cement ratio. Yeah, the fineness of concrete and coarse aggregate, etc. Entrained air can be good for workability, and stability of aggregates and plastic viscosity increases. Packing density also affects the rheology of concrete, and crushed aggregates increases yield stress and plastic viscosity. So concrete rheology is influenced by nearly every aspect of mixture proportions, including cement content, water to cement ratio, aggregate characteristics, and admixtures. So in this yield stress versus plastic viscosity graph is plotted, and this graph it shows that if there is less water, then plastic viscosity increases. If more water, then yield stress and plastic viscosity decreases. If super plasticizer is added more, then plastic viscosity increases. If air entraining agent is added then yield stress and plastic viscosity both decreases. So mix adjustment to get required rheology. So this shows that this yield stress versus plastic viscosity graph shows that if yield stress and plastic viscosity is decreased, then wet mix is formed. If yield stress is increased, the concrete will be stiff. If plastic viscosity is increased, viscous concrete will be formed. And in this graph, comparison between normal concrete and self-compacting concrete is shown. It can be seen that normal concrete has higher yield stress and lower plastic viscosity, while self-compacting concrete has a higher plastic viscosity and lower yield stress. So quality control of concrete. Concrete is produced from a locally available cement, aggregates and water, and this is why every batch produced will be different. The quality of concrete depends on the homogeneity of mix and ease with which it can be mixed, transported, compacted and finished. Also, the flow behavior will affect the hardened properties of concrete. So by knowing the rheological properties, we can control the damage. Quality control can be achieved by providing exact structural drawing specification, material and workmanship. So conclusions. Concrete is a very important and useful material of construction industry, and it is no longer combination of cement, water, aggregates. Chemical admixture and mineral additives are added to improve its strength, and it changes the whole morphology of concrete. It is very important to note the quantity and quality of the constituents used in producing concrete, as it affects the rheology of concrete and will eventually affect its final strength. As rheology is very important property of concrete, which has to be known before placing of concrete. It has to be available on every site. Portable rheometers like EBTV rheometer can be very useful in this case. Quality control of concrete is very important because it ensures a quality standard of concrete. So these are the papers I referred for writing this paper. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And now I would like to invite our next presenter. The topic is strength properties of roller compacted concrete pavements containing varying proportion of fly ash. Oh, there's your presentation. Perfect. Hello.
Good evening, ma'am. I'm audible?
Yes, you are audible now. Proceed, please.
Good evening to all. Myself, Raksha Khandare. I am presenting this presentation on the topic mechanical properties of roller compacted concrete mixes as the pavement material. Now, what exactly is this roller compacted concrete? The roller compacted concrete is mixture of aggregate, cement, water, with or without maybe the supplementary or the cementitious material. And in some cases, the water reducing admixtures may be added. The most important thing which needs to be noted here is the roller compacted concrete, when it is in the hardened stage, it needs to support the vibratory roller when it is compacted. And the zero slump consistency while mixing and placing differentiates the roller compacted concrete with the conventional concrete. it is very important to select the proper size of the aggregates. The size of the aggregates are restricted as the segregation can take place because of the increased size of the aggregates. As we are limiting as we are limiting or we are lowering the water cement ratio, the density increases, and as a result the size of the aggregates needs to be reduced. While going through the literature, I have gone through the various different literatures which respect to the numerical analysis, with respect to the different I could say that from the available literature, I could come up to this particular abstract. Many studies were carried out which definitely focused on the advantage of roller compacted concrete pavements over the flexible pavements. But then there were very limited studies which reported maybe a very detailed investigation on the performance of RCC when it is used as a pavement material. And hence this study is proposed. Basically here I'm trying to have different proportions or different mixes of roller compacted concrete, where a small portion of the control mixed is replaced with a small quantity of fly ash. I have varied the percentage from 15%, 30%, and 45%. As we all know, fly ash is a material which is used to improve the mechanical and the physical properties of concrete, as well as from the literature available, it says that definitely the cost is going to reduce. So with the controlled mix of the RCC and with the replacement of small quantities with fly ash, I am trying to get the mechanical properties, specifically the compressive strength, the flexural strength, and the split tensile strength. The different proportions of RCC which I have mixed, which I have used here, are indicated. Cement, fly ash, water content, the coarse aggregate, and the fine aggregates. If you look into the detail of the mixed proportion, the cement used was then ordinary Portland cement, then the sand used was having a specific gravity of about 2.70 and water absorption of 1.8. Similarly, you can see the aggregates, varying size of aggregates are used, that is 6 to 20 mm, having a specific gravity of 2.870. Then the fly ash used is a class F fly ash, which is having a specific gravity of 2.31. As I said, there is a lower water cement ratio. The optimum moisture content was determined, and accordingly, the water content is varied for each and every mix. So R0 here represents the control mix, whereas R1 represents the replacement of cement with 15% of fly ash, R2 with 30% of fly ash, and R3 with 45% of fly ash. The mechanical properties like the compressive strength, the flexural strength, and the split tensile strength are determined. Now coming towards the compressive strength. For the compressive strength, I have used the specimens of sizes 150 by 150 by 150, and they were tested under a machine of 3000 kilonewton capacity. The results of the compressive strength are indicated in the table. Now, if you if you go through the results here for 3 days, 7 days, and 28 days, the results clearly indicate that the compressive strength of all the mixes, maybe it is with or without a fly ash, the compressive strength increases with the curing period. This is indicated from this figures also. You may take a look at these figures. It indicates the increase in the strength with the curing period. With the addition of the fly ash, with respect to the same days of curing, it is again see that the strength of the mixes, it reduces with the increase in the content of the fly ash. There is only one exceptional, that is for the case R2, which is highlighted here. Here, where the replacement is with 30% of fly ash, you can see that the compressive strength has increased, and ultimately for the next proportion, that is 45% of fly ash, there is a reduction. So the variation, there is this variation with respect to the 30% fly ash content. This is the graphical representation of whatever I have said just now, that is with the control mix, that is 0% of fly ash, with 50%, 30%, and 45% of fly ash. Moving towards the flexural strength. For the flexural strength, the test was carried out. Again, the specimens were prepared, they were cured, and the test was carried out with 1000 kilonewton capacity hydraulic universal testing machine for the 2-point load. The load was applied till the failure of the specimen. Now, again, the results here for 3, 7, and 28 days represent that the flexural strength of all the mixes, either with or without the fly ash, it goes on increasing with the age of the curing. You can again see that the strength goes on reducing with the addition of. Again, there is one variation, that is R2, 30% fly ash for 3 days. So again, there is this variation in the pattern which is seen. Similarly, this represents the graphical representation of the flexural strength. The next one is the split tensile strength. The split tensile strength was again conducted, and the results are indicative. Again, it shows that the tensile strength increases with the age. The strength goes on the strength goes on reducing. That is, for 30% of fly ash at 28 days curing period, you can see a sudden increase in the split tensile strength, and the rest proportions, if checked, there is specifically again a decrease in the split tensile strength. So from all these studies, what exactly I need to, this is the graphical representation for the split tensile strength. From all these studies, what I need to tell you is how there is a change when the fly ash is used. The variation for the compressive strength is the percentages are indicative here: 17.14%, 4.64%, and 23.8%. The same is for the flexural strength. The decrease in the strength is 10.6, 20.4, and 28.57% respectively. For the split tensile, you can say that we have seen for 28 days there is a sudden increase, and again there is a reduction up for 30%. From this, we can say that if I compare the results with IRC 58 2015, it specifies that the minimum grade of the concrete, that is for M40 for the paving material, the strength should be 40 MPa. This strength, however, I have acquired here in the first slide of the compressive strength, that is 40.12 is the strength which I have. The various other criteria like the split tensile strength as well as the flexural strength, they do not satisfy the codal provisions of IRC 58 2015. As a result, the mix R1, which is having a fly ash content of 50%, this is the only quantity which meets the requirement of the paving as well as the flexural strength, which can be put to use in the construction of the rigid pavement, but with respect to the low traffic. As for the high traffic, basically the split tensile strength criteria are not satisfied. So this is about my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Now, I would like to invite our last presenter for today. The topic is about the role of mushroom in decolorization of dyes A literature. Author Ashwini Modi and co-author is Dr. Anand Babu.
Yes, good evening all. Am I audible to all of you?
Yes, you are. However, I'm
yeah.
seeing a Zoom page.
Yeah. My presentation is visible to all of you?
Yes.
Yeah.
It is.
Okay.
Please.
Yeah. Thank you, Suzo. Yeah. Good evening, all of you. This is Ashwini Modi. And today my presentation topic is role of mushroom of decolorization dyes. As it's a review paper, it's a complete literature. So I'm having, as we are having the mushroom is a very good product, and nowadays we are utilizing as a best food, I should say, as it is a full of protein and a richer protein, and it is having so many medicinal qualities and all. So in the color, as the another use of the mushroom, that is nothing but it can be utilized as a for the dyes of the cloths and the fabrics and etc. And it is having a obviously it is a organic color, and that will be a good for the cloths, and it will be it will not create any kind of adverse effect to the human beings as well as on the environment itself, as we are using different kind of dyes that are not good for the health, and it might be not feasible. Yeah, so many people are getting the allergies due to the natural color, man-made colors. So these are the natural dyes we can utilize as a mushroom itself. Now we are having this is a somewhat abstract, and I would like to go to the directly introduction. So as this is focused on the production and the biodegradation of the mushroom dyes, that is nothing but the dyes and the pollutants extracted from the various industries and the sources that will create a bad effect on the environment. As we first of all, we will focus on the adverse effect that will be created to the environment, because of the so many so many parameters. That is nothing but the, if I will talk about the industry, so some chemical industry, some factories and some factory outlets, they are having their effluents that will be connected with the natural sources, and after all it will be pollute the water bodies and the water sources itself. But if I will talk about the mushroom, it's a very biological tool that will be that will have less effect on the environmental itself, as well as we are using as a natural in the natural form of dyes, and that will be fruitful for the environment, and it will not create any side effect to the like effluent and so many parameters. Now the mushroom is not only a tool for my core medication, but it is also as a product also. The bodies of the mushroom fruit produced for the industrial as well as the agricultural waste are considered to the product. We also focus the protection of the river mushroom protection, like so many mushrooms those are produced amongst the river side also. So many mushrooms are taken off by means of agricultural land which is provided on the side by itself. So many farmers, they are not having a proper kind of production of the mushroom. But if I will say, if we are using any like cloth industry or the color pigment industries, their effluents, after all, they are putting all the effluents in the water bodies, and the water bodies get polluted. And if we are using such a natural products or the natural mushroom for the colorization of the cloths and the fibers, so that for the fabric itself, that will be a good and fruitful for the outcoming thing. This is a kind of blue mushroom dyes with the new tool of the cell biologists. Now the mushroom already produced, like we are having 400 to 500 mushroom species all over the world. Those are present, but some of them are the some are the toxic itself, some are having medicinal qualities, and some are the good for the different kind of uses, like medicines. For the diet itself we are using a mushroom. But if I will talk for some of the toxic or the some those are not edible mushroom, such a mushrooms we can utilize as a dyes purposes. That are nothing but they are obviously they are grown on the waste itself, as we are not taking any kind of pesticides or the fertilizers, or we are not giving any kind of extra efforts for the production of the mushroom, as we are utilizing the waste and the agricultural waste for the production of the same itself. Now this is a kind of blue mushroom. In my slide it is shown, and we can utilize certain kind of cell we can produce, and we can change out the biological formation of for the mushroom, and that natural blue mushroom we can utilize for the blue dyes. Now these are the certain mushroom which will utilized at the workshop itself, and obviously these all are the organic colors, and it's a good for the human being as well as for the environment itself. In this figure we are having the natural dyes with the wild mushroom. Some are the wild mushroom, it is not shown in the whatever within the daily life we are not having such kind of mushroom, but if we will go in certain area in the field itself, we are having such a wild mushrooms, those are present, and those mushrooms are having their natural pigments with the different colors. Like in this figure we are having some purple, red, white, cream, and so many species are there, and that the species are having the natural dyes. And this previous slide, it is this blue mushroom is it is prepared by the certain kind of cell we are provided to the mushroom production, and again that pigment is it is a kind of oyster mushroom, and this is a cell biologist, we can produce the blue color to itself. But this natural dyes we can utilize for the wild mushroom. Now these are the certain books, those are gives the some species of the mushroom will give the proper pigment to the proper bodies itself. Some are having the yellow, green, red, and the brown, and so many different kind of pigments are there. So these pigments will give the for the different species itself. Now these are the some literature, as I already told you that it's a review paper, it's a review article. So I just go through the so many papers and number of authors. I just the journal from agricultural research, some are from the environmental engineering, and some are from the biological itself. So all are having the paper related with the mushroom itself. Some people are studied on the oyster mushroom, some are studied on the button mushroom, milky mushroom, and they are produced the high rich protein bodies by means of the fungal formations, and that fruitful bodies will useful for the food itself. As a food we can utilize. Some the another paper, that journal, they are carried out some different kind of substrate for growth of the crop of the mushroom itself. How we are taking the mushroom and how we are going to improve the quality and the quantity of mushroom, that is also discussed in the some of the papers. Some e-magazines are posted there in the agriculture field itself. They are just taken out some experimental work, and they are just find out if we are having if we are using a different substrate like maize substrate or the wheat substrate, or we are having soybean substrate, that is it's a good production in the India. In the some part of India we're having the wheat substrates, and that substrates are naturally produced, and obviously after taking the crop of the wheat itself, what the farmers are doing, they are just burning out in the farm itself for taking out the another crop. That is nothing but season to season they are taking the different kind of the crops. And for this, if they are burning in the farm itself, what is the side effect on the environment? the air pollution is getting increases. In the India, I should say in the month of October or the November, so many people are taking the crop of wheat or the soybean, and after taking the crop, they are just burning out in the farm itself. So because of that, there are so many particles and the pollutants there, those are moving throughout the city, though the farms are away from the city itself, but still because of the atmosphere and with the wind blowing, that all the particles will come to the city itself, and it will directly affect on the human health, as well as we are getting inhaling all these things. So obviously it will not good for our lung, and might be create any asthmatical diseases or the temporary lungs diseases might be possible. So for restricting all these things, I should say the mushroom, if we are taking that crops, the whatever may be the residues after taking the crops, we can utilize that agricultural waste for the production of the mushroom. Some journal of science and the food and the agriculture, the Shweta had written the mushrooms are the nutritious food due to the presence of proteins, vitamins, and so many nutrients. Now, I just want to tell one more thing. The cellulose is the very important parameter that is present in the mushroom itself. And the cellulose are present in the oyster mushroom and some parts of the button mushroom also. But the oyster mushroom is having a different kind of, species. And some species are full of cellulose. And that cellulose we can utilize for the pigmentation also. Otherwise, that cellulose we can extract from that proper mushroom species, and we can utilize for the medicine. As a medicine, we can utilize that cellulose. So these are the certain journals which I had reviewed. Now I will go to the rationale itself. This literature reviews, all that literature reviews that are focusing on the majorly the cultivation and the growth aspect of the mushroom, as well as the management of the mushroom, how it is fruitful for the environmental condition, how it is less affect to the environment in aspect to the cultivation and the management of the mushroom. This is a focus on the various scenario that will use the mushroom as a good product, as it is a kind of a good hygiene to the nature, to the animals, to the environment as well. So these are the mushroom industries and some of the button mushroom we are utilized, and we are taken out that powder of the oyster mushroom. I had used the Pluterus florida mushroom, which is extracted from the wheat straw and the soybean straw. I'm having the two different kind of production for the oyster mushroom. The first one is shown the wheat straw, and another one is the soybean straw. So the first one is the oyster Pluterus mushroom, that is having a good nutrient quality. It is rich of fiber itself, as we had taken the laboratory test also. The second one, which is having it is a rich of protein as well as, but amongst both, the soybean straw is giving the good result as comparative to wheat straw. The mechanism of the mushroom based on the decolorization of dyes. These are the certain mechanism that I will just discuss. The biodegradation and decolorization of dyes mainly consist of the three basic processes that are nothing but the it is having, obviously I just tell it's a completely organic process. It is not having any kind of the environmental effect, and without changing the main structure of the compound, we can go and utilize all these things for the production of the dyes. Now the fractional of the complex structural organic molecules in such a way that the combination of the fractions could give rise to the original molecules. That means if we can add a certain changes for the dyes itself, for the different colors, I should say, if we're having a blue pigment, and if we just want to take for a green pigment, then we can add the different structural organic molecules into the production of the mushroom itself, and that can be utilized for the dyes, for the decolorization of the dyes. Now we are having the biodegradation process. This chart is giving the so many steps. That is nothing but we are having biodegradation process, that is industrial waste which is coming out from the different kind of industries, some metal industry and so We are having the methyl red, acid blue, basic blue, Congo red. Such a kind of dyes are coming out from the biodegradation processes. And that dyes, if you are using directly for the process of cloth and the fabric, so that are not good for the human being as well. But if we are taking the colors or the pigments or the different dyes utilized from the mushroom itself, that will have a good result on the environment itself. Now these are the some conclusion and the future perspective from the decolorization of the dyes. If I will say the outcome of for this research is the facility that tests really upon the explicit development and the optimization of the medium and the proper handling of the mushroom species and their biomass itself. This topic is covered the space, basically the investigation and to collect out the information how we are going to convert the mushroom species for the colorization of the cloths and the dyes itself, how we are utilizing as a mushroom. Now the last but one slide, that is also again it is having the certain species of the mushroom, shows the mineralization of the dyes, organochemicals and industrial waste, either by the bioabsorption or by the enzymic secretion. These are the references. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that presentation. And that our last presenter, and that ended our technical session 2 for today. Before I proceed, please check the chat box for the feedback links. So we have 2 links. We have this. We have the Keynote Speaker feedback link. We encourage you all guys to please provide your feedback here. And if you, for participants' feedback, here's the link. I strongly suggest that please provide your feedback for, of course, the participants' improvement. All right. And also, best paper or the certificates, best paper presentation certificates will be emailed to you within 48 hours after the conference, which is tomorrow. We still have day 2 of this conference tomorrow, same time, guys. Participation certificates, or what you say, the attendance, participation certificates and proceedings will be emailed to you within a week after the conference. It will be emailed to your registered email. All right. And now I would like to thank our beloved professors, CEO of our of IFERP, our keynote speakers, and all the paper presenters who joined us today, the first day of the ICCEASI 2022. And tomorrow, the conference continues with technical sessions followed by the valedictory session, in which we will have a valedictory keynote session and announcement of the best paper and the best paper presentation awards. Certificate and proceedings, everything as I've mentioned, proceedings certificates will be emailed to your registered email within a week. So I would strongly recommend all of you guys to join us on our valedictory session also tomorrow. See you guys all tomorrow for day 2. Once again, this is Jojo Mehoy, your host
thank you,
for today. See you guys. Have a great day.
Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much.